Look at this crowd. Anyone would think a king-tier boss just spawned. Honan surveyed the area and sighed. Securing a connection to the teleportation array is the Shangyao Kingdom's highest priority right now. With the military mobilized like this, it's bound to draw eyes. She whispered. Captain Khai, you've hit the jackpot. This discovery nets huge rewards. Even our Jiangtrong city supervisor is going to get a share of the glory thanks to you. Giang Khai replied, sounding a bit flustered by the attention. As the three of them whispered, a sudden burst of hearty laughter erupted from behind. They all turned to look. Wei Ying approached with visible excitement, his eyes gleaming. It truly is a teleportation array, Giang Khai. You've done it again. You never cease to amaze me. As he appeared, the crowd erupted in whispers. Look, Commander Wei and his unit have arrived. Stepping forward, Giang Khai offered a respectful greeting. Commander Wei, overcome with joy. Hunan forgot all decorum and cried out. You're really him, the legendary Commander Wei Ying, the guardian deity of Jiangtrong City. An officer immediately snapped at her. Watch your tongue, how dare you address the commander so casually? But Wei Ying, in high spirits, merely waved him off. Peace. Officer, this isn't a formal ceremony. Besides, any friend of Giang Khai is a friend of mine. Standing beside him was a striking young man, Hua Tianshen, the chief instructor of the Battle God Temple's reserve forces from the Saint Radiance Kingdom. He narrowed his eyes with intrigue. He had heard the commander mention Giang Kai's name countless times. And finally, he was seeing the boy in the flesh. Sensing Giang Kai's curiosity, the man extended his hand in a firm grip. Initiating the introduction, forgive the haste of our arrival. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Hua Tianshen, chief instructor for the Saint Radiance Kingdom's Battle God Temple Reserve Unit. It's a pleasure. Giang Khai, having heard of his prestige, Giang Khai returned the gesture. It's an honor. Instructor Hua. Hunyan and Nguyen buzzed with excitement behind him. Even the chief instructor from the Battle God Temple knows our Captain Khai. His reputation is insane. Wei Ying added. Tianshen is also the chief overseer for the upcoming National Supremacy competition. When he heard you discovered the teleportation array, he insisted on coming here immediately. The instructor nodded in silent approval. He truly was as remarkable as the commander claimed. He had just secured a massive victory for them all. The commander spoke up, intent on rewarding the young hero. Indeed. Giang Khai, you've neutralized a dire crisis for us. Beyond the official honors, I've decided to grant you a personal reward from my own name. Hearing this, Hunyan and Winnu's eyes sparkled with joy. That had to be a staggering fortune. To their utter shock, Giang Khai shook his head. I cannot accept any further rewards. The four of them stood frozen. What did you say, Captain Khai? Are you serious? He began to explain. Commander Wei, I am just an ordinary man. I have no background, no powerful clan, and no influence. All Giang Khai sought was acknowledgement. Since entering the Ghost Star, the Imperial family has suppressed me, and the great guilds have blacklisted me. Throughout it all, you and Brother Liu stood against that pressure to protect me and my family. That kindness, that debt of honor, is something I will carry in my heart forever. Wei Ying was momentarily speechless, moved by his words. Still, he tried to reason with him. Giang Khai, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. I know your family situation. You're still young, with a long road ahead. Risking your life alone on the Ghost Star is dangerous. What will you do when your resources run dry? Giang Khai remained unshakable. This isn't about emotion. He reminded the commander. Do you remember what you told me back at the ruins in the safe zone? When we watched the battle between the awakened and the beast gods, you said the rise and fall of the world rests on everyone's shoulders. That in this world, someone must step forward to hold the line against those monsters. He thought back to his past struggles. Back during the battle on Eternal Winter Island, I was still lost and uncertain. His every word resonated with absolute conviction. But now, after everything we've been through together, I think I finally understand. Listening to him, Winnu felt a lump in her throat. Captain Khai. Once more, Giang Khai turned down the reward. Commandé, without you, I wouldn't even be standing here today. This reward rightfully belongs to you. Sunlight washed over the scene, bathing them in gold. Compared to those selfless, powerful superhumans, my power may still be weak, and my resolve fledgling. A confident smile played on his lips. But I will fight by your side in my own way. Wei Ying's expression grew dark and stern. While Tianshen shifted uncomfortably, the kid was being offered a personal boon from the commander himself, something others would kill for. And yet, he had the audacity to refuse it repeatedly in front of everyone. Suddenly, the commander's fist tightened as he lunged forward. You've got guts. Kid Wennu screamed in terror. Captain Kai, the commander's massive fist, stopped mere inches from Giang Kai's face. The wind pressure ruffling the boy's hair. Once you make up your mind, not even a team of 10 oxen could pull you back. Wennu and Hunyan were drenched in cold sweat. Giang Khai stared back unflinchingly until, finally, the commander gave in. But it's exactly that reckless, heaven-defying courage of yours. Wei Ying slapped his shoulder heartily. That makes you worth my respect. Giang Khai blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift. The spectators behind them were stunned. No way. Did I just hear Commander Wei praise someone? That punch earlier was terrifying. I would have wet my pants, but that kid didn't even blink. Even Tian Shen nodded in silent acknowledgement. It seemed he had vastly underestimated this Giang Khai. Hunan's eyes shimmered. Commandant. You're not angry. Giang Khai hesitated. Commandant. Wei Ying let out a boisterous laugh. Say no more. It's not like this is the first time you've turned me down. I respect your decision. Regardless, the military will process the rewards you've rightfully earned. The trio beamed with joy. Yes. Sir, he replied. The elder beckoned him. Come with me for a moment. They headed toward the canyon. Despite passing this countless times, no one realized the array lay beneath the lake. Wei Ying raised his hand. With a blinding flash, his divine might slash pulverized the cliffside into dust. Giang Khai stood frozen in shock. He shattered the entire mountain face. That solid rock just crumbled. Wei Ying turned back to him. This is the power of an Origin Force shockwave. He explained, only Saint Radiant's disciples can awaken Origin-type talents and master this legendary level of power. Disbelief washed over Giang Kai's face. Could this be the fabled Origin Force from the ancient legends? The mysterious, primordial energy that surged when the blue planet was first born. Giang Kai's mind raced. Juzi's martial heart talent had a sub-effect. A sword chi slash powered by Origin Force. But seeing it in person is different. The power is overwhelming. The elder glanced at him and continued. On the world stage, the martial disciple class has currently dropped to 6th in the global rankings. But I never trusted those rankings. Our 1,000-year legacy cannot be measured by mere numbers. Once the Origin Force awakens, even the top 5 classes will have to bow before us. Wei Ying saw the fire in him. With new classes like his emerging, the potential was truly limitless. I believe that one day, no one will dare underestimate Saint Radiance again. Giang Khai declared firmly, I share your faith. 7 days later, news of the Military Council's assembly dominated every screen. Globally, 65 nations had secured entry. Only 15 slots remained before the 80-nation limit was reached. Breaking news, another nation activated an array, becoming the 66th to join the race after Saint Radiance. Urgent tensions boil over as nations E and F clash at the border over ruined territories. Tian Shen took the podium, his presence commanding the vast assembly hall. Based on our gathered intel and the scouting missions from the past few days, we have compiled critical data regarding the ruins. He began listing the ironclad regulations. Rule 1. Entry is capped at level 60. Any violators will be immediately flagged by the system. Rule 2. Entrance is a one-way ticket. You can only pass through the array once. If you die or retreat, there is no second chance. Re-entry is forbidden. He paused before continuing. Rule 3. Teleportation is team-based. A maximum of 5 members can register per squad, limited to 3 groups daily. Rule 4. There are only 4 arrival points inside the ruins. Regardless of which portal a nation uses, everyone will eventually converge at these 4 locations. Tian Shen's gaze turned icy as he reached the final point. Rule 5. And our biggest hurdle, the superpowers have allied to blockade the ruin arrival points. The audience gasped in collective shock. What someone gasped. The rules state 80 nations can enter. He continued coldly. The global struggle for dominance is starting, but it never said all 80 nations would actually participate. Every rival they eliminate increases their own chances of absolute victory. They're using sheer numbers to occupy arrival zones, ruthlessly barring any other nation from stepping inside. He explained the crisis. Worse yet, all 21 of our Vanguard teams were wiped out and forced to retreat. 2 weeks later on Planet Ghost, system notifications began chiming incessantly for Giang Khai. 5 level 55 Moonwolves slain, 10 level 45, 15 level 35. Congratulations. You reached level 21. Standing amidst the carnage, he let out a breath. Finally, level 21. Level 21 achieved. New class skill unlocked. Ignis Decoy. Ignis Decoy level 1. Create 3 clones. Activating this skill grants the user automatic stealth. His eyes sparked with excitement. A decoy skill. Just what I needed. Decoys perfectly replicate the user's movements. Equipment. And skills. Warning attacks are visual only, 0 damage. Giang Khai frowned. So, they're just illusions, no damage. So, when I'm attacked, am I just a sitting duck without a way to strike back? Just then, a notification regarding his newly acquired skill flashed before his eyes. When the deceptive decoy takes damage, it simultaneously absorbs the opponent's stamina and spiritual power. Furthermore, the decoy will not vanish on its own. Once the summon is recalled, every bit of the absorbed energy is transferred back to the original body. A cunning smirk played across his lips. So, that is how it works. As expected, this wasn't just some basic meat shield skill. It was a sophisticated energy converter. On the surface, it looks like he is taking a beating. But secretly, he is draining his opponent bone dry. The system continued its tutorial prompts. The deceptive decoy lasts for a maximum of 10 minutes and cannot stray more than 30 meters from its master. However, the stamina and spiritual power the decoy absorbs cannot exceed the host's maximum attribute limits. Up to 3 deceptive decoys can be deployed, either simultaneously or in succession. 1 reserve decoy is restored for every 500 spirit points recovered. This skill can be further upgraded once he reaches level 30. Giang Khai began calculating. 500 spirit points is a heavy cost. But at my current level, I can recover that in about 3 to 4 days. A chilling glint flickered in his eyes. With the help of my double player talent, I wonder what other skill I will unlock next. She elaborated further. Once the double talent is triggered, you will receive an additional random class-specific skill. Instantly, the system displayed a list of skills. Random skill level 1. Fishing in troubled waters. Type offensive. For every 1% of the target's stamina lost, in his own 4 basic attributes increase by 19 points. This also boosts the critical rate by 1% and the critical damage multiplier by 1%. This skill can be upgraded at level 30. Giang Khai asked carefully. So? The more my opponent is drained, the more ferocious my attacks become. He mused to himself. He had heard of certain adventurer classes where the more damage they took, the stronger they became. I wonder who would win if they faced my fishing in troubled waters skill. Suddenly, the device on Giang Khai's wrist vibrated. It was Giang Khai. What are you up to? The voice on the other end asked. He replied slowly. Just grinding levels. Hey Zuzi. Isn't your team busy with training? Why do you have time to call me now? There was a hesitant pause on the other end. Giang Khai immediately sensed something was off. What's wrong? Yuan Zhu let out a light laugh. It's nothing. I just missed you. For some reason, I really wanted to hear your voice today. A wave of unease washed over Giang Khai. Hey. What is with the sudden sentimental talk? The friend chuckled and made an excuse. Sentimental, maybe a little. I guess training has just been exhausting lately. And my mind starts wandering whenever I get a break. But Giang Kai's gut told him his friend was hiding something serious. Hey Zhu, you're acting weird today. Is there something else you want to tell me? But Yuan Zhu remained stubborn. Really? There is nothing. All right. Big shot. Get back to hunting monsters. I am signing off. Bye-bye. The sudden hang-up only deepened Giang Kai's anxiety. Hello Zuzi. As the group continued their march forward, Zuzi finally let his mask slip, his face clouding with deep sorrow. Noan noticed his strange behavior and whispered, Zuzi, didn't you say you missed Kai? Why didn't you talk to him longer? Zuzi answered honestly, Kai knows me too well. If I said another word, he would definitely figure something out. He continued sincerely, I don't want to make him worry. Noan looked confused. But before she could speak, Zhu cut her off. Noan. What do you think it feels like for those who lose their minds after being killed and forced offline? That eerie question left Noan even more baffled. Wait. What Zhu didn't explain, he just masked his feelings with a bright smile. Maybe they feel nothing at all. No more worries. If I think of it that way, I guess I am not afraid anymore. Noan bitter lip. She had long realized that Zhu was only putting on a brave face for the sake of this mission. Her memories drifted back to 3 days ago. 3 elite squads, Tiger, Tian Hung, and Passionate were gathered in the massive command center. The 3 captains saluted in unison. Commander Hoa. The commander declared firmly, time is of the essence, so I will be brief. In an instant, they were deployed to face high-level adversaries. An enemy bared his jagged teeth in a mocking grin. You think trash like you can actually compete with us. Listen up. You either defeat us with your own strength, or face this brute, the adventurer Clementine Hokai Man, a level 50 barbarian, Hoek Man, arrogant in his power. Sneered. Crawl through my legs, on the screens. Viewers commented with glee, crawl, come on. Let's see a smile so everyone can see these fools. facing Hokeman's overwhelming strength. Several veteran warriors had already fallen. Duan Quang clenched his fists until they trembled. I will kill every last one of them. The commander continued the briefing, mentioning that a tech company had developed a device capable of broadcasting live footage from the land of Milo. Despite the transmission lag, the sheer brutality of the battlefield remains bone-chillingly clear. Over the past 2 weeks, we dispatched 50 teams into the land of Maitreya. 200 elite warriors were slaughtered, forced offline, just like this. His shocking revelation struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone frozen in stunned silence. Tian Shen continued. But their sacrifice wasn't in vain. It provided vital intel. This is the map we've reconstructed from those reports. Since you're all gathered here, you likely already know what I'm about to say next. After 27 brutal selection rounds, only the strongest remain. I am now entrusting you with this heavy burden. Prepare to break the siege in 3 days. The squad leaders roared their affirmation in a deafening unison. Satisfied, Tian Shen began the briefing. Our intelligence confirms 4 distinct spawn points within the land of Maitreya. Points A, B, C, and D, within a single day. Every unit sent through the same portal will materialize at the exact same location. Memorize these coordinates. Fight your way through. But plant the sacred glory flag right here. That is the absolute key to this mission. Blood boiling with intensity. Li Biao spoke up. Commandé. We're cutting through their entire defense. Just to plant a flag. I'm certain those monsters won't stop hunting us until every single one of us is dead. Our goal isn't a suicide mission. Tian Shen replied calmly. It's a strategic breakout. This is a shadow operation orchestrated by the High Command. The room erupted in shocked whispers. A secret plan. He gave a stern nod of confirmation. Indeed, 73 nations discovered the portal, but 42 have already used their head start to block every entry point. In this situation, any nation trying to break that blockade alone would find it impossible. However, that also means 30 other nations are being shut out. Just like us. We formed an alliance. At 6 a.m. in 3 days, the elite teams of multiple nations will strike the land of Maitreya simultaneously. The code name for this mission is Dawn. Everyone leaned in, the weight of the name hanging in the silent air. The first team to break through will plant the flag, serving as a signal to draw the enemy deep into the trap. Once they take the bait, the remaining squads will launch an all-out assault to seize the spawn points immediately. By luring their main force to the flag, the defenses at the 4 portals will be left vulnerable. That will be our golden window for a massive external breakthrough. But realize this, once you accept this task, the Sacred Glory Squad will face the full, unbridled fury of the enemy army. Currently, every pioneering nation is trapped in a different level of stalemate. To shatter this deadlock, we must conquer this land. You carry the fate of our nation and our people on your shoulders. I repeat, even if only one man remains, you carry the honor of sacred glory and fight to the bitter end. Understood. In response, the chosen warriors roared in unison. To the end, death before dishonor. The mission route leads through a narrow mountain pass, ending at a churning, violent vortex. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as a thunderous roar echoed through the rocky gorge. Wearing her signature rose gear, Nuanyuan gave Yuanzhu a quiet, reassuring glance. Master, I know we can do this. He nodded, his confidence rekindled by her unwavering faith. Suddenly, alarms blared from their wrist devices. They stared in awe at the swirling, storm-like portal ahead. Team Tianheng has successfully broken through, Li Biao roared, his voice thick with grit. All units, listen up. No retreat, no surrender, no regrets. Even if we fall, this mission must be completed. Charge with me. We meet again in 2 days at the Great Guild. Giang Khai recalled Yuanzhu's recent call. It's nothing. I just missed you. I really needed to hear your voice. Cheesy. Right? Maybe it's just the exhaustion from training, making me sentimental. But whenever he had a free moment, his mind wandered. His expression darkened, brows furrowing. Was it really just fatigue? Something feels deeply wrong. Silence from both Yuanzhu and Nuanyuan for 2 days. A cold dread began to take root in his heart. I have to find them. But as he reached for the scanner, 2 figures rushed toward him in a panic. Captain Kai, something terrible has happened. He looked at them, his confusion quickly turning to fear. Hu Yan? Nguyenengu, what's the emergency? Hu Yan's face was ghostly pale. A video just went viral on the forums. Pillar Chu and no one had been captured. Giang Kai's eyes flew open in pure shock. Wait. What did you just say? She tapped her watch, projecting a flickering holographic screen. This video hit the hot searches, but the Saint Radiance government immediately moved to censor and delete it. But I was fast enough to save a copy. On the screen, a set of razor-sharp, predatory fangs suddenly lunged into the frame. A mocking, arrogant voice echoed through the speaker. Hey, I bet plenty of you Saint Radiance fools are watching this. Right, if you've got the guts, come and save them. The camera panned across the defeated squad lying in the dirt before focusing on Known, who was bound and screaming in terror. After all, you people love your honor and logic. If you send a high-ranking commander here to beg for mercy, maybe we'll actually consider letting them go. The image of the top-tier pillar appeared on screen, accompanied by the villain's chilling, taunting laughter. Of course, that's if you admit you're all just a bunch of pathetic, useless cowards. He then barked a cold, ruthless order. Men, hang them both up. The criminal leaned into the camera with a twisted grin. Let's see how long it takes for every drop of their blood to hit the floor. Giang Khai stared intensely at the screen, his emerald eyes burning with a cold rage. What is the meaning of this madness? To understand this, we have to go back 2 days. At the Palace of Maitreya, Li Biao led his elite squad through the glowing portal, entering the Maitreya domain. Synchronized translation system is now active. All speech will be converted into the Saint Radiance tongue. However, they were met with a horrific scene of thick, coagulated blood. Why are there no guards stationed at this outpost? Guanmo's voice turned heavy with suspicion as he surveyed the eerie, silent surroundings. The Tianheng and Passionate squads are famous for their battle prowess. They likely coordinated with the Alliance to lure the enemy forces away first. A teammate turned to Li Biao for orders. Captain, we've arrived at Point A. Should we head toward the southeast sector immediately? Just then, an urgent transmission from Commander Hua came through. The information that followed left the entire team frozen in absolute shock. All units, listen up. The mission has been compromised. The Tianheng and Passionate squads were ambushed the moment they arrived. Countless dark figures began to materialize through the thick, swirling mist. The attackers moved with predatory grace, completely surrounding the 5 teammates. The leader stepped forward with a condescending sneer. You idiots. You really came running to your deaths the second you got our fake signal. He curled his lips into a gruesome smile, a trail of blood dripping from his chin as he laughed. Now, prepare yourselves for Clement Hokan. I'm going to paint this place red. Hokan stepped forward with a chilling warning. Soon, you'll be meeting the same end as your comrades. Nguyen Lin roared in fury and lunged at the enemy. Damn it, you piece of absolute trash. Nguyen Ling, stop. Don't be reckless. Get back here, Li Biao shouted. But Nguyen Lin was already in Hokan's face, raining down a barrage of strikes. But Nguyen Lin's blade couldn't even leave a scratch on the villain's monstrous heavy armor. Panic set in as his sword bounced off harmlessly. How is it not piercing through? Hokan just laughed, mocking his effort. What's wrong? Are you trying to tickle me? Oh, right. I forgot to mention. Unless you have the power to kill me in a single blow, every wound you give me only makes me stronger. In a flash, Hokan's hand shot forward, catching Nguyen Lin completely off guard. What? Hokan grinned manically. Time for your head to bloom like a flower. A terrifying pressure surged, causing Nguyen Lin's eyes to turn blood red. In the next heartbeat, Nguyen Lin's life was snuffed out by Hokan's bare hand. The rest of the team screamed in absolute horror. Nguyen Lin, Pillar Chu, and No watched in stunned silence. Suddenly, another figure materialized behind the brute Hokan. Hokan, do you always have to be so incredibly crude and messy? He gently stroked the edge of his blade. If you scare my adorable little prey to death, my heart will simply break. This was the level 50 swordsman. Wah. A girl with vibrant blue hair stepped out next, looking thoroughly annoyed. You two are so boring. Stop the useless chatter. Let's end this quickly. This was Christina, a level 50 witch. Hokan smirked. Hey, Wah. Why are you two butting in? Didn't I say these playthings were all mine? Wah immediately protested. Now, that's not fair. You're being way too greedy. Hokan. Pillar Chu gritted his teeth. Assessing the situation, these 3 enemies were absolute monsters. I have to hold them back. Li Biao barked a command. Pillar, help me break through the encirclement. Ziyan, protect Known at all costs. The battle exploded instantly. Pillar Chu was the first to charge. The Saint Radiance Vanguard is here. I am the world's #1 war god. Come at me. You trash. He leaped into the sky as lightning crackled around him, slamming down into the enemy ranks and sending them screaming into the air. Wah watched the display, his eyes lighting up with sadistic excitement. The world's #1 war god. Who then? Let's see if you can handle my blade. Hokan snarled, refusing to back down. Don't you dare steal him from me. This kid's got spirit. It'll be so satisfying to crush his skull myself. But Li Biao intercepted him. Your opponent is me. Nearby. Hua raised his weapon with a cold, sharp smile. Take note. Boy. This is the blade that will end you, the underworld sword. Pillar Chu channeled his power for a massive counterstrike. Don't make me laugh. I'm the #1 war god. I won't let a cocky bastard like you look down on me. Their blades clashed with a thunderous roar. W.H. was secretly stunned by the boy's immense power. Yet a wicked smirk crept across his face as he invoked his phantom afterimage. In a flash, he vanished from the warrior's sight. W.H. circled behind Pillar, taunting him. You complete idiot. I'm right here. A razor-sharp blade swung with lethal intent, but luckily, Pillar's instincts flared, allowing him to leap away just in time to evade the strike. Pillar gritted his teeth in frustration. The enemy was too fast, and his eyes couldn't keep up with the flickering movements of W.H. as he phased in and out of reality. Trash will always be trash, no matter how loud they bark. Now, perish. Suddenly, Pillar's eyes ignited with a strange, sudden realization as he watched his foe, W.H., struck from the blind spot with his piercing slash. A fountain of fresh blood instantly sprayed out, painting the surrounding space in a gruesome crimson. W.H. let out a surprised gasp as he saw Li Bu blocking his blade. The veteran struggled against the steel, gasping. You won't touch the boy as long as I live. Did you think you could just ignore me? Pillar cried out in shock. Captain, but Li Bu's voice boomed over him with a desperate, urgent warning. Focus. Pillar, take Nguyen Yuan and get out of here. Now I'll hold this monster back. So move it. Now. But in that heartbeat, Hawkman's fist slammed into Li Bu's head. Didn't I say I was your opponent? Why are you running over to this side? Li Bu collapsed right before Pillar's eyes, fueling his agonizing rage. Meanwhile, the two villains began to mock each other with sadistic, casual glee. Hawkman, you're useless. How could you let that old man get in my way? Quiet, it was just a momentary lapse in concentration. All right. Memories of Li Bu flooded Pillar's mind, the heavy, encouraging hand on his shoulder. Pilar? I've always admired Giang Khai. You're both my proud subordinates, and although he's the one who brings out your true potential, there is one thing I will never lose to him in. Back then, the captain had smiled with absolute confidence, making a vow that would echo through Pillar's mind in this dark hour, and that is, I will protect every single one of my comrades until the very last second of my life. Now, standing before Li Bu's mangled, bloody body, a tidal wave of raw, uncontainable emotions surged within Pillar, becoming impossible to suppress any longer. On the other side, Christina finished Sister Hua with a cold burst of magic. Know your place. Weakling. Suddenly, an enemy scout lunged at Nuanuan, screaming. Nuanuan was too distracted by her grief to notice the danger, crying out for Sister Hua as Hawkman and W.H. continued their arrogant challenge. These Holy Radiance warriors are nothing but garbage. Come on. Let's see who claims this prize first. I won't be handing him over to you. Pillar's jaw tightened as a primal roar escaped his throat. You bastards. A terrifying explosion of power suddenly erupted from his trembling frame. The sheer intensity of the aura left both W.H. and Hawkman paralyzed with shock. What the? Nuanuan fell to her knees beside Sister Hua's body. Sobbing, Pillar grabbed her arm, pulling her up with a firm grip. She's gone. Nuanuan, we have to leave this place right now. Suddenly, a glowing card manifested in Pillar's hand. W.H. lunged forward with greedy eyes. So, it's primal force, the very thing you martial artists are so proud of. It seems Holy Radiance finally sent someone capable of soul fusion into the fray after all. Hawkman's killing intent flared, suffocating the air around them. Thinking of running, you're leaving your lives here today. Not a single one of you escapes. Nuanuan cried out a warning as Pillar charged forward to meet them. W.H. engaged him in a fierce dance of blades, his voice dripping with utter contempt. Your primal power is pathetic. That last move was nothing but dumb luck. Now, feel the true edge of my soul-devouring blade. Pillar gritted his teeth, pouring everything into his defense. But a sickening crack rang out. His sword had been snapped clean in half. Seizing the moment, Hawkman landed a devastating sneak attack on Pillar's back, shouting, Perish! You worthless fool! The impact sent him flying like a broken doll, and in the chaos, Nuanuan was captured. No, she screamed as their hope began to vanish. Christina descended from the sky, her voice cold and demanding. Enough of this. How long are you two going to play with your food? She used her spirit magic to bind Pillar tightly. As he struggled and screamed for freedom, she simply mocked his desperate. Fut-il effort? I'll admit, holding out this long against such odds is impressive. She said haughtily, but your little mission was compromised from the very beginning. We've known your every move and set this trap long before you even arrived to face us. Struggling is useless now. Pillar glared at them with eyes full of murderous intent. Christina sighed coldly. Don't look at me like that. Your multi-nation alliance to break our siege was a clever move to increase your chances of victory. But the more people involved, the easier it is for secrets to leak. Isn't it? A sinister smirk twisted her lips. For example, one of those nations traded your entire plan just to buy their way into the rankings. Pillar's face turned pale with horror as the truth set in. Hawkman slammed his boot onto Pillar's chest, pinning him into the dirt. Hey, Christina. What are you and this brat whispering about? He sneered down at the boy. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to him. Is a piece of trash like this better than me? The great Hawkman, W.H., added his own venomous sarcasm to the air. Toying with a lady like that, that's hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Hawkman. Christina ignored their petty squabbling and issued a cold command. Just give them a quick, painless death and be done with it. In her cold heart, they were rivals worthy of respect. But Hawkman blocked her path, a demonic grin spreading across his face. Why the hurry? We'll keep the healer to fix our wounds. But this stubborn brat, I'll keep his broken soul for holy radiance to play with later. In a hidden corner of the dense forest, guards maintain a suffocatingly tight perimeter. Suddenly, a shadow flickers behind a sentinel, a precise strike to the pressure point, and the guard collapses, frothing at the mouth in an instant. The silent predator is none other than Giang Khai. Deep down, his resolve burns like a furnace. Master, Nuan? I swear I will bring you both back safely. Chapter 133 takes us back to the moment the portal manifested. As Lam Lam recalls the frantic whispers of the crowd, did you see that video? It's been 2 whole days. Why hasn't the military deployed a new breakthrough squad yet? Strategy takes time. Charging in now is just a death sentence. And the high command isn't suicidal. St. Glory has been humiliated before the world. We're the laughingstock of the entire planet. She clenches her fists, her blood boiling with fury. Is there truly no one who can crush those monstrous beasts? I'd give my life just to drag them to hell with me. Images of a battered Noan haunt her mind, fueling a wave of self-loathing. Noan, I'm so sorry. Your big sister was too weak to protect you. Professor Lee's voice breaks her trance, reminding her to compile the data once they return. Yes. Sir. Lam Lam quickly calls out. Professor, is today's data collection already finished? He nods gravely. It is. The ghost star was already a massive enigma, but this DLAC land teleportation array confirms my fears. The secrets buried within the ghost star go far deeper than any of us ever dared to imagine. Suddenly, he pauses, remembering something. By the way, Lam Lam, are you holding up okay about your sister and the High Command's decision? Forcing a mask of composure. She replies, I understand. Professor, the military has its strategies. Just having access to this site is enough for now. Professor Lee offers a sympathetic look. Even at such a young age, Noan showed incredible bravery. You should be immensely proud of her. As a soldier yourself, you must keep the bigger picture in mind. Lam steps forward, her voice steady. Professor, let's head back. Suddenly, a figure among the troops catches her eye. Wait. That's Giang Khai. He actually disguised himself to infiltrate this place. At that exact moment, a shout rings out. Stop them. Don't let anyone through. The guards spin around. Weapons drawn, Giang Khai's eyes flash with determination. He bolts instantly, leaving the onlookers paralyzed with shock. Supervisor, apprehend him. As he blurs past Lam Lam, their eyes meet for a split second before he drops a canister. Thick, blinding smoke erupts, swallowing the room. The soldiers scramble in the chaos. A smoke bomb. What's happening? Giang Khai is momentarily stunned to see Lam Lam standing perfectly still amidst the confusion. It turns out, the one who triggered the distraction was her. Lam's lips tremble as she whispers, Nuan? I'm counting on you. Giang Khai. As he vanishes through the gate, Lam offers a silent prayer. Please, bring her back alive. The scene shifts to Lakland, where a crowd gathers at the entrance. Look, someone's coming through the entry point. Which country is it this time? Haven't they been tortured enough? If 100 come, We kill 100. If 200 come, we slaughter them all. Giang Khai steps out of the portal with slow, deliberate strides. He stands tall before the hostiles, his presence commanding and unyielding. What? Only one person from St. Glory. The mob bursts into mocking laughter. And here I thought a real threat had crawled out. He's just a stray dog from St. Glory, sending a soft, pretty boy like you to negotiate. How pathetic. Is everyone else in your country dead? Or are they all just home pissing their pants in fear? Power surges through Giang Khai's veins. I think you've got it all wrong, he says coldly. I didn't come here to talk. One of them continues to jeer. Not here to negotiate. Then what the hell are you here for? Giang Khai's gaze turns ice cold as he declares, I'm here to kill. In the next heartbeat, he unleashes his power. Gambler's time. His speed becomes a blur, moving so fast that the world seems to stand still for his enemies. In the blink of an eye, the entire guard unit at the gate is annihilated. Cut to the military war room, where the atmosphere is thick with tension. Thinthun speaks with a heavy, authoritative tone. Have we identified the rogue nation yet? Veung crosses his arms, his face grim. It's confirmed. Country H abandoned the Dawn operation under a false pretext. Reports show 3 of their squads have already seized positions within Dilak land. Thunfong slams his fist onto the table in a fit of rage. The high commander of City A hisses, those treacherous bastards. The traitors have stolen a key position in the national rankings, while our people are trapped in that hellhole. Their fate's unknown. Thien Thun's voice trembles with worry. Are we truly helpless? Can we only sit here and wait for death? Just then, a soldier burst into the room. Report, Commander Hoa. A lone individual has breached Dilak land. Thien Thun stands up in shock. What? Explain yourself immediately. The soldier brings up his system interface to show the live data feed. 10 minutes ago, Giang Khai from the Fire God squad disguised himself as a patroller and infiltrated the rift. Thunfong erupts. He's insane. This is pure recklessness. Where did this Giang Khai come from? Does he think he's some kind of hero? He's throwing his life away. But the soldier's next words leave the entire room in a stunned, deafening silence. Incredibly, just 15 minutes after entry, all 15 elite guards at Point A have been completely neutralized by Giang Khai. The generals can only gasp in pure disbelief. What angel barked out the command, alerting the world's leaders? Our vanguard has already breached the entry gates. Plan B will be initiated in 30 minutes. Ngoksam spoke with a hint of hesitation. Commander Hoa, Plan B is of paramount importance. Should we conduct further screenings to prevent another traitorous nation from emerging? Ung cut in sharply. There is no time. 74 nations have already discovered the teleportation array of the Maitreya lands. Giang Khai has paved the way for us. And we must seize this golden opportunity. Angel nodded in grim agreement. Exactly. Initiate Plan B, immediately. Deploy all military forces and prepare to seize the Maitreya lands. The scene shifts to Zhongtrung City. Inside the military psychiatric center, whispers filled the air. Who is that? He doesn't look like one of ours. Lai Bu huspt in Uttershok. Giang Khai, someone asked curiously. Just who is this Giang Khai? Meanwhile, at class 253, in Brother Z's classroom, the boys were in an uproar as the news went viral. Who is that guy? He looks so incredibly badass. I can't believe he's storming the Maitreya lands all by himself. Z leaned in to see, recognizing Giang Khai on the screen. She cried out his name. Simultaneously, massive digital billboards across the city flashed the shocking breaking news for all to see. An unidentified Saint Shine explorer has entered the Maitreya lands alone. The scene shifts back to Yuan Zhu. Noan. And the captives. Noan's voice trembled as she called out. Zhu? Zhu, please don't fall asleep, he replied faintly. Noan. It hurts so much. Are we going to die? I'm so scared. Hearing those words, tears streamed down Noan's face. Yet she refused to let him give up. Zhu, pull yourself together. You are the world's greatest war god, she reminded him. Everyone is watching us. We cannot bring shame upon Saint Shine. Yuan Zhu was consumed by a crushing sense of guilt and self-reproach. But I watched them murder Sister Hoa. I saw the captain and Brother Tran's heads get crushed. That giant. He's an unkillable monster. His eyelids grew heavy as his strength faded. Noan. I'm so terrified. I don't think I can hold on much longer. She screamed his name desperately. Juju, suddenly. A guard stepped forward and splashed cold water directly into his face. Don't you dare sleep. Stay awake for me. It's no fun if you die too quickly. Another guard let out a sadistic sneer. Hey, you Saint Shine mongrels, where are those cowardly comrades of yours? Why haven't they come to save you yet? The group erupted in mocking laughter. Saint Shine is pathetic. You've been bound for 2 days and they don't even have the guts to fight. Bo Yao stepped forward with a cruel grin. Wake up and cry. Weakling, let everyone see exactly how stiff the backbone of Saint Shine really is. No one called out to Zhu in panic. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden light descended from the heavens, striking Bo Yao with incredible force. None's eyes widened, and even Yuan Zhu looked up to see their savior. Bo Yao was sent flying backwards by the impact. Giang Khai had arrived. The backbone of Saint Shine is at least 100 times harder than your pathetic bones. Zhu. No one. I'm sorry I'm late. The enemy crowd immediately shouted for the Hawkman Association. Someone is here for the hostages. Kill him. Giang Kai's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. Forgive me. No one. I'm afraid you'll have to hang there for just a bit longer. In an instant, he unleashed his power and threw himself into the fray. Huo Wu eagerly began chanting her hypnosis spell. Giang Khai instantly triggered his mental shield. His entire body enveloped in a radiant aura. Huo Wu gasped, seeing him resist her magic. What my hypnosis failed, is that power actually burning through my spell? Even so, she continued her arrogant provocation. You're not that strong. Are you? You can't even scratch my armor. Suddenly, her eyes filled with terror as Christina was blown to pieces. How is this possible? Hao Nian charged forward with a roar. Just die already. Elsewhere. Diep then leaped into the sky. You Saint Shine brat. Taste the fury of my earth-splitting slash. Vian Hang unleashed a withered curse. Your soul will be shackled to the darkest, deepest level of hell forever, facing all three at once. Giang Khai moved like a lightning bolt, leaving a trail of blazing fire. The trio vanished instantly. His movements are too deceptive. He's too fast, damn it. Why is my soul-binding curse completely useless against him? Ignoring the explosions, Giang Khai systematically began eliminating the rest. But from the shadows, a pair of eyes watched him. Jing Zi drew his bow with a cold smirk. Once my poison arrow finds its mark, you're a dead man. Luckily, no spotted the threat. Khai, watch your back, spinning around at her warning. He narrowly dodged the arrow as it grazed his leg. Giang Khai tumbled to the ground from the momentum, but managed to fire off a dart. You're the one seeking death. The assassin was instantly eliminated. No one cried out in worry. Khai, run. There are too many of them. Just leave us. Zhu could only mumble his name. Giang Khai lay on the dirt, his leg trembling from the toxin. Sensing his weakness, the remaining enemies surged forward like a tide. The poison is working charge. Don't kill him yet. Make him savor the absolute terror of death. Keep struggling. You arrogant brat, you'll be carved into mincemeat soon. This is the price you pay for playing the hero. Then, a barrage of slashes rained down upon him. Witnessing this brutal sight, Noan felt her heart stop in terror. Even Yuan Zhu couldn't hold back his tears. While Brother Zi's phone slipped from his hand as he collapsed onto the ground, his classmates panicked, shouting for someone to help him. The hospital staff stood in shock. Those bastards deserved to be slaughtered. Back at headquarters, Wei Ying slammed his fist onto the table until it shattered. His face was masked in pure, unbridled fury. Despite the bitterness, the Commander Angel had to lead. Pianbe. How much time is left? The subordinate replied, 10 minutes and 3 seconds. Tianshen gritted his teeth, swearing Plan B must succeed to make them pay. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhu stood there in complete, stunned silence. Is Kai gone? He let out a primal scream of rage. You bastards, if you have the guts, come face me one-on-one. I'll carve you all into pieces myself. But suddenly, out of nowhere, Giang Kai's voice drifted through the air. Yuan Zhu, I didn't know you were so sentimental when you were sober. I'm actually a little touched. Yuan Chu froze in shock. And Noan cheered. There was Giang Khai, perched in a tree. Stop shouting. My fate is quite stubborn. Noan cried out. Hi, you're alive. Yuan Zhu was so happy, he started sobbing. Am I seeing a ghost right now? A severed rope lay abandoned on the dirt nearby, next to several empty bottles discarded in the wake of the chaos. Giang Khai shifted awkwardly under their intense gaze. Boss. No one. If you keep staring, you're going to burn a hole through my face. Yuan Zhu and Noan ignored his plea, leaning in closer to inspect every inch of him from head to toe. Noan was the first to break the heavy silence. She asked urgently, What on earth happened? How is this even possible? I clearly saw you get hit by that poisoned arrow. But how were there two of you? Giang Khai explained with a smirk. That arrow only managed to graze my pant leg. He revealed. The one attacked was just a decoy, a body double from my new class skill. Yuan Zhu gasped. Wait. You've already advanced your class. Noan still looked shaken and worried. So that person earlier was really just a substitute. Giang Khai nodded firmly. Exactly. About 30 seconds ago, I gritted my teeth and activated my decoy flare just in time. The pursuers fell right into his trap, charging forward thinking they had him. He's poisoned. Make sure his death is as agonizing as possible. Keep dancing while you can. Brat, just wait until we skin you alive and turn you into a pile of meat. This is what you get for playing hero. Little did they know. That was the moment Giang Khai made his secret escape. He held up a small puppet to show them. What you all saw was my substitute doll. It acted as the perfect distraction for my retreat while I hid in the bushes. His friends were speechless. It was truly miraculous. Yuan Zhu immediately urged him. Kai, we need to move before they realize it's a fake. If those three psychos catch up, we're definitely dead. No one agreed. Kai, you've pushed yourself too hard. You can't take them all on in your current state. Meanwhile, the hunters were still relentlessly hacking away at the lifeless puppet. Cruel laughter filled the air. Look at this coward, so arrogant a moment ago. And now you're silent. Now you're just a dead dog. This is for being so cocky. Suddenly, Tuan Lang stopped mid-swing. He narrowed his eyes, sensing something was wrong. He stared toward a withered tree, suddenly realizing that something didn't add up. His eyes darted around until, finally, he spotted three figures crouching behind a thicket of bushes. Tuan Lang let out a furious roar to his men. Stop, we've been played. They're over there. Giang Khai quickly grabbed his friend's shoulders. There's no time, Yuan Zhu. Take no unknown and run. I'll hold them off. Yuan Zhu looked back in horror. Wait. Kai, you're planning to face those monsters all by yourself. He pushed them toward the path. Standing his ground. Just go, trust me. I'll catch up with you soon. Decoy flare. Release, Giang Khai shouted. Instantly, the tattered puppet on the ground vanished into thin air. Tuan Lang's group screamed. Block them. Don't let a single one escape. Known called out his name in worry. Yuan Zhu squeezed his eyes shut and pulled her away. You better survive this. You idiot. You have to come back. Watching the enemies swarm him. Giang Khai prepared his power. Don't worry about me. This trash isn't enough to kill me. With a sharp motion, he unleashed a storm of daggers. The power of the attack, forcing agonizing screams from the crowd. The ground shattered and dust billowed up, masking the area. But then, a voice dripping with malice cut through the air. You useless failures. You let a weakling like this tear you apart. Hawkman lunged forward, delivering a devastating kick. Though he managed to brace himself, the force of the impact sent him hurtling backward until he smashed into a massive boulder. Hawkman's interest was piqued seeing Giang Khai still standing after that blow. What? Is he still just a green brat? He barked. Go capture him now. The others charged while WH mocked him. Two cute kittens. Running away while we're just warming up. How incredibly naughty of you. Hawkman snarled a cold warning. You should have listened. Breaking their legs earlier would have been better. The so-called elegance of some people is truly nothing but a hindrance. Christina sneered in disdain. Does your method do anything besides getting my shoes dirty? The three bickered. Yet their coordination remained lethal. And WH, Christina added with disgust. I'm warning you one last time. Stop using that nauseating tone. Suddenly, Giang Khai smirked and whispered, Pity. A blade materialized, piercing Hawkman's hand. His eyes bulged, turning bloodshot, before the pain even registered. Hawkman gasped in confusion. Wait. What just happened? WH and Christina were stunned. Hawkman recalled the moment. Damit. Was it from back then? The memory flashed back to Hawkman lunging at Giang Khai. A bunch of useless trash. He'd roared. Did you really let a weakling kill you like this while defending? Giang Kai's hand glowed with hidden power, while Hawkman was caught up in his own excitement. Giang Khai had secretly driven a blade into his hand. Back in the present, he sighed. I almost blew it to pieces. Hawkman laughed in pure rage, healing his hand. He spat. An unweaned brat like you actually dares to act so arrogant. Hawkman lunged forward with a murderous fist, his voice dripping with lethal provocation. I'll crush your skull and see what's actually inside. WH also drew his sword to provide backup. Wakui man. You're losing your cool. Let me teach him the beautiful sound of snapping bones instead. Chapter 137. Hawkman threw a devastating punch. Luckily, Giang Khai retreated in time to dodge the strike. The blow shattered the earth beneath them. Giang Khai leaped back, trying to maintain a safe distance. Before he could even catch his breath, he was forced back into the life and death struggle. WH thrust his sword, but Giang Khai pivoted away, countering with a barrage of throwing knives. WH evaded with ease, laughing. Great speed. It's so amusing to watch prey struggle before it dies, but it's even more fun when they wait for death. WH unleashed his void-piercing technique, Hawkman charged again, raising his fist high. Brat, I'm going to smash you into a pancake. Christina unleashed her entangling voodoo. You two, idiots. Enough with this hunting game, she snapped. 3 simultaneous attacks converged to Mon's brutal smash. Vu's lethal sword. And Christina's thorny, grasping vines. Yet, through some miracle, Giang Khai managed to evade every single one of them. He kicked off the ground, surging forward like a lightning bolt between the 2 attackers before they could react. Their faces were frozen in shock. Using his superior speed, Giang Khai bypassed the vines to reach Christina. Suddenly, a vine coiled tightly around his leg. Think my voodoo is weaker than their strikes, she gloated. You've severely underestimated me. Giang Khai said nothing, immediately launching a flurry of throwing knives. Christina laughed arrogantly. Think cutting these vines will save you. You are far too naive. However, the knife struck the ground instead. Christina's heart sank. Wait. His target is underground. She watched in horror as the blades hit the vine roots. Instantly, flames erupted, incinerating the plants. How is this possible? She screamed. The battle was being broadcast on a large screen for observers. Thien then couldn't hide his amazement as he watched the screen. Giang Khai chose a direct confrontation to break the voodoo. He purposely lured the others away to isolate Christina. Then Fong nodded in approval. A feigned retreat to mask a lethal counterattack. That kid is a natural deceiver, the young added with a proud smirk. When people think he's losing it, they've already fallen into his trap. This is likely just the beginning. Unaware of the discussion happening behind the scenes, Giang Khai kept the pressure on his foes. They leaped away to avoid his fire. He turned to Christina. Holding his knives, he said, Christina, you showed respect to the saint warrior, so I'll give you a quick death. How ridiculous, she spat, raising her staff with an arrogant, murderous glare. It's too early to celebrate. Who dies is yet to be seen, she sneered. You dare compare your pathetic flames to mine. I'll show you the true power of nature. With those words, Christina unleashed a devastating witchcraft fireball. Giang Khai threw his dagger with absolute confidence. Her fireball roared forward, a massive force of nature obliterating everything in its path. Undeterred, Giang Kai's dagger charged straight into the heart of the raging inferno. To everyone's shock, that tiny blade withstood the fireball's fury, piercing right through it to continue its deadly trajectory. Christina screamed in terror. Impossible. Just how powerful is his attack? As the blade closed in on her, Christina panicked. She raised her staff and chanted a dark incantation, summoning a nightmare wall in the name of the night. A dark protective dome flickered into existence, successfully intercepting the incoming dagger. However, the dagger's force was too much. Cracks spiderwebbed across her shield before it shattered, allowing the blade to bury itself in her chest. Staring at the hilt protruding from her heart, she gasped in disbelief. How could he have broken through her dark witchcraft? Suddenly, the dagger exploded with violent force. Christina let out one final, desperate scream. As the smoke cleared, only Christina's broken body remained among the ruins. Giang Khai stood by the crater, his cold gaze devoid of pity. You were a worthy opponent, he muttered. Too bad you chose the wrong side. He then calmly turned to leave. Suddenly, Christina's body emitted a strange glow. Giang Khai spun around just as a streak of purple light surged toward him. A system notification flashed. Warning, you have been afflicted by the Vengeance Curse. Vengeance Curse, a final spell cast upon the killer at the moment of a witch's death. If the killer uses the same method to slay another witch, they will suffer the exact same damage. Giang Kai's eyes widened in horror. What? He recalled his knowledge of this world. Witches were a new class from the foreign lands that only appeared 3 months ago. They were a mysterious and eerie group, moving like shadows with no fixed tracks. Even international records had little on them. He never expected a death curse, similar to the merman boss. He gripped his dagger, filled with doubt. What exactly did the curse mean by the same method? He had used the upgraded lethal strike to kill Christina. If he used the older version, would the curse still trigger? Heckman taunted him. I assume you received Christina's parting gift, feeling regret for killing her yet. Too bad it's too late now. Heckman sneered. W.H. standing nearby with his sword, chimed in. What a pity. It seems Lady Luck is being stingy today. How long can a clawless beast survive in a hunter's territory? Suddenly, he turned to Heckman. Heckman, let's make a deal. Let me handle this guy. You can have whoever shows up next. Heckman laughed excitedly. Fine. But keep his head for me. I want to turn him into fireworks myself. W.H. drew his sword with a grin. No problem. He lunged at Giang Khai, shouting, time for this blade to taste blood. He activated Phantom Afterimage, Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed as he immediately activated his voidification skill. The moment W.H. strike landed, Jiang Kai's form vanished completely. W.H. frowned in confusion. He disappeared. In that instant, Jiang Khai materialized behind him, grabbing his shoulder while readying his weapon. In the other hand, W.H. Schmierked. You think that's enough to catch me? He triggered Phantom Escape, shifting behind Jiang Khai and throwing the youth off balance. W.H. glanced at Jiang Khai mockingly. Your lethal projectiles are sealed, and you can't use that escape skill again so soon. Can you? He gripped his hilt tighter, forcing me to use the soul-devouring blade against a level 60. You've got talent. He turned with a murderous grin. But I'm afraid your journey ends here. The W.H. roared. The soul-devouring blade's ultimate move was unleashed instantly. The sword tip lunged straight for Jiang Kai's heart. Jiang Khai stood his ground, bracing for the impact. He didn't dodge, letting the blade graze him instead. The one who's dying. Jiang Khai growled. Is you. He lunged forward, snapping a card toward W.H. The hunter gritted his teeth, tilting his head back just in time to avoid it, feeling the sting as the card cut his handsome face. W.H. realized a hidden projectile, but it didn't stop there. Jiang Khai manipulated the card, forcing it to curve back around for another strike. Now understanding the trick, W.H. raised his sword arrogantly. Before my soul-devouring blade, your weapons are nothing but trash. Let me shatter your last bit of hope. He swung hard at the card, but it was incredibly solid enough to crack W.H. his blade upon impact. Shocked, his eyes went wide. What just happened? Before he could react, the card tore through his chest. Blood sprayed like a fountain as his legs gave way. Standing behind him, Jiang Khai reclaimed his card. I heard your Soul Eater blade was a unique grade weapon, he whispered. He smirked in derision. But it seems it's nothing special. W.H. struggled with his final breath. What kind of weapon are you using? Tell me. Before he could finish, Jiang Khai sent a card straight through his skull. W.H. was completely eliminated, his lifeless body slamming onto the cold ground, coldly retrieving his card. Jiang Khai spoke plainly. All you need to know is that it's stronger than yours. Watching from the sidelines, Hawkman began to clap. He stepped forward slowly, his voice dripping with a twisted, manic excitement. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. You took out 2 powerful enemies in a heartbeat. That's a lot of trouble saved for the global championship. Giang Khai replied coldly. I can save you even more trouble, like making sure you never reach that championship at all. Hawkman laughed. Is that so? I've already seen through your little tricks. That clone skill of yours seems to reset your status. He casually continued his analysis. Beyond that, your specialty is long-range attacks with hidden projectiles. Crossing his arms, Hawkman looked down at the corpse with a mocking grin. You know, until his very last breath, that pathetic worm W.H. never truly understood. Christina died by your dart, and you killed him while under the retribution curse, without taking a scratch. If I'm not mistaken, he raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with provocation. That dart wasn't a real weapon at all. Was it just another weapon in disguise? Am I right? Giang Khai remained silent, undeterred. Hawkman continued his calm explanation. Silence is fine. I've already deduced that your attacks rely entirely on gambling for critical hits. He began to break it down. One of your talents must provide a massive critical multiplier. It gives your darts a stable crit rate, making your attacks look terrifying on the surface. But in reality, you aren't a fighter, especially not in close quarters. Jiang Khai was stunned. He hadn't expected the man to uncover almost everything. Hawkman glanced at the wound W.H. had left earlier. You're injured, and your stamina is fading fast, he declared with absolute arrogance. Now that I've seen your cards, you won't get another chance to use those black darts on me. Hawkman pulled out his own ability card, gloating. And I happen to be the ultimate counter for a gambler like you. A mysterious gem appeared, greedily absorbing swirling clouds of dark red energy. As the image of Hawkman holding the gem hit the screens, the entire meeting room erupted. Is that the Berserker's blood? They cried in horror. Hawkman's body surged with an explosive new power. According to the records, the Berserker's blood was a sacred treasure exclusive to the barbarian tribes. For a barbarian who grows stronger with every wound, this blood grants a state of violent rage, instantly tripling their combat power. Hearing the explanation, the observers gasped in unison. What, triple the power? Thien Thun whispered nervously. Giang Khai. Can he really hold on until Plan B is ready? Ver-Ung sat on edge, trembling with anxiety. Meanwhile, Hawkman flexed his overwhelming aura, taunting his prey. Do you realize what this is? The Berserker's blood is far superior to trash, like the Soul Eater blade. He roared with manic bloodlust. I'm going to crush every bone in your body slowly. I'll show the whole world exactly how pathetic the strongest of the Holy Radiants truly are. With a burst of speed, Hawkman lunged. In front of me? You're nothing but a piece of trash. Even as the monster closed in, Giang Khai didn't flinch. He stood his ground. Motionless, Hawkman seized his shoulder, certain of his victory, and let out a booming laugh. Realized you can't run good. A stray dog should know when to lie down and die. He wound up a massive, arrogant fist. Now, enjoy the pain. The punch connected squarely with Giang Khai's jaw. He followed up with a brutal uppercut, then a heavy hook to the other side to keep things balanced, grabbing Giang Khai by the hair. His face twisted in pure contempt. One last strike to shatter your skull. At that exact moment, Giang Khai began to laugh. A chill ran down Hawkman's spine. Wait. Could it be? Behind him, another Giang Khai appeared, darting away to safety. Back in the infirmary, the spectators were glued to the screen. Har Min shouted in excitement. I knew it. The one he caught was just a decoy. Dung Kwang nodded in relief. Exactly. If the real main character was caught, he'd be dead. He was only that calm because it was a clone, Li Biao observed thoughtfully, noting that Giang Kai's combat experience was still quite green. To a seasoned veteran, his movements were easy to read, and his acting was a bit clumsy. Regardless, he had successfully escaped Hyman's clutches. Watching him retreat, Li Biao noted, next time, we must advise Giang Khai. A decoy needs to look more panicked for the enemy to truly fall for it. After all, Hyman finally snapped out of it, roaring in pure rage. You think you can run? He discarded the decoy and pursued. You're too green to play tricks on me. Meanwhile, Giang Khai maintained his deceptive state. Hyman suddenly skidded to a halt, eyes widening in shock as his entire body froze while staring at Giang Khai. He struggled to move, but it was futile. Damit? He cursed inwardly. My perception is completely paralyzed. Giang Kai's figure became a blurry haze in Hyman's vision. Curse it. He couldn't even track the boy's movements. Tossing aside an empty recovery potion, Giang Khai spoke coldly. Think you're an undying barbarian. He lunged forward with explosive power, summoning his twin short swords. He charged. Let's see exactly how long you can actually endure this. Using his gambler's time ability, Giang Khai landed 2 swift strikes. The system flashed. Attack speed increased by 100%. Giang Khai smirked. Barbarians focus solely on physical training, leaving their mental defenses weak and vulnerable. Under the influence of his deception state, a relentless assault with dual blades would surely shatter that armor. Memories of the bloodbath at Point A flashed through his mind as Giang Khai gripped his hilts tighter. The system echoed attack speed plus 20%, critical damage plus 15%. Combo effect triggered continuous strike armor break activated. Returning to reality, he rained blows upon Hyman with those very blades. Seeing the brute still grinning, Giang Kai's brow furrowed. What a critical hit hasn't been triggered yet. Hyman realized the intent and sneered. You think these 2 toothpicks can break my armor? Fat chance. Giang Khai just smirked. Is that so? They're more than enough to peel off that turtle shell of yours. He swung down with crushing force. Add insult to injury, Giang Khai bellowed. The system confirmed the activation of his specialized strike against the target. For every 1% of the enemy's lost stamina, Giang Kai's base attributes and critical rate surged by 1%. The downward slash threatened to cleave Hyman in 2. The brute stood dazed, failing to comprehend the unfolding disaster. Yet, Hyman managed to flex his reinforced muscles to tank the hit. Giang Kai's voice dripped with mockery. Is this all a berserker's blood is worth pathetic? He continued his relentless flurry. His tongue as sharp as his blades. A barbarian is just a beast in a frenzy. Looking down on the radiant ones. You hurt my friends and claimed to be my natural counter. The final strike shattered Hyman's defense completely. A blood-curdling scream erupted as Hyman was sent flying, his massive body skidding violently across the dirt. The giant crashed heavily against the jagged ground and lay there, motionless and broken. To ensure the kill, Giang Khai lunged once more with murderous intent. Today, I'll be the one to kill a counter like you. The strike was so powerful it cracked the earth, burying the blade deep into Hyman's rugged chest. Armor shattered, facing death. Hyman grit his teeth and forced himself upright with every ounce of his remaining strength. No, I won't lose. I'll take you to hell with me. Suddenly, the blade pierced through, blood coating the cold steel. Hyman's eyes bulged with pure disbelief as he stared at the two blades buried deep within his vitals. What Shen Feng screamed in horror. Hyman's legendary defense and berserker buffs were bypassed, his weak point was struck. Tian Chen began his analysis. From what I know of high-tier dagger masters, they usually focus on sheer attack, intensity, and rapid speed, but they don't directly boost crit rates like this. He shared his theory. Is his true strength melee? Not ranged. But is this level of power even possible for someone only at level 20? Only Wei Ying knew the truth. Scoffing silently. No. Giang Khai's true specialty has always been long-range combat. Recalling the battle, he hesitated. Today, using melee weapons, the boy had unleashed an even more terrifying critical burst. Seeing Giang Khai's confident expression, Wei Ying felt certain the boy was only getting stronger as the fight progressed. Back at the scene, Giang Khai looked down at Hyman's mangled form and taunted. Hey, big guy, didn't you enjoy crushing people's heads? Giang Khai drew a card, a cold sneer on his lips. I have a hobby too. Hyman looked up in pure terror. His heart filled with a sudden, icy dread. He swung his sword with icy precision, his voice a chilling warning. Mark my words. Never lay a finger on anyone from Saint Radiance again. As the death card manifested, a sinister aura began to echo through the void. The time was not yet ripe. Hawkman felt as if his very flesh was being torn asunder, his agonizing screams piercing the heavy silence. Damit. What is this? Unable to endure the hellish torture, Hawkman's voice cracked, dripping with pure, unadulterated suffering. Just kill me. If you have the guts, then end my life. Giang Khai flashed a bright smile, yet it was a grin that sent shivers down the spine, the face of a true demon. What's the rush? He whispered. I told you. The time hasn't come yet. I'm afraid you'll have to savor this exquisite agony for a while longer. Meanwhile, at the Country Y headquarters, a group of high-ranking officials sat around a circular table, lost in grim contemplation. Suddenly, Christina came rushing in. Despite being restrained by the guards, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Commander Mac, please, send reinforcements into the land of Maitreya immediately. Replaying the events from 15 minutes ago. The image of Hawkman screaming for death burned in her mind. Christina thought in terror. What on earth? Did that Saint Radiance brat really break a monster like Hawkman to this extent, to the point where even begging for death has become a forbidden luxury? She recalled Giang Khai's earlier words. Christina, since you are the only one who showed respect to the Saint Radiance warriors, I'll give you a swift end. Christina covered her mouth, trembling. She once thought he was merely acting like a saint, but now she realized that a quick death was an act of supreme mercy. Having witnessed Hawkman's brutal torment, she began to fear for her own inevitable fate. That boy? He was nothing short of a walking nightmare. Back in the present, Mac questioned her sternly. Christina, didn't I order you to reflect on your failures? Who gave you permission to barge in here? To dare interrupt a summit between myself and the esteemed global commanders? You are being far too insolent, still paralyzed by fear. Christina stammered her report. Commander Mac. The boy who invaded the land of Maitreya is no ordinary threat. If Saint Radiance and their allies join forces now... Shut your mouth, Mac roared, the veins on his hands bulging as he snarled with suppressed rage. Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? Looking at Christina's stunned face, he continued his tirade. You were the subordinates we trusted most. And yet, you were all wiped out by some brat from Saint Radiance with a nameless background. His voice grew sharper with every word. Do you think the experts at the other login points are as useless as your squad? Against a low-level soldier like him, there's no need for such drama. The 3rd and 4th garrison units have already been deployed. He raised his hands, making no effort to hide his burning ambition. Within 10 minutes, that boy will be crushed into nothing but dust. With a final dismissal, Mac ordered Christina to get out. She could only bow her head and obey. Meanwhile, Hawkman's wretched screams continued to ring out. Each successive strike ravaged both his body and soul. Now completely broken, Hawkman descended into total despair, pleading for any end to the pain. I beg you. Please just let me die. I won't do it again. Hawkman. Swear, I will never touch anyone from Saint Radiance ever again. Tears streamed down his face as his eyes lost their focus, turning into two empty, soulless voids. His mouth moved rhythmically, repeating the same desperate prayer. Please. Give me a quick and painless death. Giang Khai manipulated his power with cold indifference, mocking his prey. And here I thought you had some backbone. Turns out you're just another piece of trash who bullies the weak while fearing the strong. You dared to call others useless. Yet you're even more pathetic than the ones you look down on. refusing to show mercy. He issued a final, chilling command. If you ever encounter Saint Radiance in the afterlife, remember to kneel and walk the long way around. With one final strike, he ended Hawkman's life. The man's body instantly dissolved into the earth. Giang Khai casually brushed off his hands and retracted the death card. Suddenly, Giang Kai's eyes widened in shock. The wounds covering his body abruptly flared with agonizing intensity. A violent cough forced a spray of blood from his lips as his entire frame began to tremble uncontrollably. He realized that with his enemy's death, the stabilizing effects of the Fallstone potion had vanished, causing his suppressed pain to return with a vengeance. Just then, a thunderous shout startled him. The brat actually killed Hawkman's group. Giang Khai quickly looked up to scan his surroundings, emerging from the dense forest. A battalion of heavily armored soldiers, brandishing lethal weapons, charged directly toward him. Giang Khai immediately recognized them as the elite defense force dispatched from another login point. One look told him their strength was on a whole different level. He silently gauged their power, his eyes locking onto the commander leading the charge. The leader stepped forward with a provocative sneer. "Hey kid, did you really think you could take down the elites of multiple nations all by yourself? Since you dared to come here, don't even dream of leaving alive." Giang Khai let out a mocking laugh. Is that so? He knew he couldn't afford to show even a hint of weakness. Standing tall, Giang Khai summoned his flying dragon, meeting their gaze with unwavering confidence. Perfect timing. Today, I, Giang Khai, will entertain every single one of you. The commander smirked with pure contempt. On the brink of death, and still so arrogant, he let out a deafening command. Kill him. The army behind him surged forward like a tide, their war cries shaking the earth. Kill. Giang Khai bit his lip, preparing to ignite his hellfire skill, but in that split second, a familiar voice echoed, causing him to freeze. Captain Khai, going into a raid without us. That's not very heroic of you. Above, the sky turned pitch black as massive clouds gathered, raining down a torrent of thunder and lightning. Giang Khai looked up, utterly shocked. A voice fell like rain as Hunian landed like a goddess. Invincible universe-shattering rain spell, she screamed. The enemy scrambled for cover as the downpour broke the mage's concentration. Panic erupted as the battlefield turned chaotic. Their own attacks began striking their allies. Damn. The chains are loose, Giang Khai gasped. Hunian, since when was your magic this powerful? She winked with a smirk. Captain Khai, you're not the only one with a new talent. Yuan Zhu charged from behind with a roar. The world's greatest god of war has arrived. With one strike, he sent the minions flying. Giang Khai exhaled. It is the master. Ruan Yu lunged forward with his blade, wearing that same twisted, eccentric expression. Surrender your weapons and your maiden souls. Beauties. Giang Khai turned his head in surprise. Ruan Yu, look behind you. A massive army had appeared, completely surrounding the entire battlefield. Lu Daichuan, captain of Plan B in Operation Dawn, rode his tiger while commanding the front. He roared to protect Giang Khai and take the base. Everyone cheered for the hero of St. Glory. Giang Khai was stunned by the numbers. Nuanyuan appeared. Khai, were we too late? He asked quickly. Nuanyuan, what happened? Why are there so many reinforcements here? She explained what happened after he sent them away. You told us to go first. We didn't want to leave you, but we feared being a burden. We planned to hide. Yuan Zhu kept us moving, telling us to endure just a bit longer. The enemy was close. Nuanyuan continued. We couldn't hide, so we had to keep running. She stopped, suddenly remembering the intensity of that moment, just as they caught us. Captain Liu arrived. We were immediately taken for medical treatment. Everyone told us to leave it to them. Your wounds were severe and needed immediate magic. She added that they had also brought Hunian and Ruan Yu to the fight. Hunian had asked about him, while Ruan Yu gasped for air. We're here to save you. Nuanyuan then described the scene of them surrounding the enemy forces. It wasn't just them. Former allies of St. Glory had also launched a massive counter-offensive. Giang Khai looked around happily at the turning tide. This counterattack was no accident. The military had a hidden backup plan. Nuanyuan began healing him. Khai, if you hadn't held point A, we never would have had this breakthrough. Don't talk. Let me focus on healing your wounds first. Giang Khai watched the field. There are powerful masters here. Especially that man. Yeah. I'm worried. Before he could finish, Nuanyuan took his hand. Don't worry. Daichuan led the charge, cutting through enemies. Captain Liu is the core of Plan B. He can handle G. Just look at how everyone else is fighting. Hu Nian unleashed her magic with excitement. Super invincible great blizzard, prepare to scream in pain. Jagged ice shards tore through the enemy, leaving them screaming in total agony. Ruan Yu darted into the melee, his strikes precise as he teased his opponents. Don't run. Darling, the more you struggle, the more excited I get. Yuan Zhu attacked forcefully. The god of war is here, earth-shattering stomp. The enemy fell as screams filled the air. Witnessing the carnage, Hitch grit his teeth in a murderous, vengeful rage. He ordered a retreat. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Points B, C, and D have been liberated." Giang Khai and Nuanwen cheered together. It worked. We finally succeeded. In contrast, Ji and his soldiers were struck with pure horror. What? How? Daichuan raised his sword high. All units, show them the true soul of Saint Glory. He charged into the battle with a roar. For Saint Glory, kill them all. From that moment, the enemy was forced into a desperate defense. Hunted down by Dai Shuyan's forces as their formations crumbled into chaos. Known beamed with joy. Kai, we finally won. Saint Light has emerged victorious. Giang Khai offered a weary but radiant smile. Yeah. That is good news. Suddenly, his vision began to dim, and his eyes lost their focus. He could only mutter a few faint, exhausted words. His body finally gave out, collapsing from pure exhaustion. Known caught him in a panic, crying out his name. Once she confirmed he had only fainted from fatigue, she sighed in relief. You have worked so hard, she whispered gently. Rest well for now. Meanwhile, emergency news broadcasts began flooding the screens. Today, the multinational Allied forces launched their second blitz, successfully shattering 4 major enemy strongholds within the land of Mila. Although the remaining defenders attempted several desperate counterattacks, they were utterly crushed by the Allied forces' newly established battlements. News anchors issued constant warning, reporting that the occupying garrison had suffered devastating losses during the engagement. The casualty ratio has reached a staggering 3-1. Another report followed, providing a detailed breakdown of the battlefield events. At 6:00 a.m. Zhangtrung time, the second Allied reinforcement wave arrived on schedule, boosting their total combat power by 40%. The updates continued to roll in. According to the latest intel, the third main Allied group has successfully logged in and deployed. A military spokesperson declared that this operation marks the moment the Allied forces officially took full control of the land of Mila. Over at the M headquarters, the atmosphere turned explosive as a heated argument erupted following the disastrous news. Your men are absolutely pathetic. You could not even stop 2 measly Allied squads from breaking through. A deserter has the nerve to speak. If you had not turned tail and fled the battlefield, our counterattack would not have failed. Oh. You are quick to shift the blame now. Who was the one boasting that the defensive line was perfect and impenetrable? The bickering went on without end until they finally found a scapegoat, pinning the entire catastrophe on Max and the Italian division. They should have sent more reinforcements from the beginning. The crowd agreed, eagerly piling the blame onto him. Your division must take full responsibility for this failure. Max's eyes bulged with fury, yet he found himself utterly speechless. You all, suddenly, a battlefield announcement rang out. The Saint Light-led coalition officially declared the land of Mila open to the public. This inclusive move, a sharp contrast to the previous blockade policy, immediately garnered widespread international support and praise. Within the Allied camp, everything was orderly. Sentries stood at attention, guarding the rows of tents with sharp, watchful eyes. Suddenly, a figure began to materialize out of thin air not far away. The guards were instant in their reaction. Spotting the intruder immediately, they barked into their comms. All squads, eyes up. Intruder detected, I repeat. We have an unauthorized presence in the perimeter. Hearing the commotion, Dai Shuyan stepped out of his tent. He watched the lone figure with suspicion. A solo infiltration into this land. A realization hit him, and he shuddered. Don't tell me. Is this another monster like young brother Giang Khai? He glanced toward the neighboring tent. Worry, clouding his mind. Giang Khai is still out cold. If this is another powerhouse, we are in trouble. Unexpectedly, the stranger threw his hands up, screaming at the top of his lungs. Don't kill me, please. Do not kill me. He stammered out his name. I am Horace. I am here as a representative of Italy to negotiate Dai Suyan, and his men stood there, stunned. Suddenly, another person flickered into existence beside Horace, asking timidly, Excuse me. Who is the commanding officer on your side? I am Kim Tae-jong from South Korea. I represent my nation and hope for a peaceful resolution with your army. A soldier growled. I remember that name. Harris was their top swordsman. He has spilled a lot of our brother's blood. His comrade joined in the shouting. And South Korea, aren't those the traitors? How do they have the guts to show their faces here? Haris seized the moment to speak. I come with sincerity. Italy is willing to trade vast resources just for a single competition slot. Seeing his chance slipping away, Taejong rushed to explain himself. Wait, listen to us. Big brother. We were forced by the situation. We know we were wrong. Korea will pay double the price for a spot in the competition. Harris let out a cold, mocking sneer. Look at Korea. Acting all wealthy now. You already bought a slot once. And here you are again. Taejong snapped back immediately, refusing to back down. And who are you to talk? Italy, what right do you have? Strongest swordsman. What a joke. You were wiped out instantly by Saint Light's elite. You are a disgrace. If your team was not so useless, we would not have lost the war. Harris and Taejong stood there, bickering like children. You call us useless. Look in the mirror. Neither noticed Dai Shuyan, who was now trembling with pure, unadulterated rage. Enough, he roared, his voice booming across the camp. Shut your mouths, both of you. The two cowards froze in terror. Dai Shuyan signaled his guards with a flick of his wrist, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Peace talks, sorry, but I have not heard a word about that. Lock them up first. The soldiers lunged forward, restraining the pair instantly. At that very moment, in the tent nearby, Giang Khai's eyes slowly fluttered open as he finally returned to consciousness. Honyan and Nguyen Nu were keeping a close watch over him, and the moment they saw him stir, they leaned in with faces full of relief. Captain Khai, you are finally awake. We were so worried about you. Startled by their sudden proximity, Giang Khai recoiled in a panic and shouted, Whoa, what are you two doing? Please tell me you haven't been standing there staring at me sleep this entire time. Honan quickly tried to calm his nerves, explaining, We only stayed because we were genuinely concerned for your well-being. Back then, right after we successfully shattered the defensive line at point A, you were so exhausted that you fell into a deep slumber immediately. Wennu nodded in agreement, adding, In fact, you have been out cold for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Suddenly, Wennu clapped his hands together as if a crucial piece of news had just flashed across his mind. That is right, 2 days ago, Frutu told me something urgent. He said, Captain Khai, after your sister watched the video of you charging into the Maitreya land all alone, she actually fainted at school. Giang Khai bolted upright in a cold sweat, his heart racing as he cried out. What Antu fainted, Honan sighed in frustration and scolded her teammate. Wen Engu, could you please stop being so vague and just get to the point? Realizing he had misspoken, Wen Nu scratched his head in embarrassment and quickly added, Wait. Do not panic, just listen to me. Known said she has already regained consciousness. Not only does she know you are safe and sound, but she also knows you were the greatest hero behind the Saint Shine victory. She is incredibly proud of her big brother. Giang Khai finally let out a long breath of relief and slumped back into his chair. Is that so? Thank goodness. Honyan quickly shifted the conversation to a more cheerful topic. She was boasting about you with such excitement. To celebrate our massive victory, how about I reveal a little secret to you both? Do you want to hear it? She teased. The two men looked at her with intense curiosity and asked, What is it? Tell us. With a spark of excitement in her eyes, Honan asked, Captain Khai, do you remember that day you asked me why my rainmaking technique had suddenly become so much more powerful? Giang Khai nodded thoughtfully and replied, I remember. Back then, you mentioned it was a new talent. Does that mean you have officially leveled up? Nguyen Nu cried out impatiently. Honan, stop keeping us in suspense. Her expression turned serious as she began her story, deciding not to hide the truth from her comrades. To be honest, ever since I stepped out of the forest where the howling moon wolf demon lived, I began to feel different. I felt as though my entire body had become much more fluid and agile, which was very strange. Then, a few nights ago, the system suddenly sent a congratulatory notification stating that all my basic attributes had been comprehensively upgraded. Suddenly, a brilliant aura of purple light surged forth, completely enveloping Honan's body. Above that violet glow, a system notification appeared, announcing she had gained a new talent called Control Power. As vibrant green leaves began to hover delicately above her palms, in the next heartbeat, powerful streaks of purple lightning crackled and shot out from the very tips of her fingers. She beamed with joy and said, Look at this, my new talent allows me to manipulate the natural elements like wind, thunder, and water. To prove her point, she manifested a swirling sphere of water in midair. The two men crowded around her in pure awe. Is this for real, Honyan? You can actually control the direction of the water's flow now. But just as the words left his mouth, Honyan lost her grip on the spell, accidentally blasting a high-pressure jet of water straight into Nguyen Nu's face. I am so sorry, she stammered in flustered embarrassment. The truth is, my control is still only at the beginner level. During that storm the other day, I still had to rely on my compass to cast the spell properly. Winnu did not get angry at all. He simply wiped the water from his face and offered a sincere compliment. This is truly miraculous. Even though your level stayed the same, your attributes spiked, and you even unlocked a brand new talent. Honyan regained her confidence and burst into laughter. I did not expect it either, looking at you two. Do you think the system had a bug and I just got lucky by riding your coattails? Only Giang Khai suspected the true cause, thinking to himself, no, there is no way this happened for no reason. My intuition tells me this has everything to do with that fox demon. It seemed to treat Honyan very differently from everyone else. Right at that moment, Giang Khai's stomach let out a loud, thunderous growl. He let out a dry cough to hide his burning embarrassment. Only then did Honyan realize her oversight. Oh. We got so caught up in talking. Captain Khai has not eaten a single thing in 3 days. So of course he is starving. With that, she immediately bolted out of the tent. Captain Khai. Just wait a moment, I will fetch some food right now. Winnu scrambled to follow her, shouting. Wait for me, I know exactly what the captain loves to eat most. Watching his comrades rush off to take care of him. A wave of warmth filled Giang Khai's heart, and his expression softened with genuine affection. Just then, Dai Shuyan stepped into the tent to check on him. Brother Jiang. I heard you were finally awake, Giang Khai called out happily. Big brother Lu Dai Shuyan nodded and struck up a warm conversation. Brother Jiang. I have wanted to formally get to know you for a long time now. However, these past few days have been hectic as I had to organize our defenses. Since you needed your rest, I decided it was best not to disturb you until now. Giang Khai shook his hand firmly and said with deep sincerity, Big brother Lu, thank you so much for arriving just in time to save True 2. Non. And myself. Dai Shuyan let out a hearty laugh and replied, If it were not for you, our Operation Dawn would never have succeeded. You are the one who earned the greatest merit, and you truly deserve all the credit. His expression then shifted as he continued. Actually, Brother Jiang, there are 2 important matters I would like to discuss with you. The commander began to list them seriously. First, several of the garrisoned armies that we drove away are now coming forward one by one to beg for peace. Furthermore, they are even offering to buy slots to participate in the upcoming competition. Initially, the higher-ups plan to reject them all, but the tribute they are offering is simply too massive to ignore. You might not realize it, but resources are incredibly scarce here on the Beast God battlefield. Giang Khai looked at him, confused. But isn't this something the military can just decide on its own? Is my opinion really that important? Dai Shuyan smiled broadly and clapped him on the shoulder. I will say it again without you. Operation Dawn would have been a failure. You were the one who handled the most difficult and grueling part of the mission. If we simply went ahead and negotiated without your consent, wouldn't that be a terrible way to treat a hero like you? Giang Khai calmly left the final decision to them. The choice is yours to make. Since this involves the nation's highest interests, I trust the military will strike the perfect balance between risk and reward. Dai Shuyan nodded with a satisfied grin. Understood. Giang Khai then pressed further. By the way, what was the second matter you mentioned? Dai Shuyan's expression shifted as he spoke. The second matter is actually a direct request from Commander V, though you have only just recovered. The global championship is looming. He wanted me to pass down a message from Wei Ung himself. He hopes you will lead the pillar to know and your entire Fire God squad to represent Saint Radiance as one of our elite competitive teams. Me, he asked. Completely caught off guard. Dai Shuyan nodded enthusiastically, his eyes bright with excitement. That is right, both the Master and No displayed incredible courage and skill during the previous tournament. They were already top candidates. But with your vast experience and undeniable strength leading them, the role of captain belongs to you alone. Then, his voice turned solemn. Furthermore, Commander Hoa shares this view. He has even promised that if you rank and earn rewards, the split will be 60-40, 60% for you, and 40 for the military. Giang Khai fell into deep thought. Weighing the proposal, he did not give his answer immediately. Seeing his hesitation, Dai Shuyan spoke up to persuade him. Perhaps you feel your share is a bit small, but normally, only the military has the right to enter a competition of this scale. Since they carry the burden of national defense, they are prioritized for all resources. If everyone were allowed to join, the nation would fall into absolute chaos. Don't you agree? Young brother Giang Khai neither accepted nor declined. Instead, he spoke calmly. Brother Lu, please don't misunderstand. Representing Saint Radiance is actually a thrilling challenge I would look forward to. I am more than willing. However, This is a matter of life and death, and I cannot simply make a decision that affects everyone's fate on my own. I must consult them first. Dai Shuyan found his reasoning sound. You are right. Your two teammates aren't part of the military, so they have no obligation to risk themselves. Sensing an opening, Giang Khai made a suggestion. By the way, Brother Liu, if my Fire God squad decides to commit to this as a full team, could I ask you for a small favor beforehand? Dai Shuyan looked surprised and curious. What is it? 15 minutes later, Honyan and Wen Nu returned to the tent with food. Captain Kai. We're back. Has Brother Liu already left? Honan asked. The 2 plates of food were devoured in the blink of an eye. Seizing the moment, Giang Khai recounted the entire conversation to the 2 of them and asked for their thoughts. That is the situation. This global championship will be more perilous than any battle we have ever faced. I want you both to think it over carefully before deciding. Suddenly, an excited shout erupted from inside the tent. That sounds absolutely legendary. Honyan was practically vibrating with excitement. Captain Kai. I'm in. You absolutely cannot leave me behind for a world-class event like this. Wen Nu chimed in immediately. Count me in as well. As long as I'm following Captain Kai and the rest of the team, I have nothing to fear. Giang Khai had anticipated this reaction. Yet he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless at their sheer lack of caution. These 2 truly feared nothing in heaven or earth. 1 month later, on the frigid planet of Kiwai Ting, a lone figure surfaced from the freezing depths. The man gasped for air as he stared ahead. Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer terror and awe. A massive portal materialized before him just as a system notification flashed. Congratulations, you have discovered the Maitreya land teleportation array. At that very moment, the news spread like wildfire. From a thief lurking on a rooftop to explorers in the wilderness, everyone received the same world-shaking alert. Even a soldier on horseback watched in shock as the system announced that the requirements for the global championship had been met. The event would officially begin in 12 hours. The entire global network ignited with activity all at once. Countless connection nodes flickered into existence at point A of the Maitreya land. Even the border guards were alerted to this monumental shift. The system announced that the competition would be broadcast worldwide in high definition. Each nation was permitted a maximum of 3 teams, with 5 members per squad. A chilling warning followed if any nation exceeded the player limit. Their members would face random, permanent death even in the real world. As Giang Kai's team carefully reviewed the rules, no one spoke up. The final teleportation array has been located. The global championship is finally starting. Vian Tru looked uneasy. Dumb. These rules are way too vague. It only says we'll die if there are too many people. But it says nothing about how to fight or how to win. Wen Nu wondered aloud. Could it really be that straightforward? There must be more to it. Honyan gave a cold snort. In my opinion, they're probably waiting for the start to tell us exactly where to point our weapons. Giang Khai nodded in agreement. Honyan is right. But this works in our favor. At least those who rely on cheap tricks won't be able to prepare in advance. A faint, confident smile played on his lips as he issued his final command. Everyone, rest up and recover your strength. We prepare for battle in 12 hours. Known and the others responded with a resounding, enthusiastic shout. As the night retreated behind the jagged mountains, the rising sun burned away, the lingering shadows. The system announced that Phase 1 of the Global Championship was about to begin. The laws of heaven were declared once the competition commenced. Every participant would be warped to a random location within the Maitreya land. Furthermore, there will be a 3-minute preparation period. During this time, all participants will be granted absolute immunity to all forms of damage. A countdown timer flickers to life. The system reveals a grim example. Once prep ends, 1 random member from each squad will be imprisoned. Those imprisoned are stripped of all autonomy. Unable to act, they can be moved, rescued, or even executed, cruelly. The system adds that every 2 hours, another teammate will fall into the same trap. If a prisoner dies, the system immediately claims another random victim until the entire squad is wiped out. However, there is hope. Slain enemies drop a precious prize, a rescue card. Collect 5 rescue cards, and you can liberate 1 imprisoned ally. But time is a luxury they don't have. As monsters begin their hunt, commander-level beasts swarm the borders of the sacred land, and the safe zone relentlessly shrinks as the clock ticks down. 3 mysterious badges manifest alongside the final system notification. The trial ends when only 3 teams remain. Victory is decided by the number of free members and cards held throughout the arena. The system broadcasts the final countdown for the ultimate showdown. 3, 2, 1. As the final shout echoes, players are cast down into their designated zones. The moment Giang Khai finds his footing, the system blares. The competition has officially begun. Swarms of white light flicker around him, signaling the arrival of a massive wave of players. Scanning the unfamiliar faces, Giang Khai realizes his predictions were spot on. None of his pillars are in sight. The crowd immediately disperses, vanishing into the surrounding terrain. A chilling thought crosses his mind. They are being isolated, making them easy targets for imprisonment. While sprinting, he dissects the system's intent. Being imprisoned while surrounded by enemies is a guaranteed death sentence. On the surface, these rules seem like a test of raw, individual power, but upon further reflection, he realizes this is a brutal trial of team unity and collective strength. Even moving at blistering speeds, Giang Khai's mind remains locked in deep strategic analysis. If a single member is left behind to be torn apart, it would deal a fatal blow to the entire squad. The system alerts 30 seconds of preparation remaining. Giang Khai moves fast, counting down the final heartbeats. He wonders if the system will choose him as the first sacrificial prisoner, while his invincibility is still active. He needs to find a secluded spot to hide before regrouping. He sets his sights on a clear goal: eliminate the threat of imprisonment for his squad as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the military command center of Jiangzhong City, the massive screens are flooded with live feeds. Then Fong gasps in shock. What on earth is happening? Why is everyone going into hiding? Are they playing hide-and-seek? Thien then explains it is likely a strategic response to the rules. Only those currently risking their lives in the sacred land truly understand the complexity of the trial. Turning to the commander, he asks for his take. Wei Ung frowns, sensing the calm before a bloody hunting season begins. He speaks with conviction. The 3 elite teams sent by the Holy Radiance are battle-hardened veterans. The Crimson Squad is renowned for its raw power and fearless aggression. The Sunha Squad carries themselves with unwavering confidence. Wei Ung affirms they must place 100% trust in their warriors. And finally, there is Giang Khai's Fire God Squad, a team whose reputation precedes them. Back in the sacred land, Honan and Non navigate the terrain together. Their senses are sharp, and just in time, they leap backward to dodge a sudden strike from above. Honan snaps in fury. Who dares? How dare you ambush this lady hero? From the dust, Vien Tru emerges with a grin. Noan. Ho Nyan, I finally caught up with you two. Surprised, the girls call out to their leader. He scratches his head sheepishly, asking if he gave them too much of a fright. He explains that he has been there the whole time, considering himself quite lucky with his spawn point. He woke up to find himself randomly teleported to the forest right next to their base. Checking his watch, he mentions he tried to signal them to regroup earlier, but since the match had started, communications were jammed. So, he stayed hidden, watching from the shadows, betting they would eventually return to the campsite. He simply climbed a tree and waited for them to appear. After a brief pause, Vien Tru finally remembered his burning question. Wait, how did you two end up together? Norn quickly explained. I ran into Ho Nyan on the way. We figured everyone would regroup at the campsite. Ho Nyan nodded in agreement. Exactly. If we thought of this, I am sure Captain Khai and Werner will too. If they are still free to move, they will definitely show up. Nuan added, her voice laced with worry. 1 minute later, the bushes rustled. Vien Tru tensed up and signaled the others. Someone is approaching. A familiar pair of legs emerged from the thicket. Everyone gasped in shock at the person who appeared. It was Werner, panting heavily. Ho Nyan. I knew you guys would return to this spot. Just then, the system's countdown clock froze at 0, and a chilling realization suddenly washed over the entire group. Wait. So the one who was actually captured is... Vien Tru cried out in sheer terror. High in the trees, main character Giang Khai suddenly froze. I cannot move. Am I really that unlucky? He hissed. As his gaze shifted downward, he noticed a mysterious figure lurking silently beneath the opposite tree. Giang Khai stared intently, realizing the stranger was gripped a lethal weapon in their hands. Panic set in. Is he watching me? When did he get so close? I did not hear a single sound. Could he have been lying in wait this whole time? Giang Khai wondered, his heart racing with dread. Did he see me climb up here? He cursed under his breath. But the enemy remained strangely motionless. A thought occurred to him. Wait. Don't tell me he is also trapped in a state of imprisonment. After watching for a few more moments without any movement, he finally let out a long breath of relief. Suddenly, something else caught his eye. Hold on. Another one. He spotted a second figure hiding in the grass. Despair hit him. 3 people were hidden in this tiny area, and all were cursed with the same imprisonment. He quickly calculated the grim reality. This situation meant only one thing for everyone involved. If any team's allies appeared now, they could easily slaughter the others and claim 2 rescue cards instantly. Closing his eyes, He prayed for a solution. Guys, where are you? I really need you right now. Back at the camp. Vientru frantically shook Honyan. Can you use your divination to find Khai? Nuan bit her lip. He is completely defenseless. We have to find him before someone else does. Wingnur nodded firmly. She is right. Honyan, please. Give the fortune-telling a try. Honyan nervously pulled out her tools. All right. I am not sure how accurate it will be, but I will try. Before she could begin, a group emerged from the shadows. It was the Holy Knight Squad from the Sarah Guild. Their leader, Jack, sneered mockingly. So, Giang Khai is your captain. It looks like he is the one trapped. The team immediately closed ranks, pulling Noan behind them for protection against the newcomers. You are from Country Y. Jack raised his sword, his voice dripping with arrogance. Your leader is gone. Losers. He grinned maliciously. It seems Lady Luck has abandoned you all today. Prepare yourselves. Vientru did not back down. Oh. So you are with Christina. I remember your faces now. Did the last beating not cost you enough? Have you come back just to throw your lives away again? Boris snorted. If it wasn't for that brat, Hai's dirty tricks, our defenses never would have crumbled. Jessica added with a look of pure contempt. Today, we will start by carving you lot into pieces. Lobo glanced at a teammate on the ground. Don't worry. Tom, we will get those rescue cards soon. Once we kill these 4, we will have 5 cards to break your imprisonment. Just hold on a bit. As the tension peaked, Jack let out a wicked laugh. Without Khai, you are all just sheep for the slaughter. He roared, charging forward with his team. Today, you will learn the true gap between us and despair. Jack ordered his squad to take out the healer first. Nuan gasped, realizing she was the target. But Vientru moved faster. He leapt into the air, screaming his battle cry, earth-shattering stomp. The massive impact forced all 4 enemies back. Jack wiped his mouth, mocking the display of raw strength. Boris. Lobo. Handle those 2. Jessica and I will crush this tank and their little healer. The others grinned. A fat guy and a fortune teller. This will only take us 3 seconds. Wyrn Inger braced himself behind his shield and shouted. Get back, I will hold the line here. Honyan cried out in panic. This is bad. Nguyen didn't have time to drink the wine yet. Boris lunged forward, his voice dripping with mockery. Does the fat pig still think he can play the hero? His blade slammed against Nguyen's shield. Without the wine's power, the boy's strength had withered, forcing him to struggle just to hold the line. Honyan thrust her hands toward the heavens, a swirling vortex of water gathering in her palms, the invincible rain-making art. A piercing metallic screech echoed as the radiant chain sickle bit deep into the 8 trigrams metal plate. With a violent yank, he sent the plate flying backward, sneering. Praying for rain, you'd be better off praying for a quick death. Nearby, Vientru dashed to shield Known, his blade swinging in a wide arc to blast Jessica back. Jack seized the opening and lunged, his sword aimed at Vientru's flank. Known screamed in terror. Vientru, watch out. Startled by the warning, Vientru whipped his head around. He braced his sword horizontally, desperate to intercept Jack's lethal strike. But Jack's strength was overwhelming. He poured all his weight into the blade, slowly grinding Vientru backward. Jack peered over the crossing steel, his eyes cold. Do you see it? The pure terror reflected in your eyes. He twisted his lips into a grotesque grin. Trash, like you thinks they can protect someone. Go back to the women and cry. Vientru gasped, stunned by the tangent-like force. His legs trembled. He was on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, Known pointed her fingers at Jack. Invoking the gloom's descent, sharp needles erupted from within Jack's arm, shocking him. Meanwhile, Giang Khai remained perched on a high branch. Half an hour had passed, and he was consumed with worry for his comrades. Suddenly, his senses flared. He jerked his head around, his heart stopping. Someone was there. A massive brute with a demonic face sliced through the thicket. Exposing Harice's hiding spot, the man let out a booming laugh. Found one. Paralyzed by horror, Harris couldn't even react. In a flash, the brute delivered a brutal slash, sending a spray of crimson blood everywhere. Horace didn't even have time to scream as the blade tore into his gut, the impact launching him through the air. He crashed right into Dao Din's hiding place. Seeing another prey, the brute chuckled darkly and shouldered his blade. Make that 2. Pinned under a fallen tree. Dao Din lay motionless. Cold sweat drenched him as he gritted his teeth, his nerves frayed yet powerless to move. The brute stopped in his tracks and looked up. He stared directly at the branch where Giang Khai was hidden. The brute lowered his blade, and Giang Kai's breath hitched. He had been spotted. The brute let out an ecstatic roar. Jackpot, 3 of them in one go with a cruel swing. He slashed down at Dao Din's arm. The boy collapsed instantly. The brute licked the blood off his blade. A twisted smile crossing his face. Thanks, brother. But no mercy. Dao Jing's form dissolved. Leaving behind a golden card, the brute began dragging his blade across the earth with a chilling scrape. He hummed a low tune as he collected the 2 cards. His blade pointing toward Giang Khai's tree. You're next. Giang Khai bit his lip, his mind racing. Damn it. Is this the end? I can't move? Unless Vien Tru and the others arrive. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he repeated his own words. I can't move. A smirk played across Giang Khai's lips as the truth dawned. The brute lunged into the tree, screaming. D? Giang Khai didn't flinch. He stood perfectly still against the incoming strike. A look of absolute confidence replacing his fear. A voice echoed with iron resolve in his mind. My body might be frozen, but my death cards aren't. In an instant, a card shot forward like lightning, caught off guard. The brute's swing faltered as the card sliced him. Drawing blood, the card spiraled back, this time piercing straight through the man's heart, ending his life instantly. Giang Khai manipulated 3 cards into the air, his will commanding them death cards. Go. A violent wind swirled around the 3 golden cards, emitting a blinding radiance before they returned to Giang Khai's grasp. 3 cards collected. But he needed 5 to save himself. He was still too short. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a plan. I have it. 5 minutes later, Giang Khai's 3 self-rescue cards slowly descended, hovering tantalizingly in the center of a clearing. A man passing by spotted them and shouted in disbelief. Holy crap, is my luck actually this insane? 3 rescue cards just lying there for the taking. But then, he froze. A sudden prickle of alarm rose in his chest. Wait. This isn't right. Why would 3 rescue cards just appear out of nowhere? He scanned the area. The ground was torn up from battle, and the bloodstains were still fresh. Did both sides kill each other? The sheer value of the rescue cards was too great to ignore. The man hesitated, his greed warring with his caution. Perhaps someone survived but fled in terror when they heard his footsteps, leaving the cards behind in their haste. Clinging to that sliver of hope, he searched the surrounding. But the deeper he looked, the more his instincts screamed danger. Something is wrong. He steps forward cautiously. But the feeling of dread only intensifies. Something feels off. Could it be? Suddenly, Giang Khai's death card materializes behind the man and slams violently into his back. The man's eyes widen with pure regret. It was a trap all along. In a single strike, the man is eliminated, leaving behind a self-rescue card. Giang Khai thinks with satisfaction. That makes 4 now. Only 1 more card remains until he earns his freedom. Yet, a shadow of worry crosses his face. He wonders how the main pillar's team is doing. Nearby, the pillar is overwhelming Jack, forcing the panicked coward to retreat. Jack's allies rush in to back up their captain, prompting Nuan to scream a desperate warning. Pilar, watch your back. He grits his teeth and pivots, but he is too slow to dodge the enemy's sneak attack. Clutching his wound, the pillar leaps aside, cursing their shamelessness. 4 against 1. How pathetic. Suddenly, Wen Nu tosses something over. Pilar, try my new brew. He catches the cup, still brimming with wine. The enemy sneers, mocking him. Do you really think alcohol will numb the pain? Even cowards feel brave after a drink? Jack laughs coldly. If you ask me, that is more like a final drink before your execution. You dare conspire against me. You are courting death. Lobo grips his chains, charging forward in a blind, bloodthirsty excitement. Suddenly, a violent surge of power explodes from the pillar, and Wen Nu, fueled by the wine, the pillar declares arrogantly, I am the world's greatest god of war. I will slay gods and demons alike. Nguyen Nu also screams in a frenzied state. I, Wen Ngu, will bow to no one. Where are the beauties? Jack's team watches in sheer terror as the power gap widens. What? Like a bolt of lightning. The pillar charges, blowing the entire squad away with a single, devastating swing. Jack grinds his teeth, his eyes burning with a refusal to accept defeat, giving him no time to breathe. The god of war leaps high. Face your end, he roars, bringing his blade crashing down. Jack's eyes bulge in shock. His hands tremble as he stammers, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. This is, without hesitation. The pillar swings. Jack's sword is shattered into 2 useless pieces of scrap. Blood sprays everywhere as Jack is sent flying miles away by the sheer force of the impact. How far did he go? Trees snap like twigs in his path. Boris tremble, I have seen many masters, but your swordplay is more demonic and refined than any phantom. Right before his eyes, Winnu slowly approaches, his face flushed red. He points his blade at Boris. Enough talk. Strip your clothes off. Boris breaks into a cold sweat. How did it come to this? He watches the drunken warrior stagger forward with shield and sword. This guy truly becomes a monster when he is drunk. Boris is rooted to the spot as the swordsman closes the distance. His blade moves in a rhythmic dance, flowing like drifting clouds and leaving no trace behind. Man and sword become one. When Engu stands before Boris, his eyes glowing red as he lets out a predatory grin. A few days ago in their camp, Captain Giang Khai handed over a thick, mysterious tome. Wengu, you are not a swordsman, but your drunken talent is a perfect match for these legendary techniques. With the global tournament approaching, I got this skill book from Big Brother, Lu specifically for you. Then he turned to Dai Shuyan, who possessed vast military resources and connections. I need your help finding more skill books to boost Wennu's power. The man nodded back with unwavering confidence. For the nation's glory, I would give my life, let alone a book. Winnu grasped the legendary manual every swordsman dreams of. He wondered. The unconscious blade. The system pinged unconscious blade. In a state of absolute focus, your strikes are no longer bound by form. The blade becomes an extension of your own body. Movements flow like water, adapting naturally to the battle. Back in reality, Winnu's strike shreds Boris's shirt to ribbons. Look at all that chest hair. I like it. Boris flushes, covering his chest. What are you doing? This is a world tournament. How could you? Winnu ignores him, grinning wildly. Are you not missing an inner layer? Ah, I see. You did this on purpose, didn't you? My little baby. Boris screams back. Missing a layer. I have got my outer armor, inner plates, and padding. Where is the gap? His face turns a violent shade of crimson. Winnu's blade rains down on Boris. Soon, his upper body is completely bare. But the drunkard is not finished yet. He lets out a devious cackle. Boris cowers, face covered in tears and snot, letting out a long Desperate nu. Lightning suddenly shatters the sky, and in an instant, dark clouds swallow the horizon. Luochin dashes through the gloom like a streak of light. We are assassins. We thrive in the most brutal conditions. You really think these petty tricks can stop us? Dream on Jessica is just ahead of him. Kill them all. We end this now with a lightning-fast strike. Nuan shows no mercy. She hurls her spirit orbs, shouting, Hu Yan, take the 8 trigrams and bind her with the swirling tides. No matter what kind of assassin you are, I am the god of this rain. Nuan's orbs soar straight toward Lobo and Jessica. The two are caught off guard as the orbs shatter on impact. A mysterious pink liquid sprays out, drenching them both. What is this? My face, seizing the opening. Hu Yan raises her hand toward the sky to summon the supreme, invincible cosmic hailstorm. Suddenly, a devastating hailstorm erupts. Massive ice shards pierce through Lobo and Jessica, slamming into the earth until the ground itself shatters. 10 minutes later, in the very same forest where they had fought with every ounce of their strength, Yuanju and Winnu lean against a tree to recover. Finally sobering up, Nuan crouches before them and calls out softly, Brother Yuan, Brother Nguyen, are you finally awake? Beside her lie 2 empty vials of the sobering antidote. Yuanju snaps awake, shouting, Where is that aggressive squad from before? Who won? Did we get the salvation cards? Are they ours? Winnu is just as frantic. Exactly. What happened? Nuan smiles, revealing 5 shimmering cards. Relax. We secured all 5 salvation cards. Not a single one is missing. Hu Yan is currently calculating Kai's coordinates. As soon as she has the results, we can go and rescue him immediately. Just then, Hu Yan cheers in excitement. I've got it. I know exactly where Captain Kai is located. The trio's spirits instantly soar, all of them desperate to reunite with Giang Khai. Meanwhile, Kai is perched high in a tree, staring intently at 4 cards on the ground. Kai frowns in deep thought. 30 minutes have already passed, yet not a single new adventurer has shown up. Yuanju and the others haven't found me either. Suddenly, a massive roar echoes as the earth begins to tremble violently. Kai grips the tree trunk, his face pale with unease. This isn't good. The zone is already starting to shrink. The thunderous rumbling grows louder by the second. It's the sound of stone footsteps, an army of stone titans. These massive stone giants approach, carrying entire trees with murderous glares in their eyes. Below him, a legion of colossal monsters marches in formation, each hauling a massive tree trunk over its shoulder. The system identifies them as Commander-class Stone Titans, level 65. But the one leading the pack is on another level. It's a King-class Stone Titan, Level 88. Trapped and unable to move, Kai can only watch in cold sweat from the treetops. Even with his death card ready, facing 4 level 65 commanders would be a life or death struggle. But now there is a king-class monster to deal with as well. This is true danger. The stone titans swing their massive trunks, obliterating everything in their path. Suddenly, a realization strikes Kai. Wait a second. He narrows his eyes, observing them with absolute focus. These creatures appear to be made of stone and vines. Aside from those glowing ruby eyes, they seem to lack mouths, ears, or noses entirely. Kai thinks to himself, these earth and wood-type monsters likely lack smell and hearing. If I hide perfectly, they might not even notice me. However, just as they pass under the very canopy where Kai is hiding, a stone titan suddenly stops in its tracks. It turns its massive body and grips the trunk of Kai's tree with its stony hands. Kai's heart races. Did I guess wrong? The titan's fingers pierce the rough bark as it exerts massive strength, ripping the entire tree out of the ground. The stone titan effortlessly lifts the colossal tree, testing its weight like a simple club. Kai grits his teeth in desperation, clinging to the trunk for dear life as he's hoisted into the air. The titan has no idea he's there. It casually throws the tree over its shoulder and continues following the pack. Kai is stunned. Emmy being used as its new weapon. Just as he suspected, these things really have no sense of smell. He cautiously weighs his options. He was seconds away from gambling everything on the wheel of fate. Suddenly, the entire horde begins to sprint forward. The king-class titan leads the pack to the edge of a steep cliff. Below them lies a clearing. There, 2 factions are locked in a brutal, bloody battle. They are so focused on killing each other that they haven't noticed the titans watching from above. Kai watches anxiously. 2 teams are tearing each other apart down there. He's baffled as the titans prepare to charge. This area is blocked by mountains, and these creatures have no hearing or smell. How did they know people were here? Before long, the 2 battling teams finally notice the impending doom. Stone titans are coming. Run for your lives. But the stone titans are already prepared. Energy begins to surge and coalesce within their massive stone palms. A devastating punch slams into the earth, causing the ground to split wide open. Massive boulders tumble down, completely sealing off every escape route for the 2 teams. They calculated the terrain perfectly, using the falling rocks to trap everyone and prevent any hope of retreat. At that exact moment, the other titans brandish their giant tree trunks and charge, ready to crush everything in their path. The devastating blow sent a nearby player soaring, their agonized scream echoing through the air. Only now did Giang Khai realize these monsters tracked prey by sensing ground vibrations. That explained his safety, high in the trees, shielded by leaves. His feet never touched the earth. Giang Khai knew he could not allow the stone giant to discard this massive trunk yet. The moment he touched the ground, those monsters would definitely sniff him out. The players watched the towering giants before them with absolute dread. Their leader Oliver finally gambled everything, ordering a desperate charge to reach higher ground. As the giant hoisted the trunk, Oliver lunged forward, shouting, "I am taking you down." Watching from the shadows, Giang Khai knew a level 60 fighter could not harm a king-tier boss. Oliver struck with full force. Giang Khai realized he is trying to shatter the trunk to escape. A thrill raced through him. This was the perfect opportunity he needed, hidden in the leaves. Giang Khai waited for Oliver to fall right into his trap. By the time Oliver noticed him, it was too late. Giang Kai's death card whistled forward. The card struck Oliver hard. He spat blood, failing to warn his team as life faded. Someone is using the boss. Oliver's consciousness vanished as he fell beneath the giant's feet. After the monster crushed him, he vanished, and the rescue card flew back to Giang Khai. Giang Khai stared at the 5 cards as the system flashed a notification. You have 5 rescue cards. End the imprisonment. Giang Khai chose yes without any hesitation. White light enveloped him. The system confirmed rescue card successful. Imprisonment has been terminated. Testing his limbs, Giang Khai finally confirmed the result and shouted with pure excitement, "I can move." Suddenly, he lost balance as the king-tier giant prepared to hurl the trunk. Giang Khai gripped the trunk, focused on his chance. The beast was distracted. Now was the time, but a sudden chill of dread washed over him. A golden vortex swirled above as the system announced Phase 1 has officially ended. Phase 2 begins. The rescue lands have now been opened across the entire map. Trade rescue cards for functional items. 1 member from every squad will now be imprisoned. The imprisoned cannot act, but they can be moved, rescued, or even killed by others. The giant hurled the trunk, but Giang Khai remained frozen on the branch, unable to move. In the nearby forest, Pillar's team sprinted desperately to regroup with Captain Giang Khai. Just then, the system announced that the second round of random imprisonment was starting. We won't make it, Hai Juanzu barked. Nuan spotted a hollow tree nearby. Yuanzu ushered the team inside. Hurry, the system countdown reached number 3. By the count of 2, they were inside. At 1, they closed their eyes in fear. Silence followed. When nothing happened, they realized they were safe and cheered. It is not me. Then they realized the prisoner must be Giang Khai. He sighed in defeat. A system window hovered above his head. You are selected for imprisonment in round 2. My luck is truly abysmal. Giang Khai cursed. The giants had wiped out everyone else below. Figures vanished one by one. Giang Khai watched from the tree with heightened caution. The commander and king-tier monsters had annihilated that elite squad in under 1 minute. He recalled the message rescue lands were open to trade cards for powerful functional items. Giang Khai pondered the mention of functional items. They sounded like very special, high-tier tools. Their specific functions remained a mystery for now, but since the system emphasized them, they were undoubtedly of critical importance. He decided to break his shackles or get items. He must collect more rescue cards. He watched the giants begin to move again. The real game was starting now. He stuck to the plan, lurking in the shadows of the tree, to let the enemy eliminate the competition. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed through the branches. Giang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the noise. Looking down, he saw a jagged crack spreading through the wood, filling him with dread. Damn it, the branch is about to snap. He recalled the golem lifting the tree earlier. Had the damage begun, then he gritted his teeth, wondering what would happen if the two titans met. If I fall now, I'm walking straight into a death trap. Everything I've fought for will be for nothing. He prayed silently. Please, just hold on, don't let me fall now. The stone golem continued its relentless march, completely oblivious to the passenger clinging for dear life. The branch was hanging by a thread. With every thunderous step the golem took, the wood groaned until it finally shattered under the pressure. Giang Khai held his breath, bracing his soul for the inevitable impact. Meanwhile, Vian Tru and his team were speculating. Wait, was that Kai who got imprisoned in this stage? But wasn't he trapped before Honan pondered? I bet the other squads managed to rescue him. If he's back in action, that explains why my tracking spells couldn't pin him down accurately. Vian Tru breathed a sigh of relief. The Travelers Guild was formidable, so that seemed like the only logical explanation. But Nguyen Nu was the only one who hit the nail on the head. Captain Kai's luck is truly bizarre. He barely escapes one prison only to fall right into another. The group went silent. Known quickly tried to break the tension. Come on, guys, even if he's unlucky, it proves he's likely still alive. Our top priority right now is to figure out the situation. Then we regroup with Kai's unit. The first phase is over. Yet we don't even know who advanced or was eliminated. Furthermore, the new rules mentioned something about function items. Didn't they? Suddenly, Known pointed toward a mysterious purple haze. Wait. Look over there. What on earth is that? That fog. Bien Tru gasped. It wasn't there a moment ago. Is it a monster's trap? Nguyen Nu asked nervously. I don't think so. Known replied. If it were a monster, the surroundings wouldn't be this quiet. I have a feeling something important is hidden in there. Ho Nyan cheered. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find out. They ventured into the violet mist, and the sight before them left them speechless. It was a stone pillar topped with a glowing statue, radiating a divine light. A system notification flashed. Congratulations, you have discovered the land of salvation. Interact with the monument to exchange rescue cards for powerful function items. The team erupted in cheers. We actually found a salvation zone. Ho Nan grabbed Known's hand. Let's see what we can get. The stone-listed map navigation card reveals the position of all teammates, monsters, and salvation zones on the map. The two were ecstatic, and Honan shouted with pure joy, "This is it. With this, we can avoid monsters and head straight for Captain Kai. It will be much more efficient. And once we're together, we can hunt for more salvation zones." Known agreed. But then the price appeared, 8 rescue cards. Her face fell. 8, that's daylight robbery. She sighed. Let's check the others. Vian Tru and Nguyen Nu were already inspecting different pillars. Ho Nyan and Known moved on to find a more affordable monument. They scanned the options. Single teleportation card instant. Travel to any point on the map. Cost 7 rescue cards. Nearby was another option. Target lock card track. Any specific target's location across the entire map. It reveals the target's location within a 10-meter radius for 2 hours. Cost 6 rescue cards. Another read, status recovery card cleanses, negative status effects, up to 4 times. Cost 6 rescue cards. After a long search, the 4 finally gathered around the very last stone pillar. Vian Tru spoke solemnly. This is our last shot. This pillar held a different card. Global Intel card. Receive updates on all participating teams and monsters every 20 minutes. Monitor up to 3 enemy teams or monsters to see their specific status. Price 5 rescue cards. When New scratched his head. Torn. 5 cards. It's the cheapest one. Should we take the deal? Once we use these, we'll be completely out of cards. Hu Yan frowned and nodded slowly. Still, stumbling upon this salvation zone was a massive stroke of luck. We won't get an opportunity like this again. It would be a waste to pass it up. Yuan shared those exact sentiments. Exactly. Instead of wandering aimlessly to find Kai and the others, we should secure critical intelligence first. In a life or death struggle like this, an information gap is often the deciding factor. Yuan Zhu, what's your take? Yuan Zhu's expression turned grave as he spoke in a low voice. I agree. We can use the global intelligence card to target Brother Liu and Brother Chen's squads. That way, we can locate Kai and reunite with the main force simultaneously. Yuan stepped forward, as the others cheered her on. Yuan, go for it. Yuan held up 5 golden cards and whispered, let's see if this works. She reached out toward the stone tablet, guiding the cards to float toward it. The 5 cards were instantly sucked into the tablet. Yuan raised both hands, channeling her power until the stone erupted in a brilliant blue light. System text flickered into view. Exchange successful. Obtained 1 global intelligence card. Remaining salvation cards, 0. Yuan cheered in delight. It worked. Before them, a sphere of static electricity began to expand as the group watched in breathless anticipation. As the sparks faded, a notification panel appeared, displaying the current number of survivors remaining in the championship. 906 survivors across 200 teams. Monster Invasion, Progress 327, Commander Class and 43 King Class monsters. Active radius at the competition's edge, 17 kilometers. Yuan Zhu's face paled in shock. Nearly 300 people have been eliminated already. Hu Yan looked equally tense. The early stages were merely small-scale skirmishes between the participating teams, but with the appearance of salvation zones and the expanding monster invasion, the real carnage is only just beginning. Ruan Yu stood nearby, looking deeply worried. Captain Kai is so famous that his enemies aren't just limited to the players from Country E, and now that target lock cards have appeared, I shudder to think of the danger he's in. Luckily, he's not facing it alone. Yuan stared silently at the new prompt. System, do you wish to target Team Shanha and the red team with the global intelligence card? Oh yes. Bino. Without a single moment of hesitation, she pressed forward to confirm. I don't know how much longer Brother Liu and Brother Chen can hold out. Let's check their situation first. A holographic globe appeared along with the statistics. Team Shanha, 3 survivors. Red team, 2 survivors. Yuan Zhu and Hu Yan cried out in shock simultaneously. What? Ruan Yu's voice trembled. Captain Kai. Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Kai was not with Brother Liu's group. Elsewhere, Tian Shen was monitoring the participants through the screens. Excellent. It seems the Fire God team has discovered a vital tactical item, while Team Shanha and the Red team managed to find their captured allies. Their casualty rate is devastating. Shen Feng was also present. He looked up at the monitors and asked, where on earth is Giang Khai hiding? Not a single camera has caught a glimpse of him yet. Wei Ying remarked grimly. Judging by the status of the others, Giang Khai must have been detained twice now. This proves he escaped his first captivity entirely on his own. Since we didn't see anyone helping him, Tian Shen let out a cold smirk. Indeed, while I still don't understand how that kid manages to do it, he certainly knows how to deliver a surprise. Suddenly, Wei Ying spotted something on the monitors. Wait. Look there. He turned to the technician. Rof A. Column 3. Isolate it and zoom in now. Yes. Sir. The screen magnified to reveal a group of individuals. It was the 5 members of the high-level hunting team. Their leader, wearing a hat, was level 60. His followers were all level 50. Tianshen frowned, ordering an immediate investigation into the hunting team's files and their entire combat record since the start. The technician typed furiously on the keyboard while reading the data aloud. Every national team has suffered casualties, but Country E's hunting team is unique. He gestured toward the man in the hat. To this day, they maintain a 0 casualty record. Visas, the captain of the hunting team, is recognized as one of Country E's premier swordsmen. The technician's voice was monotone, yet his words carried the heavy weight of Visas' importance. Intelligence shows that after breaking level 60 a year ago, Visas voluntarily dropped to level 40, then regained level 60 with terrifying speed. Based on this, we suspect his talent is likely. He swallowed hard to compose himself before finishing. Reincarnation. At that same moment, Outside the arena, Tian Shen gasped in pure shock. Reincarnation. Shen Feng was equally stunned. Such a talent actually exists. Isn't that basically cheating? In other words, he may look like a level 60, but his true combat power far exceeds that rank. Wei Ying confirmed gravely. There's more. I have heard rumors regarding this reincarnation talent before. He began to recount everything he knew. The terrifying part of this talent is that after each reincarnation, all of the user's base attributes receive a massive, permanent boost. The true terror of this innate gift is that after every reincarnation, all of his personal attributes undergo a staggering and explosive surge in power. His strength, constitution, agility, and spirit stats have surged beyond all known measurement. With every reincarnation, his attribute growth reaches terrifying new heights. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Sunha squad. Carrying a comrade on her shoulders, Xiao Jiang shouts in a panic. Captain, your wounds are opening up again. She spits in disgust, cursing their enemies. Those bastards from Country C and Country G are shameless. They actually conspired to ambush us. If it wasn't for their cowardice, Feng Wei wouldn't be captured. And the captain wouldn't be bleeding out like this. Gritting her teeth, she recalls the tragedy. Zhao Ming and Chen Jian didn't have to sacrifice their lives for nothing. Dichuan cuts her off sharply. Enough. This isn't the time for tears or mourning. We've wasted too much time escaping. Move faster. If we run into those monsters now, we're all dead. Xiao Jiang nods instantly. Suddenly, a rain of arrows whistles through the air. Dachuan's eyes widen as he deflects them with his blade. Who's there? How pathetic. The Eclipse Guild's hunting party emerges. Their leader sneers. I didn't expect to find Holy Radiance trash while on my way to kill Giang Khai. It's the notorious adventurer Visas, a level 60 swordsman. He chuckles darkly. Remember the name, Visas. It's the last thing you'll hear in this living nightmare. Dachuan shudders at the overwhelming pressure, setting the captive Feng Wei aside. Xiao Jiang charges forward to buy them some time. Captain. Go, I'll hold them off. Dachuan screams in terror. Xiao Jiang. No, it's too dangerous. Visas lets out a chilling laugh. Running. Once I've locked onto my prey, there is absolutely no escape. In a blur of speed, he teleports right beside Xiao Jiang. Allow me to personally show you a good time. She swings her blade with everything she has, but he dodges her strikes with effortless grace. Suddenly, Visas blurs, appearing behind her. Feng Wei's eyes bulge in terror as the assassin closes in. Visas slams Feng Wei's head into a rock with lightning speed. Feng Wei, Xiao Jiang screams, lunging forward in a blind rage. Visas coldly unleashes his blizzard slash. A vortex of lethal sword arcs erupts, freezing Xiao Jiang in her tracks. Dichuan grabs her shoulder just in time. Careful, he yanks her back, narrowly escaping the deadly blades by a hair's breadth. As she gasps his name, Dichuan launches himself high into the air. He pours every ounce of mana into one final strike. Overlord's Wrath Visas doesn't even move as the blade bites deep. I got him, Dachuan thinks triumphantly. But his victory is short-lived as his eyes widen in horror. His blade stops dead. Where Visas stood, only a cold stone remains. A substitution, damn it. It's a trap. Before he can react, Visas is already hovering directly above him like a vengeful shadow. His eyes glow with a sinister light as he whispers his ultimate move. Instant shadow, invincible slash. They are powerless to respond. A storm of blades rains down, leaving them screaming in agony as blood spatters everywhere. Having decimated his foes, Visas descends gracefully back to the earth. He stares at the broken Dachuan. Despite the mangled limbs, the captain struggles to stand. Visas sneers in contempt. I told you. No one escapes me. Not you. And not Giang Khai. Any last words? Trash. Dichuan spits blood and smirks. Giang Khai. He'll lead Holy Radiance to victory and crush you all. Visas tosses his blade aside with a mocking laugh. A touching sentiment. Too bad dead men can't see the future. His sword begins to glow a sinister crimson. He has activated his blood drink ability. The blade pierces Dachuan's chest. Life fades from his eyes as his body collapses into the dust. Dachuan is officially eliminated. Visas greedily snatches the rescue card that drops from his fading form. His lackeys laugh. This trash wasn't even worth your time. Boss. They just dirtied your hands. With these 3, they now have 7 rescue cards. Visas immediately orders them to activate the tracking card. Giang Khai. I can't wait to tear you apart. Back in the briefing room, the observers watched the screen in shock. Lu Dachuan was an S-rank powerhouse. His combat stats were off the charts, yet he was slaughtered like an animal. Can Giang Khai even survive against a monster like that? Wei Ying remains silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, The scene shifts back to our protagonist, Giang Khai. Surrounded by fallen logs, Giang Khai remains frozen on the same branch, barely daring to breathe. 20 minutes ago, just as the branch began to snap, Giang Khai prepared for death until a miracle occurred. The king-class rock golem marched forward with an icy, expressionless face, carrying a massive tree trunk. Its heavy footsteps shook the very earth. Suddenly, the giant's massive body shattered, crumbling into a pile of stone fragments. The tree trunk crashed down, bringing Giang Khai with it. Just then, the system alerted him. Hibernation state detected. 19 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. As the announcement finished, every rock golem in the vicinity began to collapse. Giang Khai calculated carefully. 15 minutes had passed. In 5 minutes, these sleeping monsters would awaken once more. Suddenly, multiple groups emerged from the forest ahead. He froze, realizing that he was no longer alone. Members of the Bird of Prey squad whispered in confusion, unable to fathom how the Hoffman Guild had failed. How could such a massive force fail to kill a single man? Contempt and disbelief dripped from their voices. If the Radiant Saint hadn't launched that sudden second wave, Giang Khai never would have escaped with his life. Fueled by resentment, they decided to slaughter the Radiant Saint members first, before fighting for the top 3. Giang Khai is nearby. Someone added, "Our squad is using a tracking card. There is no escape for him." Suddenly, Lap Hang shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, look over there." All eyes turned instantly. Visas and his team arrived at that moment. His comrades puzzled, because their target should have been right there. The crowd began to murmur. Was that the elite hunter squad that refused all alliances to hunt alone? While other nations' squads had suffered heavy losses, this team remained completely untouched throughout the entire grueling battle. Tuong Vu kicked a nearby rock in sheer irritation, his patience wearing thin. "It's just dumb luck," he snarled. "Today, his head belongs to me." They scattered to begin the hunt. They searched every corner, but the tracking card insisted he was here. Enraged, Tuong Vu kicked a tree and cursed. Damn it, did that brat sense something was off and run away already? As he looked up, he froze. A silhouette was hidden in the branches. Recognition hit him, Giang Khai, unfazed. Giang Khai thought, "You think you're the hunters? But you're actually the prey I've been waiting for." The crowd swarmed the fallen tree, their voices rising in a frantic, bloodthirsty chorus. "Where is he? Is that him?" The sudden commotion immediately caught the attention of the deadly Visas. Tuong Vu pointed upward, screaming, "Look, he's hiding right there." Everyone saw Giang Khai standing perfectly still. Why isn't he moving? Is he paralyzed? Someone stepped toward Visas, whispering about a possible restriction. "That's impossible," Visas muttered coldly. His signal on the map was moving just a moment ago. Tuong Vu taunted him loudly. "First, you play a double. Now you're playing dead. Get down here. Coward. The tracking card says you're free to move. Stop the pathetic acting and show us your real strength." The crowd joined the jeering, recalling how he had used a decoy to kill Hokai Man previously. "Look at his face. Something is definitely wrong. He's trapped like a rat." Looking down at the 70 enemies, Giang Kai's heart raced. He had to stay calm and stall for time. His gaze locked onto Visas, who stood there with a sinister grin, surrounded by a terrifying, dark aura. Such overwhelming bloodlust. Giang Khai thought. Visas dragged his blade toward the tree. "Is Lu Dai Xuen your friend? His entire squad was wiped out by my hand." Visas sneered, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. His voice was ice cold, his sword scraping the ground with a chilling screech. "A pathetic bunch of trash. One head taken with a single stroke. The others I hacked them into pieces where they stood." Visas looked up with a twisted smile. "I am Visas. Don't you want to avenge your fallen brothers?" Fury surged through Giang Khai. This monster. He was the one who had murdered Brother Lu and the others. Without hesitation, Visas swung his sword. "Make your move." He lunged forward with explosive, lethal speed. He flew toward Giang Khai like a predator. "Let's see if your little tricks can save you from me." Giang Khai clenched his teeth, watching the assassin close the distance in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. Panic seized the crowd below. What is this shaking? Massive rocks rained from the sky. The system timer hit 0. Hibernation state ended. The real nightmare begins. Giang Kai's lips curled into a smirk. Perfect timing. Visas was forced back as chaos erupted everywhere. The stone giants rose, their massive arms hurling boulders down upon the terrified crowd. The hunt was reversed. Panic erupted as they screamed, "Look at those boulders!" Then, even more giants charged forward, their terrifying roars shaking the very air. The crowd scrambled in a desperate frenzy. This is bad. It's a legion of crystal Goliaths, damn it. No wonder the global map showed monsters nearby. Yet not a single one was seen moving until now. It was Runner Deformat, perched high above. Giang Khai's voice turned ice cold. You think you can just escape? This hunter hasn't given his permission yet. Face your death. His cards streaked through the air, triggering a landslide of boulders upon the fleeing crowd. The cards whistled toward the giants, who were already hoisting massive trunks to launch their assault. A giant slammed its club down, launching victims into the air, only to be skewered by Giang Khai's lethal cards. Some were snatched up and crushed instantly in massive palms, while others were trampled into the dirt. Unable to outrun fate, the giants kept raining down heavy stones, sending bodies flying, as desperate screams echoed through the devastated battlefield. The once arrogant Visas was now paralyzed by sheer terror. How could Giang Khai be with these monsters? How did he tame them? He tried to retreat, but a massive boulder crashed directly in his path, forcing him to a dead stop. A giant swung its trunk, sending Visas flying. In that split second, he screamed. Bone wood substitution. His body vanished midair, leaving behind nothing but a shattered log where he had stood just moments before. Dozens of cards swirled back to Giang Khai, fueled by his power, while the giants continued their relentless, crushing rampage. Rocks shattered as the giants struck the earth, causing the ground to split into deep, bottomless ravines. Helpless victims plummeted into the dark abyss, their voices fading into the shadows of the never-ending chasm. Giang Khai remained motionless atop the tree, his entire body suddenly radiating a blinding, golden brilliance. The system chimed salvation card successful. All restrictions cleared. Overjoyed, Giang Khai launched himself into the air, snapping the branch beneath him, gazing down at the carnage below. Giang Khai let a triumphant smirk play across his lips. Success. He landed gracefully on a thick branch, overlooking the absolute chaos unleashed by those king-class bosses. It worked perfectly. Using king-class bosses to harvest lives was far more efficient than he had ever imagined. Thinking of Visas' treacherous face, Giang Khai let out a heavy sigh of disappointment. He hadn't avenged Brother Lu's guild yet. That bastard had slipped away. Still, his eyes sparkled at the floating gold cards. His gaze intensified. He hadn't expected to reap such a massive haul of salvation cards this time. At the military headquarters, Commander Wei Ying stared at the monitors. Rewind that. Slow it to 10% and analyze the afterimage at 9.2 seconds. Ngok Sam responded instantly, his fingers flying across the controls. Understood. Giang Khai's figure finally became clear on the massive screen. Then Fong stood there, frozen in utter disbelief. It's Giang Khai. He was hiding in the tree the whole time. No wonder our sensors couldn't track him down. Wei Ying watched Then Fong's confusion and finally understood. So that was it. Was this your plan all along? Commandant. What exactly is happening here? Then Fong asked. The commander began calmly breaking down the strategy. Those monsters are crystal Goliaths. They possess immense strength, but they are completely blind and deaf. They hunt solely by sensing vibrations through the ground beneath their massive feet. Wei Ying added, as long as he didn't touch the ground, those behemoths would never even know he was there. He pictured Giang Khai's clever hiding spot. He must have taken to the trees the moment he was first restrained. That's why they missed him. When the tree became the king-class giant's weapon, he simply adapted to the chaos. Thien then marveled at the sheer brilliance of the boy's tactical mind. Even while immobilized, he wasn't helpless. We all saw it, that secret weapon of his. It must be telepathically controlled. He analyzed, leaving Then Fong in absolute awe of Giang Khai's resourcefulness. He used those brutal Goliaths to eliminate other players, harvesting their salvation cards to secure his own freedom twice over. Surviving a nightmare like this. I'm truly impressed, Wei Ying admitted, his voice heavy with newfound respect. But breaking free was just the beginning. The real trial for him and Hoa Than starts right now, far away. Giang Khai continued his relentless trek through the danger zone. 30 minutes later, he paused, sensing a familiar shift in the air. It's starting again. A rift tore through the sky, unleashing a massive pillar of light. Phase 2 of the Global Championship is now over. Initiating Phase 3. The system's cold voice warned that the monster count in the area was surging rapidly. Alert map update. Monster invasion speed has surged by 200%. The system continues to unveil the brutal new laws. A new nightmare begins. Each squad will now have one member randomly selected for imprisonment. The prisoner is paralyzed, unable to act unless rescued or moved by others. To demonstrate, the system shows a body exploding after 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Any prisoner who isn't liberated within 30 minutes will face a violent, self-detonating death. The system interface introduces a new tactical element. Functional props will now appear within the designated rescue lands. Giang Khai tenses up at this ruthless escalation. The competition is becoming a bloodbath. Self-destruction is a terrifying stakes. If I hadn't broken out in time, I'd have been blown into 1,000 bloody pieces by now. The system screen flashes, forcing him to find cover immediately. Round 3. Random imprisonment is about to begin. Is it my turn again? I'll hide for now. The countdown starts at 3. Every passing second feels like an eternity. Tfal. 1. What? Luck is on his side this time. Giang Khai exhales in relief. It's not me, suddenly. A distant purple glow catches his eye. The light slowly ascends, dissolving into the atmosphere. Giang Khai quickly tracks the source of that mysterious purple smoke. The object is hidden behind massive, jagged rocks. Notification, congratulations. You have discovered a rescue land. Upon reaching the stone tablet, use your rescue cards to exchange for functional items. He beams with joy at this tactical find. Giang Khai steps inside and approaches the ancient slabs. He scans the options: map positioning card, single transport card, and target zoning card. There's a vast selection here, including status restoration and global information cards. These cards hold incredible potential. He stops before one particular tablet, his eyes narrowing with intense interest. The inscriptions on this stone differ from the rest. The arena card. Select one enemy target and one teammate, including the user. Both targets will be pulled into a duel mode within an entirely independent combat dimension. This isolation remains in effect until one side is completely defeated. Only then is the status dispelled. During the duel, you are immune to all external damage. The price: 30 rescue cards. It costs over half my stash. Not cheap at all. His mind races as he weighs the heavy cost against the potential gain. However, such a steep price only proves that the system considers its strategic value far superior to any other card. A golden light erupts in Giang Khai's palm. A forced target assignment to the arena. This is the only offensive card available. Golden cards hover in the air before him. I've always preferred to hold the reins of initiative. With fierce determination, he decides to bet it all on this one play. 3 minutes later, the transaction is finalized. Remaining cards displayed: 5 cards total, 1 arena card, and 1 map positioning card, 1 single transport card, plus 2 more. The immediate threats are handled. The imprisonment issue is solved, and I've secured 3 items. My priority now is to regroup with the pillar and the others. Yet, Giang Khai gazes into the distance with a heavy heart. Who among them was taken this time? Elsewhere, Winnu's legs are frozen solid. The surrounding teammates look on with desperate concern. Weinagu. Can you hear us? Sweat pours down his face as he sits there, helpless. Vien Tru realizes the gravity of the situation. While Honyan frantically searches for a solution, it seems Brother Nguyen is the prisoner this time. Stage 3 started way too fast. We barely escaped the ambush with 4 cards. It's not enough. Known describes their dire circumstances. The squad is pushed to the brink after constant, plus brutal combat. Everyone's strength is completely drained. At this intensity, finding Kai and gathering more cards feels impossible. Suddenly, the system notification pings again. Global news update delivered to all participants. The current status of the competition is projected for everyone to see. Survivors remaining 305. Teams left 75. Monster invasion 542 commanders. 61 king-class beasts. The active zone is restricted to 38 kilometers from the edge. Honyan gasps. Over 600 people were wiped out in Stage 2. Now that the beast invasion has accelerated, the final decisive battle must be right around the corner. A sudden rustle in the bushes puts the group on high alert. 2 cunning figures, Tievu and Bakvien, step out from the shadows. We've been watching you for a while. A squad of 4, all wounded, 1 imprisoned, and 1 is just a doctor. That means only 2 broken soldiers can actually fight. 4 rescue cards delivered right to us. We're not passing up a gift like that. The 3 immediately drop into defensive stances. You want to kill the fire god. If you've got the guts, then come and try it. Ignoring the warnings from Known, Honan, and Vien Tru, the 2 thugs charge forward, weapons drawn to exploit the weak. You can barely hold your sword steady. Who are you trying to scare, Billy? Cut them down and seize those cards. I'll take your heads for fun. Out of nowhere, 2 crimson darts streaked through the air. They struck the villains, incinerating them instantly. Known's eyes lit up as she cried out in relief. She knew those familiar darts. Even Honyan recognized the signature sneak attack style. It was exactly like the technique used by his 2 companions. Vien Tru was equally thrilled, noting the unmistakable trajectory of the flight. Just as they suspected, Giang Kai's figure finally emerged from the shadows. Sorry I'm late. I had to deal with 3 groups of ambushers along the way. So I got held up. The atmosphere turned jubilant the moment Giang Khai returned. Still doubting his senses, Vian Tru gave his cheek a hard pinch. Ouch, this isn't a dream. But Khai, weren't you supposed to be imprisoned? Honan added. That's right. We haven't been able to find any trace of you. How did you even manage to track us down? Giang Khai calmly looked at them and replied, It's quite a long story. We're in stage 3 now. The beast tide speed has increased by 200%. So time is critical. We must rescue Winnu first. Vian Tru spoke to Giang Khai with a worried expression. That's great. But we're still 1 rescue card short of what we need. Under his teammates' stunned gazes, Giang Khai acted immediately to save Winnu. Pressing the card directly against his body, Winnu returned to normal instantly. I'm free, he cheered as the system confirmed. Rescue card successful. Imprisonment status has been cleared. The entire team watched him with a mix of shock and joy. Meanwhile, empty cans lay scattered across the desolate ground. What you mean, you've actually been moving alongside the stone essence giant this entire time? After hearing Giang Kai's explanation, everyone was floored by his sheer audacity. Only Captain Kai would have the guts to manipulate a king-class boss. A king-class boss. Completely oblivious, that's beyond arrogant. Once again, Visas was left feeling nothing but a sense of deep regret. It's a shame I still lack the strength to avenge our eldest brother. Seeing Giang Kai's struggle, the team stood united in their desire to help. Kyovu. Avenging our leader isn't just your burden to bear. It's a responsibility that belongs to all of us now. Known handed 4 cards over to Giang Khai. That's right, oh. And Kyovu? These are the 4 prize draw cards we just earned. Good. Adding the 5 special draw cards just issued by the system, that brings our total to 23 cards. He glanced at Known and added, Since we don't know the rewards for those 4 special cards yet, let's hold on to them. Anything could happen. What's the next move? Giang Khai began deploying the plan, find the remaining Red Squad members and form a new strategy. Crimson bloodstains were splattered along the winding road. Telltale signs of a brutal struggle. Master Tran and Master Ha of the Red Squad leaned on each other, struggling to take even a single agonizing step forward. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps nearby made them snap their heads back in alarm. It was Giang Kai's team. They were overjoyed to find them. The 2 men couldn't hide their utter shock at the group's sudden and unexpected appearance. Tran gasped in disbelief. Little Jiang, how did you know where to find us? Wait. Did you actually manage to get a global information card? Giang Khai gave a cheerful nod of confirmation. Master Ha looked at the group of youngsters, unable to stop himself from praising them. When we passed the rescue zone earlier, we wanted to trade for one too. Sadly, we used up all our cards just to break free. You youngsters really are the next generation surpassing the old. Suddenly remembering something, Tran asked, By the way, what about the Sunha squad? Giang Khai couldn't hide his grief. He bowed his head solemnly and replied, Brother Lu's entire team, they've all fallen in battle. The news hit them like a physical blow, leaving them in stunned silence. With eyes full of resolve, Giang Khai revealed his serious plan. Master Tran, Master Ha, I have a plan to fast-track us straight to the finals. It's extremely risky, so I need you to decide if you'll join us. A sword was thrust firmly into the earth, a symbol of unwavering resolve. What is there to consider? That brutal battle already claimed 3 of our brothers. Now, every single breath we take is a hard-won struggle. Courage, and will blaze back to life in their eyes. For holy radiance, and for our fallen brothers, even if it's fire, we'll level it. Witnessing such fierce and steady determination, Giang Kai's group felt their own spirits soar with inspiration. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain struck Master Tran, causing him to cough up blood and collapse. The team rushed to his side. Forgive me, kids. His body trembled with numbness. He gritted his teeth. I fear this broken body will only hold you back. Fortunately, Known acted quickly to begin their treatment, her powers glowing with a healing light. Master Tran, Master Ha, don't worry. Leave your wounds to me. A gentle breeze swept through, soothing the heavy atmosphere. Half an hour later, the team stood fully recovered beneath a massive tree, looking up at the branches. The veterans felt completely baffled. Little Jiang, is there something special about this tree that we're missing? Exactly. You healed us and brought us here, but you haven't explained the plan yet. Giang Khai recalled the king-class boss. Earlier, I encountered a vanguard of monsters, the Stone Essence Giants, and among them was a king-class boss. I've activated the target tracking card to lock onto its location. It's leading a monster horde straight toward us. A faint smirk played on his lips as he added, if we shadow them the entire way, we can bypass the fighting entirely. Tran stood frozen, unable to believe his ears. What, follow a king-class monster? Are you sure this isn't a suicide mission? His pupils dilated as tension surged through his body, but in an instant, his spirit flared back to life, as if he had finally discovered a path to victory. Given our current state, this reckless gamble might be the only way to ensure every member survives until the end. You're right. We've come too far not to bet at all. Zhang, we believe in you, Yuanzu added, his voice firm with renewed confidence. Don't worry. Big brothers, following anyone else might lead to a dead end. But following our Kai, we're guaranteed to make it. A massive foot slammed into the earth, sending a violent tremor through the ground. Giang Khai signaled immediately. It was here. The team held their breath, watching the ferocious beasts raise everything in their path with overwhelming power. Giang Khai gestured for everyone to scramble up the trees. As long as we stay off the ground, they won't detect our presence. On his command, the group moved like shadows, evading the monster's path of destruction. Across the river, a battered figure appeared. It was Visas, covered in wounds. He slumped by the bank, his heart burning with resentment over Giang Kai's last strike. That was too close. I barely escaped. But how can a brat like Giang Khai control a king-class stone giant? A faint rustle in the shadows instantly put him on high alert. He snapped into a combat stance, glaring at the hidden presence. Show yourself. With a roar, he unleashed a strike that shattered a massive boulder. From the darkness, a figure stepped forward with ghostly grace. He was a monster who possessed two god-tier talents, reincarnation and the blood-sucking shadow. Willis emerged from the gloom, flanked by his loyal followers. Is this the famous fishing squad Visas? Your strength has always been vastly underestimated. Visas glared, realizing his reincarnation secret had leaked. But my blood-sucking shadow? I've only revealed that power 3 times in my entire life. He stared at the arrogant blonde man who stood there laughing. How could this stranger know so much? Visas didn't waste time and asked directly. Who the hell are you? The name's Willis, the blonde said, casually waving a hand. Relax. I'm not in the mood for a fight right now. His companion then tossed a syringe toward Visas. Willis caught the syringe firmly. This is a grade 3 super recovery serum. It can completely rejuvenate your blood in just 3 minutes. A friend in alchemy gave it to me. Since I have no use for it, consider it a gift. Facing Visas' lethal gaze, Willis merely smirked. What? Wondering why I'm helping, or do you think it's poison? How heartbreaking. Visas kept his blade ready, his brow furrowed in deep suspicion of the man before him. Willis stepped closer and winked. Rest easy. I have no interest in executing a wounded soldier. You know a guy named Giang Khai? Right. Willis continued calmly. I heard he's not even level 40 yet. And yet, he completely turned the tides of battle in a single match during the qualifiers. It's a shame I had to leave for a mission. I missed my chance to clash with him. He reached out a hand. Someone that interesting. Surely you're curious too. Visas spat through gritted teeth, his guard never wavering. So what? Willis didn't answer but continued to stare intensely into Visas' eyes. That wound was from a king-class monster. In 3 minutes, that toxin will reach your heart. If another team ambushes you now, you're dead. Are you really okay with ending it like this? Visas stood paralyzed, unable to deny the truth. Willis leaned in closer. In this entire competition, the only ones worthy of being my rivals are you and Giang Khai. I'm dying to see which of you is truly stronger. He stood before Visas, baring his teeth in a sharp, provocative grin. After all, only the strongest earned the right to become my ultimate opponent. Willis blurred past Visas with blinding speed. He then held out the syringe and spoke to his companion. Rim. I think our clever friend Visas won't disappoint us. After a tense silence, Visas reached out and gripped the syringe, leaning against a tree. Visas plunged the needle into his right arm with his left hand. Green watched the exchange nervously. Is it really okay to help a rival? What if our ranking drops? Willis just stretched lazily. Rankings? Who cares about that trash? I only came here because I heard there were interesting opponents. Besides, those old geezers in the military are such a bore. I wouldn't have bothered otherwise. He smirked darkly at Visas. It's been ages since I found a soul worth fighting in Country J. I only promised the higher-ups a spot in the top 3. Anyway, your final rank rests solely in my hands. Greem froze, silenced by the cold authority in his captain's voice. Rim glared at Willis's retreating back, his face a mask of smoldering resentment and silent fury. Willis glanced back with a mocking smirk. Give it a rest. You're frustrated, but you're no match for me. Question my authority again, and I'll disqualify you myself. Grim stood still as Willis vanished into the distance, Arrogant maniac. He spat internally. Giang Khai. The giants marched on, their thunderous steps shaking the entire forest. Perched high above, Mr. Ha couldn't hide his awe. This is nothing short of a miracle. Aside from a few bumps, our path forward has been completely cleared of obstacles. Honyan beamed with pride. Captain Kai's parasite tactic is legendary. Did you guys see their faces? The Sun Team's expressions before they died. Their mouths were hanging wide open in pure shock. So hilarious. Win Nu chimed in with a laugh. Oh, I definitely saw that. Vien Tru added. They were plotting an ambush, only to get wiped out themselves. Talk about satisfying justice. Mr. Fran looked on regretfully. If only I'd conceived this plan sooner. Perhaps we wouldn't have suffered losses. Suddenly, the giants' pace slowed. Their heavy thuds were replaced by cautious and deliberate movements. Are they tiring out? Giang Khai frowned, activating his demon eyes as they surged with an eerie, golden light. Does everyone remember the rules mentioned at the beginning of the match? As time elapses, the monsters will close in, systematically shrinking the safe zone for all participants. Giang Kai's voice dropped. A potent energy flickered ahead, while strange ripples distorted the very sky above. Looking grim, Giang Khai muttered. I wondered what force dictated the monster's movements. It's a physical barrier. Suddenly, a violent tremor ripped through the entire forest, more intense than any giant's footstep. Wen Nu screamed in sudden panic. It's an earthquake. Watch out. Giang Khai snapped into high alert, sensing a rapid approach. He roared. Incoming monsters, brace yourselves. Hidden from their sight within the shadows of the dense brush, bloodthirsty fangs were charging. Giang Khai realized the giants were oblivious, but these newcomers were hunting them. Meanwhile, the giants' movements grew sluggish as they stepped into those mysterious, shimmering energy currents. Giang Khai launched himself into the air from a high branch. Now's our chance. Move. He glided through the transparent barrier with ease, the rest of the team following closely in his wake, landing safely. Wen Nu looked back at the snarling horde. It worked. They can't cross the line. Giang Khai warned. The moment this barrier falls, they'll swarm us. He took the lead, barking urgent orders. We need to push forward and put distance between us and those monsters before this phase ends. The team responded with a unified shout. 10 minutes later, they were still navigating the treacherous woods. High above in the canopy, mysterious figures lurked, their predatory eyes fixed on Giang Kai's movements below, concealed behind massive trunks. The watchers were spotted instantly by Giang Khai. The team followed his sharp gaze. Reacting with lightning speed, Giang Khai summoned a barrage of daggers wreathed in roaring, crimson flames. With a sharp flick, the blazing blades whistled through the air. Ho Nyan, strike now. She wove ice into a mystical compass. Taste my invincible silver frost technique, tremble. You fools. The razor-sharp blades sliced through the thick branches, sending the hidden lurkers crashing helplessly to the ground. A massive mace slammed into the dirt. It was Henry, from Country D's tribal and leopard squads. He chuckled. So, you spotted us. Nearby, the noble and spirit squads from Country M joined in sneeringly. Not bad for Sacred Radiance. Your instincts are actually sharper than I expected. Alice eyed Giang Khai with newfound interest. Fast reflexes. And quite handsome, too. She purred playfully. Giang Kai's gaze turned icy. Did you really think we'd be unprepared? He smirked, recalling 3 minutes ago, as they ran. Known had accessed the system interface, revealing the latest global updates for the match. The survival count had plummeted to just 25 participants across 11 remaining elite teams. Invasion progress 1,400 monsters, 100 king-class entities within a 298-kilometer radius. Vien Tru gasped in disbelief. Down to just 11 teams already. The slaughter is escalating quickly. Nuanuan spoke calmly, noting that under the monster's relentless pressure, every squad was being funneled toward the center. The chances of a clash are skyrocketing, and the hunting is turning brutal. This championship will end very soon. Giang Khai muttered. Aside from Sacred Radiance's squads, those 9 teams likely contain allies from the same nation. Sharing familiar skills and coordination, the entire team fell silent, listening intently to his tactical breakdown. Moreover, we can't rule out the remaining teams forming a massive alliance, specifically to ambush our Sacred Radiance squad. Gazing at the forest ahead, Giang Khai warned, this terrain is a perfect hiding spot. The enemy is likely lying in wait. Stay sharp and watch every movement. At the first sign of trouble, enter full combat mode immediately. Returning to the present reality, members of Country N the Bird, Messenger, and paladin squads approached with sneers. Hey Alice. This is no time to be ogling boys. Let's wipe out these sacred radiance fools first. Only then will our three nations settle who truly reigns supreme. Chen and Xia were wary. But Xia spoke up, just as Jiang predicted. These guys have already formed an alliance. Is that everyone? Giang Khai asked coldly. Though a flicker of doubt began to rise within his heart. Something wasn't right. Just a moment ago, he had definitely sensed a strangely familiar aura nearby. Henry lunged forward, swinging his massive mace with a roar. Listen, kill. I alone am enough to smash you into mincemeat. Suddenly, ice spikes erupted as William shouted, Giang Khai is my prey. The frozen shards pierced Henry's arm instantly. His subordinates rushed toward him as they saw Henry's arm practically severed by the icy strike. Crying out for their leader, they ignored William. With a cold flash, his sword cleaved through all three men. Watching them collapse at his feet, William chuckled. How fortunate. That's one less group of rivals to worry about. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the clearing. Giang Khai. What a surprise. It was the sinister Visas. He sneered with pure contempt. In the end, you're just like the rest of Sacred Radiance's trash. You won't escape my grasp. The group's eyes locked onto him. But only Giang Khai spoke. So, it seems you haven't died after all. Giang Khai then shifted his gaze toward Willis, who stood behind Visas with a mocking, twisted grin. Suspicion filled his mind. These two didn't look like they were from Country Y, especially that mysterious blonde-haired man. Hu Yan took a combat stance, hissing. Did you kill Brother Lu today? I'll have your head, the others shouted in agreement. Visas charged forward like a blur, his blade thrusting through the air with absolute disdain for his opponents. A pity. He mocked. You insects don't even have the right to kneel before me and beg for your lives. Giang Khai leaped, unleashing 3 strikes. Don't get cocky, I'll end you. William's blade then shattered the earth with a roar. Sacred Radiance has the numbers. Seize this chance and eliminate their entire squad right now. William roared his command. Alice refused to be outdone, channeling her mana into a forbidden spell, the scripture of sincere repentance. A brilliant light flared as she scoffed. You don't need to tell me. Suddenly, a pale purple mist engulfed them. Yuanzu, Wiangu, Nuanyuan, Huyan, and Sha. Every one of them suddenly froze in their tracks. Jiang Khai watched in horror at the spheres imprisoning his comrades. Seizing the moment, William and his lackeys lunged forward, intent on delivering the final, fatal blow to the team. Giang Khai grit his teeth. Damn it, they've fallen under a mental control curse. If this continues, they're all dead. He spun to save them. But Visas had no intention of letting him go. He blocked Giang Kai's path immediately, leaping into the air. Visas laughed mockingly. Forget about them. Brat, I told you are my prey. Visas unleashed his shadow slash, but Giang Khai roared. Phasing, a blur of magic shot out, catching Visas completely off guard. Far from the battlefield, Shen Feng, Tian Chen, and Wei Ying watched the monitors with bated breath. That was too close, Shen Feng exclaimed. Giang Khai was nearly sliced in two by that strike. They watched as Giang Kai's allies trembled under the weight of Alice's psychological magic. Even a nearby minion fell to his knees, sobbing for forgiveness. Wei Ying explained, It's the sincere repentance spell. This mental curse traps the victim in a loop of infinite guilt and soul-crushing remorse. He continued, The more they struggle, the heavier the guilt becomes, until their will to fight is completely extinguished. Tian Chen slammed the table in a rage. Jiang Khai can barely save himself. Is this the end for Sacred Radiance? Suddenly, Wen Nu smashed his liquor bottle, roaring in defiance. What repentance? I've done nothing wrong. You bastards. All three were stunned by Wen Nu's sudden antics on screen. Wearing a wild grin, he charged forward with his shield raised, shouting, Hey there. Gorgeous, your big brother is coming for you. Wen Nu lunged right in front of Alice, swinging his blade with a force that sent her reeling in shock. Alice frantically raised her staff to block his strike, screaming in a panic. Get away from me, you fat pig. Suddenly, the binding magic holding everyone captive vanished. A confused Ha turned to Tran and asked, Wait. We were just under their spell. Why did it suddenly break? Honyan quickly explained. Once Wen Wen is drunk, he gains a natural resistance to all mental attacks. It's just like when he faced the Ghost Banshee's terrifying shriek. Another bottle smashed against the ground. Pillar leaped over 10 meters into the air, his entire body erupting in sparks. With absolute conviction, he roared, I am the first god of war. I shall slay the demon gods and slaughter every last enemy. With those words, he slammed his sword down, triggering a massive explosion that blasted his foe's back, resting his blade on his shoulder. He glared at them with arrogance. If you want to touch my comrades, you'll have to answer to my sword first. This is Origin Force, William cried out in terror. Meanwhile, Non and Ho Nan cheered together. Nguyen Pillar, great job. Tran stood by, completely stunned. He couldn't believe that a bit of alcohol could turn someone into an entirely different person. Willis watched the intense clash between Visas and Giang Khai before asking, Heng, who do you think is actually stronger between those two? He replied slowly. It's hard to say. It looks like they're both still holding back their true power. Willis spun a coin on his finger with a playful smirk. Bingo, I knew you'd notice too. Suddenly, he gripped the coin tight, and a terrifying, murderous aura exploded from his body. His voice dropped to a cold whisper. Then I suppose it's time to wake up these two lazy cats. A blinding beam of light shot from the forest into the sky, sending massive shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. The system screen flared to life. Phase 4 of the Global Championship has begun, removing monster containment walls. Instantly, the massive barriers crumbled to dust. Willis curled his lips into a teasing smile. Seems I won't need to step in after all. In the distance, the furious roars of monsters echoed. Giang Khai glanced at them, his face pale with worry. This is bad. Against such a massive army of powerful bosses, we don't stand a chance. He leaped high into the air, fanning out a deck of cards and screaming, Death cards. Go. Giang Khai aimed to end the match quickly, but his cards only pierced a wooden log. A substitution technique? Giang Khai instantly realized, damn it, it was just a decoy. By then, the real Visas had already closed in behind Honan. He whispered coldly, Giang Khai, do you know how to make my blade truly sharp? Honan. Look out, he screamed. But before the words left his lips, Visas' blade had already run through her stomach with a cruel laugh. When it tasted the blood of its prey, as Giang Khai rushed toward her, the ground suddenly groaned and split wide open. From the dark fissures, terrifying, level 70 poison-fanged centipede lords came crawling out. Giang Khai looked back in frustration. You've got to be kidding me, these beasts are already here. Visas' eyes widened in shock, despite the blade in her gut. Honyan forced herself to turn around. She gripped his arm tight and asked coldly, Think you can just run? A layer of ice instantly locked Visas' arm in place. Shaking, she muttered, It's time for the hunter and the prey to switch places. Visas turned pale, realizing he had underestimated her. Without a second of hesitation, Honan screamed with all her might. No. Now. Noan charged forward, hurling poison vials at Visas. I've been waiting for this. Visas quickly activated his blood shadow escape to shed his physical form. Blood-red wings sprouted from his back as he sneered. In the end, you non-combat classes are just too weak for this world. The vials shattered against the ground. To Honan's horror, Visas easily smashed through her ice cage with sheer brute force. He ripped the blade out of her body, making Honan scream in agonizing pain. Visas remarked coldly, Consider yourselves lucky. If I weren't in such a rush, I wouldn't have let you two die so easily. Noan rushed to the falling girl, crying out her name, but Visas was already behind her, whispering mockingly, Little girl, maybe you should worry about yourself first. Shadow instant strike infinite slash. The cold steel was inches from Noan's throat when Giang Khai threw a golden arena card from afar. Visas gritted his teeth as the card zoomed straight toward him. A massive explosion erupted, with heat and smoke swirling into a colossal, suffocating sphere. The system pinged, target successfully bound by force, initiating arena mode with the target. Do you wish to confirm? Confirm, Giang Khai replied instantly. This monster was too dangerous. He had to finish this personally. Visas stood frozen, his body refusing to move. Even the space around Giang Khai seemed to have locked in time. Noan ignored everything else, focusing solely on healing Honan. Honan? Please stay still, she sobbed. Let me treat you. Honyan's face was deathly pale from blood loss. She whispered weakly, Save your energy. Noan. Your Heart of the Healer might be our last trump card. Tears streamed down Noan's face as she shook her head. No. Please. No. With trembling hands, Hunyan reached out to comfort her friend. Dry your eyes. We managed to force that scum to use his ultimate survival skill. Didn't we? Her form began to flicker and fade into light. But she managed one final, desperate plea. Remember. Noan. Support Captain Kai. We must emerge victorious. Noan collapsed, sobbing as she held on to the fading warmth, seizing the moment of grief. The enemy scavengers charged. Focus on the healer. She is the weak link. Kill her now. Blinding sparks erupted into a fierce blaze as the pillar vaulted into the air like a human comet. You dare lay a finger on a comrade of the war god, he roared. With a thunderous crash, he slammed his weapon down, unleashing a massive shockwave that sent the trash flying. From the shadows of the chaos, William lunged forward, his blade thirsting for blood as he spat out a venomous curse. Exposing your flank to the enemy, that is the most foolish mistake you will ever make. You arrogant brat. With a ghostly twist, the shadow assassin evaded the strike effortlessly. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. The stage was set for the ultimate showdown between Giang Khai and Visas. The two warriors stood locked in a tense standoff within the shimmering magic field. Venom Fang let out a bone-chilling roar, baring its jagged, detail fangs at the heavens. However, the beast's fury was contained behind the barrier, leaving Visas and Giang Khai to settle their score in a direct, face-to-face confrontation. Kai's eyes narrowed, analyzing his opponent's every twitch. This man's movement was unnervingly erratic. He could not afford to give him a single opening to escape. Sensing the intense gaze, Visas twisted his lips into a mocking, arrogant smirk that radiated pure malice. Wasting no time, Kai surged into a combat stance. He activated Gambler's Time and unleashed his ghost hand card arts. Determined to seize the initiative with a preemptive strike, Visas did not flinch. With a roar of bloodthirsty snow slash, his blade carved a crimson arc through the air, shattering every single card Kai had launched into dust. Kai gritted his teeth, his mind racing. He knew that if his fate-seeking critical hit connected, its destructive power would amplify 100 times over. But his heart sank. How was this possible? Could this monster truly possess the ability to nullify a critical strike entirely? Visas danced through the air, his sword parrying every strike with mocking ease. Too slow, way too slow, he bellowed, his laughter echoing through the arena like a taunt from a demon. You are lagging behind. Giang Khai. Despite the mockery, Kai refused to back down, raining down a barrage of razor-sharp cards, even as Visas deflected them effortlessly. Meanwhile, high above the carnage, Willis and Grimm watched the spectacle with casual indifference from the comfort of their floating carpet. Willis leaned on his hand, a grin spreading across his face. A master of deception versus a flash of lightning. Now this is what I call a truly interesting show. Between these two monsters, who will be the one left standing? This trip was worth every second just to witness a duel of this caliber. Sensing the spectators above, Venom Fang let out a guttural hiss and launched a stream of corrosive, lethal venom directly toward them. The enchanted carpet banked sharply, spiraling through the air to narrowly avoid the toxic downpour. Just in time, Grimm stepped forward, his body erupting in a violet haze as he cast shadow envelopment. In the blink of an eye, the pair vanished, leaving the beast dazed and confused. The creature scanned the surroundings, its predatory eyes searching desperately for the intruders who had suddenly slipped through its grasp. Seeing the beast retreat toward the forest, Willis chuckled softly. That stealth skill is certainly a lifesaver. Now, let us get back to watching the play unfold. Below them, Kai's ghost eye focus was at its limit. He vaulted into the air, dancing through a forest of steel as he launched another desperate volley of cards at Visas. As he watched Visas' confident, smug expression, a sudden and chilling realization washed over him. He was not countering the critical hits at all. The moment the blade met the card, Visas used the slightest touch to redirect the momentum of the strike. He was funneling all that explosive energy into the arena's own defensive barrier, rendering Kai's deadliest attacks completely useless. Seeing Visas charging straight for him, Kai lunged forward with a defiant roar. Throwing his cards with everything he had left, Visas responded instantly with bloodthirsty ghost illusion, detonating a cloud of pitch-black smoke that swallowed the entire battlefield in an instant. Kai's cards whistled through the empty mist. His target had vanished into thin air. Damn it, he hissed, his frustration boiling over. He slipped away again. How many escape arts did this man have, even in such a confined space? The death cards could not seem to find their mark. Desperate to regain control, Kai channeled his holy radiant halo to manifest a fresh divine card into his hand. He planned to flush the rat out of hiding. But before he could act, his blood ran cold and his pupils dilated in sheer terror. Like a vengeful phantom, Visas had materialized directly behind him. A manic grin plastered on his face as his blade plunged deep into Kai's body. A true swordsman, Visas whispered with sadistic glee, is nothing more than a ghost in the machine. Jagged thorns erupted from the blade, drinking deep of Kai's life force. Blood harvest, Visas roared. Kai let out a gut-wrenching scream, but he suddenly clamped his hand onto Visas' wrist, turning with a look of pure defiance. Kai's hand began to glow with a blinding celestial radiance that pushed back the encroaching shadows. Visas merely laughed, his voice dripping with condescension. The desperate thrashing of the weak is so pathetic. In my eyes, your resistance is not even worth mentioning. Visas braced himself as a thick, suffocating wave of black energy surged from his arm like liquid darkness. Kai's eyes widened in total disbelief. What? What is this? Visas's grin widened into a jagged mask of triumph and malice. Did you really think bloodletting was this blade's only trick, trying to trade your life for mine? You truly are touchingly naive. In a flash of crimson, he unleashed blood sacrifice. The blade tore through Kai's defenses and skewered his body, leaving the young warrior no chance to escape. Giang Khai let out a gut-wrenching scream of agony. Watching this, Vientru's heart sank with uncontrollable worry, while Inwenu stood by, paralyzed with frantic desperation. Seeing the boy's brutal injuries, Ha's heart skipped a beat, his pupils constricting in a moment of pure Raf horror. From the distance, no one watched in terror as Giang Khai was ensnared by a swarm of crimson tentacles. Kai, she shrieked, but her cry only served to alert the predator to her location. Without warning, a colossal monstrosity erupted from the earth, lunging toward her with murderous intent. As the beast closed in on No, the Tran and Ha brothers moved as one, rushing forward to intercept the strike. Watch out! Consumed by a white-hot rage, Vientru lost all restraint and lunged for a counterattack. You absolute bastard! I'll never forgive you. William and his cronies spotted a fatal opening in Vientru's defense and seized the moment to strike. Now's our chance. When we desperately tried to intervene, but his efforts were cut short. Before he could even move, the enemy's kick sent his sword flying across the battlefield. Is this insignificant brat really trying to play the hero? Alice and her gang joined the fray with twisted, mocking smirks. Know your place, or your arrogance will be the death of you. Meanwhile, Giang Khai's situation grew even more dire. Hoisted into the air by Visas's blood sacrifice, he was slammed ruthlessly into the ground. A single blow that left him clinging to life by a thread. Visas sheathed his blade, his face twisted into a victorious sneer. As the dust settled, the sight was harrowing. The young man lay there, drenched in his own blood. Giang Khai remained motionless on the cold earth. Outside the barrier, no one was frantic, desperately clawing her way toward the shimmering seal. Khai lay still, his vision fading into a gray blur as his consciousness slipped into the dark abyss. Looking at his broken form, No's mind raced with terrifying thoughts. Khai is hurt so badly. Is he even still alive? Tears streamed down her face as panic took hold. She immediately unleashed her healing powers, desperately trying to stabilize his condition. Stai, come. Please. Work. Just as she tried to force her power through the barrier, a cold system notification flickered into existence. Warning, the healing target is currently in an unhealable state. She stared at the message, paralyzed by dread. What? How can this be? From their high vantage point, Grimm and Willis watched the tragedy unfold, finally breaking their silence. That veil of light. It seems to completely sever that space from the outside world. Willis nodded in cold agreement, his eyes narrowing as he evaluated the scene. His life is flickering out, and healing is blocked. It seems Visas is truly on another level. Willis reflected on their previous encounter with Giang Khai, remembering the boy's defiant and arrogant expression. In the future, if you see someone from Shengyao, you'd best kneel and stay out of their way. Willis muttered, a hint of admiration in his voice. He really is an interesting fellow, but his intrigue soured instantly, replaced by a sudden wave of boredom. You know, Grim. For some reason, I'm starting to feel a bit disappointed. Inside the military command center, Tian Chen and two others sat in grim silence, monitoring every second of the battle. Wei Ying was the first to break the heavy silence. Giang Khai hasn't even reached level 30. Yet he's holding his own against a top-tier combatant who's well over level 60. He's truly given it his all. Beside him, Tian Chen gave a solemn nod of approval. Indeed, Tian Chen's brow furrowed with sharp vigilance as he issued a stern warning to those present. Aside from Visas, all of you, we remember this name, well, for one day, this man will surely become the single greatest threat to Sheng Yao's existence. Even though his opponent was incapacitated, Visas showed no mercy. He unleashed a series of brutal slashes, forcing agonizing groans from the already broken Giang Khai. He paused to observe his handiwork, sensing something strange about how completely Giang Khai had ceased his resistance. Fair. No struggle at all. Have you finally accepted your pathetic fate? The boy could only tremble. His teeth clenched tight as he let out a low, Pained. Moan. I suppose. This is enough. Right, a ghost of a smile touched Giang Khai's lips as a radiant golden card suddenly shimmered in his grasp, clutching the golden card tightly in his palm. His eyes burned with a renewed sense of desperate hope. Finally, the card shattered, opening a realm of brilliant golden light. At the center of a massive, ethereal clock, Giang Khai's very essence began to reconstruct. A holographic interface flickered to life. Status near death. Hidden effect of the death card Wheel of Fate activated. The Wheel of Fate began its slow, heavy rotation. System inquiry, shall the wheel spin? Now a spectral figure as white as the clouds. Giang Khai spoke with unwavering resolve. Spin it for me, and with that, the clock's hands began to turn. The momentum built rapidly, until the minute and second hands were blurred into a violent, whistling wind. The clock finally struck its mark, both hands halting precisely at 0 to 0. Wheel of Fate rotation complete. The display flashed rhythmically as the results manifested. Reward obtained, origin power attack talent. Duration, 60 seconds. Double talent activated, origin power has been increased by twofold. Remaining duration, 60 seconds. Penalty, select one talent to be disabled for 10 minutes. Since double talent is active, 2 talents must be selected for deactivation. Immediately following the reward, another selection screen materialized before him. Available for deactivation: Super Multiplier, Super Critical Strike, Agility Enhancement, or Deceptive Veil. Please make your choice. Without a second of hesitation, Giang Khai made his move. Disable Super Multiplier and Agility Enhancement. After weighing his options, he realized that the Super Multiplier talent wasn't suited for high-stakes combat. Speed alone couldn't bridge the gap between him and his foe. Instead, he needed to find an opening and focus everything on a critical strike. A brilliant blue light suddenly enveloped his entire body. The system interface flashed a warning. The Super Multiplier and Agility Fortification talents had been successfully deactivated. Congratulations, you have acquired the Force Attack talent, which can be utilized for both absolute defense and amplifying force damage during an assault. Giang Khai's body began to emit a blinding white radiance, as if he were about to fade into nothingness. His physical form swayed unsteadily, while his consciousness was dragged back to reality. Damn it! His life force was still draining away at an alarming rate. Even though the Wheel of Fate had bestowed a new talent upon him, it seemed insufficient to save his dying body. Just as despair took hold, a wave of healing washed over him, with glowing green recovery symbols continuously restoring his shattered vitality. His pupils dilated, flickering with a crimson heat like a dying ember. Outside the barrier, Visas watched Giang Khai's fading form with cold intensity. After a long silence, the villain grew puzzled. The corpse hadn't vanished yet. Could it be that this brat was still clinging to life? Visas let out a self-satisfied smirk. He swung his blade, unleashing several slashes before activating his ultimate move, the invincible Shadow Strike. This blow would ensure his total demise. At that exact moment, Giang Khai's eyes snapped open. The red glow within them didn't fade. Instead, it erupted with more ferocity than ever before. Reinvigorated by a surge of raw power, Giang Khai bolted upright. His teeth gritted as he glared at his enemy with murderous intent. He immediately countered with a lethal life-chasing strike. Having assumed the boy was dead, Visas left himself completely exposed and took the full brunt of the attack. He gasped in pure disbelief. What both warriors crashed to the ground, standing face to face in a tense standoff. Giang Khai stared him down and issued a cold warning. I told you. When you face a Saint Glory member, you'd better get on your knees and walk away. Watching from a distance, Shen Feng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Am I just getting old? Or am I actually seeing this? Even Tian Shen was stunned, feeling a terrifying surge of combat power radiating from the young man. It is more than just power. I can feel an overwhelming fighting spirit surging through him. Just what is happening here? Beside them, Wei Yang stood speechless, unable to do anything but watch. Gray was paralyzed with shock, his words catching in his throat. How was this possible? Willis, however, wore a look of pure amusement. This battle had suddenly become much more entertaining. Hans wiped the blood from his lip and asked, Do you possess a self-healing talent? Giang Khai remained silent, his mind racing as he calculated his next move. Let us rewind time to 1 hour ago, when the group was gathered together in deep confusion. Khai, look. A shimmering gold card floated in Giang Khai's hand. I traded 30 rescue cards to obtain this arena card. It has the power to trap one enemy and one ally within an independent dimension, completely immune to any outside interference for a final duel. The barrier only breaks when one side perishes. Hearing this, Hu Yan's heart sank with worry. She quickly pressed him. An independent space. If it blocks outside damage, Does that mean it also blocks all external supplies and healing? If you're heavily wounded in there, wouldn't you just be left at the mercy of fate? Wen-Nu nodded in grim agreement. That is correct. Suddenly, Known remembered something and spoke up. Perhaps we can try this. It was Professor Lee's latest experimental creation, the symbiotic pupils. As she spoke, she held out two crystal-like flowers, one blue and one pink, radiating a mysterious glow. With these symbiotic pupils, two people holding the red and blue petals will share a deep connection, allowing energy to bypass spatial shields within a 3-meter range. However, the current energy depletion rate is 10%. To everyone's amazement, Known handed the pink crystal flower to Giang Khai, even though it could pierce the spatial barrier. The cost was high. Giang Khai looked at Known with unwavering resolve. He knew a 10% energy loss was a heavy price to pay. Known. Don't use it unless it's a last resort. Keep your strength to protect yourself. She smiled and nodded without a second thought. Understood. Back in the present, Giang Khai glanced toward the sidelines and gave a subtle nod. Outside the barrier, Known had already collapsed from exhaustion, her body trembling uncontrollably. She forced herself to look at him one last time to give him strength. Kai, you must win. With those final words, she fell unconscious and began to fade away. As the pink light dissipated, Giang Khai felt her energy merging with his own. His eyes burned with bloodlust. She had sacrificed everything to give him this chance. Visas began to laugh like a madman, his voice dripping with mockery and provocation. Giang Khai, did you really go through all this trouble to drag me into this barrier just to watch me slaughter you? You can't stop me. Once you're dead, I'll hunt down every last member of Saint Glory. Those arrogant words ignited a fire in his soul. Gritting his teeth, Giang Khai took a combat stance and unleashed a flurry of glowing blue death cards. Giang Kai's surging blue energy collided violently with Visas's overwhelming pink aura. The two forces clashed in a thunderous explosion as Giang Khai watched intently, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Right at that moment, a mysterious book surged forth within that torrent of power. Heaven was stunned. Could this be his true hidden attacking force? He isn't even a martial artist. So how is this possible? Visas immediately bolted forward, sneering. Crash, like you deserves a pathetic death. This time, I'll snap every single bone in your body and cast your soul straight into the depths of hell. The distance between Visas and Giang Khai vanished in an instant as he raised his blade, unleashing the devastating blood wind, storm slash. Giang Khai watched him with cold, piercing eyes. Your blade is far too slow. Suddenly, the ground beneath Visas's feet shattered and collapsed, sending a wave of panic through his heart. No. This can't be happening. It's impossible. Giang Khai let out a mocking laugh. Are you kidding me? Do you realize who the real trash is now? Suddenly, a burning treasure erupted from his waist with scorching firepower, leaving Visas groaning in agonizing pain. He couldn't wrap his head around the brutal reality as his eyes turned bloodshot. He had actually lost. Faced with a powerhouse as overwhelming as Giang Khai, Visas could only submit to his fate as every strike of the blade carved through him. His body crashed heavily onto the dirt, blood splattering in every direction. As the outer barrier began to crumble into fragments, Visas's form slowly started to fade away. Giang Khai stood there silently, watching the scene unfold before his eyes. A wave of relief washed over him as the monsters in the area finally froze in place. Beside him lay the scattered corpses of Visas and his fallen comrades. Nearby, soldiers were desperately trying to drive a sword through Tran's chest. He screamed in agony. How dare you destroy my holy radiance? An explosion of power erupted from Tran, sending the surrounding soldiers flying. If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my cold, dead body. With fierce determination, he plunged his sword into them, even if it meant mutual destruction. He didn't care. In this fleeting moment, he was absolutely invincible. Just then, the figures of Tran and Ha began to gradually disappear. Meanwhile, Vien Tru gripped his flaming blade and charged forward. The two of them left behind a final message. The rest is up to you guys. He drove his sword deep into his opponent's shoulder, pinning him against a tree. Take a good look. You bastard. This is what happens when you provoke the world's #1 war god. His opponent gnashed his teeth in excruciating pain, completely rendered helpless. William dug his hand into Vien Tru's abdomen, determined to take his enemy down with him. You're not getting out of this alive either. Damn you. Over on Alice's side, the situation was dire as a ferocious monster lunged at her, causing the very earth to shatter. As the thick clouds of dust cleared from the destruction, she was revealed to be covered in countless wounds, her body battered and broken. Wen-Nu watched as Ko stood firm after the shockwave. His eyes lit up when he saw Alice, despite her injuries. Her fiery charm was impossible to hide. Man, This girl is spicy. So stimulating. I definitely like her style. Right then, a pack of famished beasts charged toward them. She let out a terrified scream. Damn it. It's a beast-tide. Willis sat atop his carpet, looking down and mocking them. It seems my adorable little pets have grown quite hungry. Giang Khai remained motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, Vien Tru was locked in a death struggle with William, their blades and hands piercing each other in a bloody stalemate. Nguyen Nu grit his teeth as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't hold back his groans of pain. Alice struggled to lean on her staff, fighting with everything she had to keep from collapsing. Willis let out a contemptuous laugh. It seemed the monsters would start their slaughter before a winner could even be decided. As he spoke, a swarm of savage monsters descended. Sensing the end, the hand William had buried in Vien Tru's stomach suddenly began to glow. Vien Tru screamed in horror as William descended into total madness. The beast tide is here, let's go to hell together. You dog! At that exact moment, a flaming dart streaked through the air like a meteor. It pierced William, saving Vien Tru from the brink of death. As William shrieked in pain, Giang Khai gasped for breath, his hand still raised from the throw. It's finally over. Simultaneously, the stampeding horde of monsters in the distance suddenly veered away. The other creatures looked on in confusion, unsure of what had happened. As all 7 giant monsters began their retreat, everyone was stunned. The beast tide is retreating. Suddenly, a pillar of light descended from the heavens, followed by a system announcement. The top 3 teams of this global hegemony competition have finally been decided. All survivors will have their stamina fully restored, followed by a final tally of their achievements. As the mechanical voice faded, Giang Khai's body was instantly healed. Vien Tru coughed lightly, feeling his own wounds rapidly mending. A dazed Nguyen Nu hugged a monster's tail and giggled foolishly. Hey gorgeous. This texture, this elasticity. It's amazing. Though Alice was healed, she remained shaken by the ordeal. Giang Khai looked at the throwing knives in his hand, overjoyed that his full power had returned. As Nguyen Nu regained his senses, he locked eyes with a monster that was looking at him with pure disgust. Nguyen Nu screamed in terror as the monster charged, and he scrambled to find someone to hide behind. Giang Khai watched, completely baffled. Nguyen Ngu, are you all right? Just then, the system interface appeared to count the survivors and rescue cards to determine the final rankings. First, Alice is awarded a prestigious and shimmering golden key. The noble squad from Country N follows. With 38 rescue cards, they secure 3rd place and earn a single key of the Lost Lands. Next, it was time for Willis to claim his reward. The Angler squad from Country Die takes 2nd with 98 cards. Willis sighs with regret. Only 2nd place, seriously. He holds the key high, speaking to his teammates in a voice thick with mock heartbreak. Grim. I worked so hard only to lose. I'm devastated, no comfort came. Finally, Giang Khai's team was called. The Fire God squad of Sacred Radiance takes 1st place with 108 cards, earning 3 keys of the Lost Lands. Yuan Ju stands there dazed until Giang Khai grabs the keys and teases him playfully. Why the blank face? Giang Khai smiles. Sacred Radiance won. Yuan Ju and Nguyen Nu finally snap out of it. The 2 of them let out a roar of joy, lunging forward to pull Giang Khai into a massive hug. We actually won. That moment of pure, unbridled celebration is broadcast live onto the massive screens in the command center. Shen Feng trembles, his voice shaking with disbelief. Is this a dream, our Sacred Radiance? We are number 1 in the world. Every officer in the hall explodes into cheers, jumping and high-fiving in a burst of pure, chaotic excitement. General Wei Ying's eyes stay fixed on the screen, full of pride. Fire God Squad, you have done us proud. Commander Tian Shen turns with a solemn expression, his fist clenched over his heart as he prepares to speak. Everyone, listen up. Today's triumph belongs to every hero who risked their lives on that battlefield. He declares with deep, ringing emotion. This is the true soul of Sacred Radiance. His hand presses against his chest, his voice full of absolute authority. From this day forward, the name of Sacred Radiance shall echo across the entire globe. General Wei Ying and the other commanders stand tall, their hands over their hearts in a shared salute of pride. Suddenly, the system reveals the final rewards. Ornate. Massive treasure chests begin to manifest before their very eyes. The Global Championship Arena will officially close its gates in exactly 10 minutes. Winners must return on the 15th at 1 p.m. to enter the Lost Ruins and unlock the ultimate secret treasures. The shimmering blue barrier begins to dissolve. All rescue and function cards are instantly recalled from the player's hands, and as your vortex begins to form, the gate is open. It is time to leave through the teleportation array. Alice strolls toward the portal, muttering to herself. Finally, I can go home and shower. I feel absolutely disgusting. As the others clear out, Yuan Zhu throws an arm over Nguyen Nu's shoulder, his face beaming with excitement. Let's go. Kai, we need to bring this victory back to the Noan Guild. Nguyen nods, her smile radiant. Yeah. Giang Kai's gaze sharpens with a new resolve. All the blood and sacrifice. It finally meant something. But suddenly, his instincts flare. He casts a freezing, sharp glance toward the other side of the arena. He spots Grimm and Willis whispering in the back, even in silence. Their presence feels dangerously heavy. He observes them silently, a gut feeling telling him that things are far more complex than they seem. Securing 98 cards was an incredible feat, especially for someone allied with an arrogant man like Visas. He recalls a strange detail from the fight. They used a hidden skill to manipulate aggro and bypass the monsters entirely. He narrows his eyes, trying to read their true intentions. I have a bad feeling about that guy. Willis keeps that friendly smile plastered on his face. But Giang Khai isn't fooled. This man is a predator in disguise. Suddenly, Willis snaps his head around, locking eyes with Giang Khai. The sudden movement makes Kai flinch. Tja. He is surprised to find the man was also watching him the entire time. Willis approaches with slow, deliberate steps. He stops, offering a hand and a perfectly polished smile. Greetings. Giang Khai. I'm Willis. I've heard much about you. Kai remains stone-faced, his guard at maximum. You know my name. Willis lets out a soft, disarming chuckle, trying to ease the heavy tension. Don't be so tense. Friend, your potential exceeds my imagination. Today's performance was spectacular. Though, I'm curious about your class. Giang Khai doesn't give him an inch. Without a word, he turns his back on the mysterious contender. You were with Visas. That means we aren't friends. Zhu. Winen. We are leaving. He draws a clear line, refusing to be entangled with someone so suspicious and dangerous. Seeing the shift in mood, Yuan Zhu and Wen Nu immediately follow their leader, leaving the arena behind. Yeah. Willis had no intention of letting them go, closing the distance with godlike speed to block their path. Seeing the blatant provocation, Yuan Zhu lunged forward in a rage. Hey, you sore loser. You've got some nerve showing your face again if you're looking for a fight. Willis just stood there, wearing a sinister, cunning smirk. He began channeling his energy, condensing it into a small, pulsing blue orb within his palm. Sensing the danger, Giang Khai reacted with lightning reflexes, pulling his friend back before leaping forward himself. Zhu. Stay back, Giang Khai shouted, launching 3 throwing knives. However, the orb seemed to have a mind of its own, effortlessly weaving through the blades as it homed in on him. Giang Kai's 3 blades missed their mark entirely, sinking deeply into the dirt. That blue sphere was mere inches from his face. Caught off guard, Giang Khai stood frozen, paralyzed by the sudden threat. Ruan Yu and Yuan Zhu turned back in terror, screaming in unison for him to move. Captain Kai, get out of there. Giang Kai's mind raced, staggered by the orb's sheer velocity. It's too fast. Just as the blue sphere was about to strike, it abruptly veered upward, detonating in midair with a sharp, echoing shockwave. The shimmering fragments began to coalesce, weaving together into a new form. It was a letter, sealed with a grim skull insignia. The missive drifted down, landing softly in Giang Kai's palm. It radiated a distinct blue aura, marking its owner's power. He stared intensely at the mysterious message. With his task complete, Willis and Grimm stepped toward a shimmering spatial portal to make their exit. Before vanishing, Willis offered a polite farewell. It was truly a pleasure making your acquaintance, Giang Khai. The 3 companions stood paralyzed, utterly bewildered by the strange turn of events, wearing an amused expression. Willis paused briefly. I shall eagerly look forward to our next reunion. From a distance, Giang Khai watched him with a gaze filled with mounting concern. Gray followed close behind Willis. Stepping into the glowing teleportation gate, Gray spoke up hesitantly, his voice laced with curiosity. What exactly was that thing you gave to Giang Khai? If the military asks, before he could finish, 3 arrows whistled through the air simultaneously, nearly skewering Gray where he stood. He stared in horror at the severed strands of his own hair. Feeling Willis's cold, irritated gaze upon him, Willis's expression darkened as he gave a chilling warning. Stop meddling in my affairs. I hate having to repeat myself. He then stretched and yawned casually, as if nothing had happened. I'm starting to get hungry. I should probably treat myself to something delicious. Right. Gray was drenched in a cold sweat. His jaw hung slack as the scene shifted back to the God Association, where Giang Khai, Ruan Yu and Yuan Zhu had gathered. Yuan Zhu glanced at the letter in Giang Kai's hand. Guy, are you still dwelling on that message? The moment Giang Khai touched the envelope, a magic circle flared to life, releasing a frigid aura that instantly frosted over his fingertips. Startled, Giang Khai knit his brows together, carefully analyzing the strange phenomenon. He quickly withdrew his hand, his mind filled with curiosity. Despite his efforts, the letter remained sealed. Ruan Yu, standing nearby, suddenly broke the silence. Captain Kai, I just remembered something. I've heard of a specific class called alchemists. They specialize in crafting items with unique magical properties. It's highly possible this letter is protected by some kind of seal. Giang Khai echoed her words, his mind racing with possibilities. An alchemist and a magical seal. Yuan Zhu's voice grew serious. That Willis guy clearly isn't up to any good. Who knows what kind of trap he's hidden within that seal? Guy, maybe we should ask the military to take a look. Giang Khai didn't offer a reply, remaining lost in his thoughts. No. That man was a total enigma. If he truly wanted me dead, he would have struck long ago. His power clearly dwarfs mine. Yet he willingly forfeited his chance to win the championship. He stared at the envelope, his heart heavy with suspicion. What exactly was that man plotting? I'll have to get some answers out of him in 2 weeks. Suddenly, Lu Jun's voice echoed from behind. I had a feeling you guys would be here. Watching him approach with 2 bodyguards, Giang Khai asked in confusion, Brother Lu, what brings you all the way out here? Lu Jun gave a playful smirk. What brings me here? Don't you know how many people are swarming the mountain pass, waiting for our returning heroes? But here you are, sneaking off to hide. Giang Khai quickly tried to explain himself. Brother Lu, you know I'm not one for massive crowds. Lu Jun simply gave him a knowing wink before continuing. Forget the others. But you're really going to snub the commander? Giang Khai asked, stunned. Wait. The commander is here too. Lu Jun replied bluntly. It's not just the commander. Several high-ranking officials overseeing this entire operation have arrived. Even General Hua Tianxian himself has made an appearance at the valley entrance. Giang Khai gasped in shock. That many important people, unlike him. Ruan Yu and Yuan Zhu cheered with excitement. We've really made a name for ourselves this time. Kai, I've never seen such a grand reception before. Lu Jun nodded understandingly. All right. I know you prefer to stay humble. Since I found you here, I've already sent word for everyone to disperse. Hearing that, Giang Khai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly remembered something he needed to ask. By the way, Brother Lu, how are Hu Yan, Noan, and the rest of the group doing? Ruan Yu chimed in as well. Can we go pay them a visit? Yuan Zhu nodded in agreement. Yeah. Is everyone doing okay? Lu Tuan replied. A visit might not be ideal right now, but rest assured, every member from this operation has been sent for top-tier military psychological recovery. They should be fully restored within 7 days. Hearing this, Giang Khai, Nguyen Nga, and Vien Tru finally felt a wave of relief wash over them. Lu Tuan continued. Furthermore, the Fire God Squad's contribution was legendary. The commander has secured a special privilege for you all. You've been granted Green Path access, a priority status usually reserved for the military. Giang Khai gasped. The Green Path, Lu Tuan explained calmly. Exactly. To ensure mission success, military personnel have unique login privileges. After logging off, they can bypass the massive queues and immediately re-enter the ghost planet. No waiting. Just instant priority access. He continued with a grave expression. If the application clears, the Fire God Guild will be granted this power for 1 year. You will have 100 uses of the Green Path. Even if you're killed and forced offline, you can instantly rejoin the fray. The 3 cheered in unison at the mention of 100 uses. When Nu shouted, then Honyan can reunite with Known immediately. Vien Tru threw an arm around Giang Kai's shoulder and grinned. Gai, our Fire God Squad will be whole again in no time. Lu Tuan spoke up again. By the way, Giang Khai, there's one more thing I should probably tell you in advance. His gaze turned sharp and steady as he added, it concerns the Black Tortoise Guild. Giang Kai's expression darkened instantly. What is it? Are those royal bastards harassing my brothers again? Lu Tuan quickly waved his hands. Don't worry. Since you crushed them in the guild challenge, the royals have been keeping a low profile. He recalled the image of Huang Wei shivering in a corner, mumbling about death. Since you killed him, Huang Wei has descended into utter madness. Then Lu Tuan thought of Huang Dat, hiding under his blankets and screaming in terror. No, don't come near me. I don't want to go back online, the man had shrieked. Huang Dat is still haunted by the memory of your brutality. The mere mention of your name sends him into a violent mental breakdown. Lu Tuan then mentioned Huang Thong. Upon hearing that Giang Khai had claimed the championship, the old man was consumed by rage. He coughed up blood and collapsed on the spot. As his soldiers panicked, Lu Tuan explained that to keep the guild running, the Black Tortoise Guild has officially appointed a new leader to take over Huang Thong's position. Her name is Ha Thi Thi. She's a powerhouse, young, decisive, and absolutely ruthless in her methods. She is backed by 4 elite masters known as the 4 Seasons Flowers. They are top-tier combatants that no one dares to provoke. Lu Tuan gave a stern warning. You need to be extremely careful around this Ha Thi Thi woman. Giang Khai felt a flicker of doubt. Was this a warning? Lu Tuan patted his shoulder encouragingly. She has distant ties to the royal family, so she might hold a grudge. I hope my concerns are just overthinking. Vien Tru chuckled with pure confidence. Let her be a royal or a He. If she wants to touch Kai, she'll have to go through me first. Wen Nu nodded in agreement. Giang Khai looked at his comrades and spoke with absolute conviction. Listen. I am the captain of Fire God. If anyone is going to be having nightmares, it'll be those who try to start trouble with us. 7 days later, the scene shifts. The group is deep in combat against level 45 elite blood-sucking water buffaloes. Towering above them is a level 65 general tier blood-sucking water buffalo. A horde of ferocious beasts erupted from the ground. Wen Nu charged forward with his shield, shouting ridiculous provocations. Hey babies, your skin looks so soft. Why don't you join Brother Nguyen in a bath of love? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the battlefield, cleaving the massive buffaloes in half. It was Giang Khai. Electric sparks danced across his skin as the beasts fell. The system interface flashed before his eyes. Target eliminated elite blood-sucking water buffalo times 20. Yet, several monsters remained unfazed, charging directly at him. The massive lead buffalo bared its razor-sharp teeth with a monstrous roar. As the alpha lunged, the rest of the herd followed suit. Giang Khai smirked. The warm-up is over. He leaped into the air, mid-flight. He spun gracefully. Drawing a card, Death Card Immolation, he roared. The card tore through the bellies of the charging beasts. System alerts flooded his vision. General tier blood-sucking water buffalo times 3 slain. Elite blood-sucking water buffalo times 35 slain. The massacre was absolute. As Giang Khai touched the ground, one final notification appeared. Elite blood-sucking water buffalo times 40 slain. Congratulations, you have reached level 31. He stared at his hands, genuinely surprised. He had reached level 31 in less than 7 days. But before he could process the lack of a level-up sensation, he froze. Is that the AI brain, he muttered, staring ahead. A system notification flashes. Level 31 achieved. My super multiplier talent is finally active. Let's check my current stats. Strength 280. Constitution 284. Spirit 442. And my agility A base of 552 before my talent kicks in. Agility enhancement activated. My speed has surged by 40%. Giang Khai stared at the final numbers. Agility 772. He felt a rush of adrenaline. The super multiplier was finally working its magic. But then, he spotted a warning on the screen regarding his frail physique. Every hit taken would result in devastating consequences. And the physical pain, it would be doubled. He calculated the odds. After the talent upgrade, his proc rate hit 3%. It seemed small, but it's a huge jump from 1 in 100. Now, it's 1 in 33. The odds are finally in my favor. Kai looked at his strength of 280 and cheered. Even my weakest attribute is nearing 300. That's significantly higher than most level 40 gladiators. Then his eyes shifted to his agility of 772. His heart raced. Over 700 points in a single stat. A typical level 40 elite barely reaches 450 with top-tier gear. This is unheard of. Kai flexed his fingers, feeling the raw speed. This single stat alone equals the total power of any average player at my level. He remembered Willis's smug, condescending grin while holding that magic orb. Kai clenched his fist with burning resolve. Next time we meet, I won't be the one left in the dust. 10 minutes later, Wen Nu's sobering potion lay empty on the ground. The system updated Death Knight Nguyen Gu. Level 34. Captain Kai, I've hit level 34, just 6 more levels until my second job advancement. Kai patted his shoulder with a proud smile. Great work. These last few days were brutal. But your progress is undeniable. Wen Nu scratched his head, letting out a sheepish laugh. It's a shame Trutu had to return to the military. With your training, he would have surpassed me by now. Kai nodded. He's a soldier. I'm sure the army has their own specialized plans for his growth. He glanced toward the darkening tree line. Honyan should be back from treatment by now. Let's head to the guild. As they walked, they encountered a massive military convoy, moving with urgent speed. Wen Nu blinked in surprise. Where are all these soldiers heading in such a hurry? Kai tracked their route. That leads to the quarantine zone. It's the military's main line of defense against monster incursions. Suddenly, a voice called out, Giang Khai, it was Lam Lam. She stepped forward, looking curious. What brings you two out here? Just finishing a training session with Win Win. Kai explained. We were just on our way back. He looked at the heavy armor passing by. The army is mobilizing in force. Did something happen at the quarantine zone? Lam Lam didn't hold back. In 2 months, the military and the top guilds are launching a joint raid. They're hunting the map boss at the Lachlan axis. Khai and Wien Mugesp. A map boss hunt. Lam Lam's expression grew deathly serious. A map boss is far beyond king tier. Their arrival triggers a monster tide, a relentless horde that will swarm the quarantine zone with terrifying violence. A monster tide, Kai whispered. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He remembered the Merman King on Vin Dong Island. That was only king tier. And it nearly buried an army of 20,000. Lam Lam checked her watch. Exactly. And the stronger the boss, the more catastrophic the tide becomes. Official data suggests this upcoming tide could reach the millions. Both boys shouted in horror. Millions. That's an absolute death trap. Lam Lam's gaze was steely. To claim new territory and secure our survival, the quarantine zone cannot fall. We're deploying 5 million troops. It's dangerous. But it's a war we have to win. Kai fell silent. The scale of the coming war weighing heavy. Later, they arrived at the psych center. Honyan spotted them and practically tackled them. You're finally here, I missed you guys to death. Kai laughed, steadying her. Was the treatment center that bad? You look like you've been in a cage. She groaned dramatically. It was miserable, Noan. Noan and I have been perfectly fine for days. But the military insisted on more observation. We were stuck there with nothing to do. If we hadn't rewatched your world competition, highlights 1,000 times, we would have died of boredom. Honan then grinned. By the way, Captain, the way you demolished that guy. Visa, that was legendary. Thanks for getting revenge for me. But Giang Khai simply replied with a humble smile. My victory over Visa wouldn't have been possible without you and Noan. Noan? I'm just glad both of you are safe now. Just then, Giang Khai's inbox chimed with 36 unread notifications. Checking them, he realized they were all applications to join their guild. Seeing the flood of messages, Nguyen U cried out in pure excitement. Who would have thought so many people would be desperate to join us? Giang Khai scanned the letters, his brow furrowed in concentration. Ever since we won the guild challenge, the requests haven't stopped. Finding the right fit is the hard part. Though, suddenly, his eyes locked onto one specific file. This person, he muttered, looking at the profile of a traveler named Thumb Ngair, a level 32 ascetic. Giang Khai spoke slowly, remembering something. An ascetic. The pharmacist who sold me the green water ghost formula mentioned that its creator was also an ascetic. Wern Inger's eyes widened with admiration as she added, ascetics push themselves to the limit in the harshest wilderness to unlock hidden realms. Their ability to trigger rare hidden quests is legendary among all classes. Honyan speculated. Captain Kai. This guy could be a goldmine for dungeon intel. Should we bring him into the fold? A confident smirk played on Giang Kai's lips. Let's see what he's made of first. The next morning at the Red Moon Forest, Thumminger sat motionless under a thundering waterfall. The sound of a familiar voice snapped him out of his deep meditation. There stood Giang Khai, Ho Nyan, and a cheerful Nguyen Ngur, waving as the roar of the waterfall echoed through the canyon. Stepping out of the freezing water, Thumnger remarked, Guild Leader Jiang, you've arrived much sooner than I anticipated. Giang Khai didn't waste time on pleasantries. I'll be blunt. If you want to join the Vulcan Guild, you're welcome to try. But you must prove your worth first. Show us your value by providing intel on a high-level dungeon. Thumnger listened in silence before giving a sharp nod. That's fair enough. However, I have one condition. Help me reach level 40 first. Honyan scowled, clearly annoyed by the request. You've got some nerve. Making demands before joining. Thumnger remained unbothered. This is a two-way street. I want to join you. But you aren't my only option. If this is too much, before he could finish, Giang Khai interjected. Is level 40 all you're after? Thumnger let out a dry laugh. You talk big. Reaching level 40 usually takes an entire year of grueling effort. Giang Khai's lips curled into a mysterious grin. 1 year, give me 5 days at most. Heck, we might even finish sooner. 3 days later, deep within the Red Moon Forest, a massive water buffalo let out a final, agonizing roar. As the beast collapsed at Thumbnair's feet, a golden system notification flashed. Congratulations, you have reached level 40. He let out a triumphant shout. Level 40, I actually did it. Jiang Bark stood nearby, offering a nod of approval. Congratulations. Once we secure the class advancement materials, you'll be ready for your next transformation. Thumbnair was buzzing with adrenaline. This is unbelievable. 8 levels in just 3 days. I've gained more experience now than I did in an entire year of solitary training. Honyan smirked, teasing him playfully. See, now you know better than to doubt Captain Kai's power. Weininger chimed in with a proud beam. Exactly, we didn't choose our captain for nothing. You know. Thumbnair stood before Zhang, his gaze now filled with genuine respect. Guild leader. I'm truly impressed. As promised, I'll hand over the most valuable intel I have. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Oh, Thumbnair began his tale. Remember the waterfall where you found me? Deep behind that curtain of water lies a hidden cavern. Every 6 days, a mysterious orb of light manifests there. Zhang eyes lit up with curiosity. A mysterious orb of light. You say? Both Honyan and Weir gasped in surprise. Thumbnair continued. It moves with blinding speed, appearing for only 10 seconds before vanishing. I tried to capture it once, but the sheer force of it sent me flying back. Giang Khai leaned in. His interest piqued. When was the last time it appeared? Thumbnair stroked his chin. 5 days ago? It should return tomorrow. Honyan turned to Giang Khai, her voice low. Captain, this sounds like something completely outside the known database. Crossing his arms, Giang Khai entered deep thought. I have a feeling this isn't just an anomaly. It's a clue to a legendary hidden encounter. With determination in his voice, he made his decision. Since we're here, let's see this mystery for ourselves. The team moved as one toward the thundering falls, stepping cautiously into the dark cavern hidden behind the spray. Thumbnair led the way. I lived here for a while, so my gear is still scattered about. I doubt anyone else has ever set foot in here. Honyan looked around the vast space, impressed. This cave is way bigger than it looks. How did you even stumble upon it? Thumbnair rubbed the back of his neck, looking a bit sheepish. I was just looking for a quiet place to train when I ran into that orb. The impact nearly knocked me unconscious and sent stone shards flying. After regaining consciousness, I sought refuge beneath the waterfall to cultivate and heal my wounds. From then on, I didn't dare provoke that mysterious orb again. Fortunately, it seemed to ignore my presence, allowing me to remain in peace. As he spoke, Giang Khai approached the nearby stone wall. He traced the cracks with his hand, his mind racing with calculations. This cliff face was incredibly durable, yet it had been shattered like this, by that orb, a clear sign of how lethal that thing truly was. Suddenly, Giang Khai's gaze darted to the side, spotting a blindingly bright orb appearing near the cave entrance. He immediately roared. It's here. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed 3 daggers wreathed in flames, shouting for the team to capture it. The orb streaked through the cavern, weaving through the air in a chaotic and unpredictable trajectory. Watching its movements, Giang Khai couldn't help but exclaim. So fast, even my Lifeseeker blades can't graze its afterimage. Without warning, the orb lunged toward Honan. Watch out, he screamed, reacting instantly. She thrust her 8-trigram compass forward and commanded, Divine Art Invincible Silver Ice. Despite her defense, the orb whistled past her in a flash, causing her to cry out in startled terror. What? The sphere slammed into the cave wall, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Giang Khai immediately threw another dagger, shouting for Honan to stay low. She obeyed instantly, ducking down as the dagger struck a massive falling boulder, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. Giang Khai gave chase, ordering his team to block the orb's path. From the other side, Tham Inje and Winnu responded with a resolute, understood, but the luminous sphere was too quick. It vanished behind them before they could even react. It ricocheted off the wall and struck Nguyen Nu's back, sending him stumbling. Tham Ing skidded to a halt, her face pale with tension. Its destructive power wasn't this high before. She noted nervously. It's like it knows we're outnumbering it, so its attacks have become several times stronger. Activating his focused ghost eye, Giang Khai spoke with grim determination. Silver Gambler stolen time, he shouted, hurling 3 daggers into the fray. One of the 3 blades flew true, piercing the very center of the orb. The team erupted in cheers. A direct hit, but as they watched, the blade began to sink deep into the sphere. Giang Khai cried out in shock. It's consuming my Lifeseeker. The orb suddenly swerved, crashing into the ceiling and causing a massive cave-in. Debris rained down from all directions. A giant boulder plummeted toward Giang Khai, catching him off guard. Luckily, Winnu raised his shield just in time. shattering the rock upon impact. Them Ing swung her spear to deflect the falling stones, while Honyan conjured ice spikes to pulverize the surrounding rubble. The three of them stood as a shield before Giang Khai, declaring in unison, "We've got your back." The orb charged again with terrifying speed. Giang Khai flicked a card forward, his voice cold and steady. "Death card, the hour is not yet nigh." He thought to himself, "Let's see if you've got the stomach to swallow this move." The card struck the orb perfectly, but in an instant, it too was sucked inside. Giang Kai's patience snapped. What had even devoured the death card? Seeing it bolt toward the cave's exit, he shouted in desperation, "This is bad. It's trying to escape." Giang Khai accelerated, chasing the orb with everything he had. "Death card. Return to me," he roared, as his worried teammates followed close behind. "Captain Kai, wait." He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Damit. What in the world is this thing?" Suddenly, the orb stopped in its tracks, emitting a thick, dark green aura. As the sphere began to swell, Giang Khai realized he could still sense the death card through his mental link. Catching a glimpse of the card's edge, he knew it was still there. Seeing his chance, Giang Khai lunged forward, reaching out to snatch the card back from the vortex. Just as his fingers were about to touch the orb, a blinding light erupted, filling the entire cave. A system notification suddenly flickered to life. Divine Realm intercepted. Downgrading to Hidden Secret Realm. Interference detected by Master Deceiver. System-exclusive Divine Artifact reward has been recalibrated to the Gambler class. A moment later, Giang Khai collapsed into a place known as the Bright Divine Domain. When he finally came to, he slowly blinked his eyes open. Surveying the mist-covered landscape, a confused Giang Khai wondered, "Where am I, and what exactly is a divine realm?" This hidden realm seemed entirely different from any he had visited before. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Wait. Looking at the card lying on the ground, he immediately recognized it as his death card. In the distance, he saw Ho Nhan, Nguyenengu, and Tha Minghe running toward him. Everyone was safe. Then, the system screen flared again. "Congratulations on entering the Hidden Secret Realm Bright Divine Domain. Warning, the demon army will launch an attack in 3 minutes. Mission, you and your teammates must protect the Bright Divine Order for 300 seconds. Completion reward, 1 secret realm treasure, and an additional weapon based on each member's contribution. Restriction S, rank items exceeding your current class cannot be used." Giang Khai turned around, his eyes filled with sudden astonishment. Nguyen Nu and the others approached slowly, looking around in awe. So, there was a whole secret realm hidden inside that orb. Giang Khai barely heard them. His focus was on reclaiming his card, testing to see if he could still summon it back. However, the system warns that the death card cannot be recalled. God-tier artifacts are strictly forbidden within this hidden realm. Suddenly, Honan looks up and stammers. What? What is that? An angelic training tile suddenly materializes before them, radiating a brilliant and holy light. Giang Khai mutters in confusion. This is the light god's command. He studies the card intensely, recalling the system mentioning a gambler-exclusive weapon earlier. If that is the case, the probability is high. This must be the second sovereign card. Gazing at the light god's command, an excited and hungry smile slowly creeps across Giang Kai's face. Suddenly, Ho Nhan screams in a panic. "Captain Kai!" The ground, the very earth is beginning to tremble. Giang Khai remains silent, instantly activating his Noble Eye technique. His vision sweeps the area like radar, scanning for any abnormality. Spotting a massive legion, Giang Khai immediately alerts the team. A demon army is descending upon them. Anxiety grips Tham Ying as he asks, "Guild leader, should we move to intercept?" Giang Khai instantly rejects the idea. "Negative. Descending the mountain would overextend our defensive line. The 4 of us cannot hold such a vast front." Turning back, Giang Khai barks a sharp and commanding order. "We hold our ground right here and block the entrance. They must survive until the mission concludes." The system window flashes Demon Assault countdown 10 seconds. 10. A jar shatters on the floor, a grim omen of the coming slaughter. 9. 8. Giang Kai's team locks into their battle formation. 7. 6. Despite his composure, visible tension lines his face. 5. 4. Tham Ying and Ho Nan channel power into their artifacts. 2. 1. Suddenly, the barrier ahead cracks wide open. 0. The countdown ends, and the demon horde charges forward with a frenzied, bloodthirsty roar. Giang Khai lunges into the air, shouting to the team, "All units, stay sharp," commencing battle. His hands ignite with hellfire, A barrage of flames streaks toward a three-headed wolf, seeking to incinerate it. A confident smirk plays on his lips, a critical hit, but the three-headed beast only grows more feral, its roar echoing as Giang Khai realizes it took 0 damage. Damn it. These mongrels are immune to fire. He immediately shifts to a physical assault stance, using Pursuit Strike. He flings his blades with deadly precision, aiming straight for the wolf's 3 heads. The massive beast collapses instantly, slain by his hand. It falls into the demon ranks, crushing several under its weight. Despite the kill, the demon legion remains overwhelmingly vast, their numbers showing no signs of thinning. They launch wave after relentless wave. As Giang Khai struggles to hold them off, Wennu leaps in to shield him from an ambush. Guang, my brother. I've got your back, he shouts with boisterous excitement. Wennu slams his shield into a wolf before delivering an agonizing slash. Meanwhile, lightning gathers above as Honan raises her staff. Universe-conquering super rain spell. Thunder crashes as divine lightning rains down upon the demon army. Seeing the explosions, Nu Wen screams at a distance. My beautiful lady, don't run away from me. Realizing things are going south, Giang Khai shouts. Restrain him. Tham Ye lunges forward, grabbing the man's wrist. Big bro Wen. Get a grip, Tham Ing, Urhis. Nguyen's face is flushed red as he tries to charge forward regardless. Damn it. Let go. Don't stop me from having fun with these beauties. Nearby, explosions reveal strange, red-eyed creatures emerging. Honyan's jaw drops in terror. Captain Kai. What? What are those? I don't think I can stop them. His eyes widen in shock as an endless swarm of new monsters begins to manifest. Giang Khai identifies them instantly. Sludge monsters. Their viscous bodies are beginning to fuse together. The flesh of 2 sludge monsters melts into one, combining their power to form a massive, towering boss. The Colossus rises from the muck, flanked by an escort of minions. 180 seconds left. Break their formation first? It's no use, someone shouts. Their reinforcements are arriving too fast for us to keep up. Giang Khai activates his deceptive clone skill, vanishing into stealth. Release Wennu. Now he orders Tham Ing, cloaked in invisibility. Giang Khai sprints forward, weaving seamlessly through the ranks of the monster horde. Wennu begins to sing. Oh, my beloved lady. Though lost in his song, he doesn't forget his duty, blowing a hot kiss to the enemy. The monsters in front of Wennu are utterly bewildered, having no idea what is actually happening. The sludge boss turns its glowing red eyes, sensing a sudden, lethal danger, its face twisted in pure confusion. At that exact moment, the invisible Giang Khai unleashes a devastating sword strike, the blade's light cutting through the air. The sludge boss takes the full force of the blow. Honyan Giang Khai roars. Take this chance and break through. She chants her spell, gathering lightning. Universe invincible superpower rain spell tremble. You worthless trash, white lightning erupts. The enemies scrambled in a panicked frenzy. But just as they were inches away from reaching Honyan, beams of raw power surged forward, piercing through their ranks. Giang Khai declared coldly. This one strike will send you all straight to hell. They were now completely surrounded by monsters and rising tides, trapped in the center as the enemy's overwhelming numbers closed in. 2 minutes later, as the smoke slowly cleared, Giang Khai struggled against his exhaustion. His strength was fading fast. With only 33 seconds left, nearby, Nu Wen was still energetically humming a tune. Those hot little beauties were quite a sight. The king in him certainly approved. Suddenly, a monster lunged at him from behind. Out of nowhere, a holy glow burst forth like a radiant sphere, trapping the massive beast within. The creature was sent flying backward by the impact. It was Giang Khai who had unleashed that tempering blow. The monster exploded within that brilliant light as the system notification flashed countdown 10 seconds. 10. He waited as every agonizing second ticked by. 9. 8. Ngun Wen collapsed to the ground. By the 7th second, Honyan had not let down her guard. As the clock hit 6 seconds, the monster horde came charging forward. The 3 of them stood their ground together. At the 5-second mark, Giang Khai was so tense, he nearly cursed aloud. Damn it. They were just 1 step away. Suddenly, the situation shifted, leaving him frozen in sheer surprise. Giang Khai channeled his power and raised his blade, activating his Vajra indestructibility. Steel clashed as sparks flew and the earth trembled, sending debris everywhere. Tham Ing's devastating strike smashed into the ground, tearing the soil apart. The demon army was forced back by the sheer pressure exploding from the center of the formation. Realizing his intent, Giang Khai called out in concern. Tham Ing He and Honyan were startled as she quickly explained the essence of that technique. It was the Vajra indestructibility talent. unique to those on the hardship cultivator path. Once activated, it fortifies the body for absolute defense, granting total immunity to physical and mental damage, though the user becomes unable to move. This immunity only lasts for a fleeting 3 seconds. It was a crisis. Thaming had reached his absolute limit. Thaming struggled to hold on, his body trembling from the technique's backlash. Giang Khai understood immediately. Without hesitation, he unleashed his finishing move. Life Seeker Strike. Kill them all. A beam of light tore through the demon formation, instantly blowing the entire monster horde away in a violent explosion of radiance. At that exact moment, the countdown timer turned to deep crimson and finally stopped at 0. A command token slowly manifested in midair, emitting a blinding light that seemed to swallow the entire space. Giang Kai's eyes instantly lit up, filled with pure, unbridled joy. This was the command of light. Its radiance surged toward the mountain peak before spreading into a massive halo. Any demons touched by the light instantly vanished into thin air. Ho Nyan cried out in excitement. Captain Kai, look, the demon army is disappearing. A wave of healing energy washed over Giang Kai's body. He was stunned and elated. Could this be the healing effect of the command of light? That meant everyone was feeling her body surge with newfound vitality. Ho Nyan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is incredible. My wounds are healing so fast, and I feel more powerful than ever." Meanwhile, Wennu just stood there dazed, scratching his head in confusion. Tham Ing watched as his own injuries began to close. He finally breathed a long sigh of relief. I'm actually alive." The quest window appeared with a message. "Congratulations, challengers. You have completed the trial. Based on the total damage dealt by the 4 of you, here are your rewards." Like they were looking at a savior, the entire team looked up with expectant eyes as the reward items began to materialize. The system slowly announced Challenger Tham Ing has received the A-rank weapon for hardship cultivators, the Shura Mirror. The Shura Mirror, the higher the difficulty of the cultivation land, the greater the benefits for the hardship cultivator. This mirror can increase the difficulty of a cultivation zone by 1 rank while significantly boosting the user's enlightenment. In a state of enlightenment, cultivation efficiency is drastically enhanced. Tham Ing joyfully accepted his reward. This was perfect. Next was Wennu's turn. The system immediately granted his deepest wish. Challenger Wennu has received the S-rank weapon, the Drunken Ghost, God Liquor Bag. It increases a drunken brawler's alcohol capacity by 50% and raises the chance of entering the advanced drunk state by 30%. When Wennu looked at the item with pure delight. Now this was a real treasure. His old gear only gave a 20 or 30% boost, but this bag gave 50%, plus that extra 30% chance for the advanced drunk state. Amazing. Honan walked over and patted his shoulder. With that liquor bag, his chances of entering the death-defying joy state would skyrocket. Finally, the system called out Honan's name. Challenger Honan has received the unique rank weapon for diviners, the Wind Thunder Staff. She stood frozen for a few seconds, her eyes wide with shock before she screamed, "What?" The system continued detailing the new weapon. Wind Thunder Staff Spirit increased by 72 points, Strength by 44, and Agility by 11. Effect 1. Grants the owner a 50% boost to Spirit Recovery. Effect 2. Wind Thunder Tribulation. Level 1. Use the Wind Thunder Staff to summon Heavenly Lightning. It deals massive lightning damage and can store 9 charges. Effect 3. Wind Control Mastery. Activation drains spirit power. Required upgrade materials, thunderstruck wood and windbird feathers. Hu Yan gripped the staff, her heart racing with joy. A Wind Thunder Staff. I finally have a unique weapon too. Wennu marveled at its incredible growth potential. You'll grow exponentially now. Thaming praised. That 70-point spirit boost is legendary. Giang Khai watched his teammates, a warm smile playing on his lips. Their gains were impressive. Now, would the gambler's exclusive weapon be the Light God Order? He turned his gaze back to the shimmering, radiant token. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded, flooding the entire chamber with brilliance. The system announced Challenger Giang Khai receives the gambler's exclusive weapon, the Light God Order. Giang Khai smirked slightly, as if he had already foreseen this fate. The token streaked through the air, finding its true master like a comet. He held the card, carefully scanning the God-tier functions of the Light God Order. This exclusive weapon boosts all base stats by 20% plus 50 armor penetration. It adds 15% crit rate and 150% crit damage. Truly top tier. These base stats rivaled the death card, but that card had a fatal flaw. Its energy consumption was massive. He wondered if the Light God Order was different. Reading his mind, the system revealed the first effect, Ricochet, against unstoppable enemies. The order automatically bounces between target, inheriting attack power with 0 stamina or spirit cost. Giang Kai's expression lit up with pure, Unbridled intrigue. The system explained further, every reflection carries the weight of a powerful strike. Best of all, it consumes no extra resources. A detailed mastery guide appeared. It was like paying for one attack but gaining multiple lethal strikes for free. With proper control and crit synergy, his damage output would become absolute. Excellent. Giang Khai whispered. The system then moved to the second ability. Divine Descent consumes power to unleash a holy shockwave centered on the user. This massive area of effect strike inherits the user's total attack damage. Killing 100 enemies refreshes the status of the user and 4 living allies. However, this miraculous recovery effect has a 30-day cooldown period. The final trait, Soulbound Artifact. The Light God Order is completely indestructible. It can be summoned, thrown, or recalled instantly through sheer mental will. Giang Khai fell into deep thought. An ability to restore an entire 5-man squad, even if the activation requirements and cooldown were incredibly harsh. It mirrored that feeling of total restoration. He realized the potential. He now held a god-tier trump card. A subtle smile crossed his face. Everyone. Look at this. Hu Yan's sudden shout broke the silence. A shimmering treasure chest appeared. As Captain, Giang Khai stepped forward. Captain, open it, Tham Ing urged. He lifted the lid, releasing a blinding glow. Inside lay a mountain of rare items, their special rewards for the trial. He stood frozen for a moment. Tham Ing grabbed a piece of ore, gasping. Framti Wolframite. This massively boosts weapon durability. Blacksmiths would kill for this. He eagerly inspected the loot. Feathers from a king-class dreambird, perfect for crafting. And even a hypnotist nightmare watch, plus some rainbow slime essence. These are the core ingredients for high-tier disguise masks, plus an intermediate alchemical solvent said to perfectly reconstruct any material. This single vial is worth an entire commercial street in Saint Light City. Our main character excitedly introduced their haul. I never dreamed of seeing such treasures. This has to be a dream. Right. Seeing Tham Ne so dazed. Nguyen Nu playfully pinched his cheek to confirm reality. But Honyan interrupted with a grave tone. These are rare, high-tier materials. Yet it seems none of them are actually usable for our current needs. If only there was something to buff my Wind Thunder staff. Giang Khai heard this and immediately offered a suggestion. Our 4 pieces of gear are already excellent, so we should trade these materials for job advancement items to save trouble. She fully agreed with his plan and said excitedly, True. Just selling these for cash would bring in a fortune anyway. If our Lord Guild wants to crush the Swanwu Guild, we must accumulate more capital immediately. While the team celebrated, the system notification rang out. Treasure distributed. You have 1 minute to evacuate the Light God realm before the gates close. A spatial portal slowly spiraled open. Giang Khai called out, Everyone, it is time to move out. They shouted in unison and followed him. Meanwhile, in another location, a massive monster was currently terrorizing the city. It let out a feral roar that threatened to tear the sky apart. Suddenly, a figure blurred into the chaotic scene. Thi leaped high into the air, swinging her blade to face the beast head-on. She screamed with power, delivering a strike so devastating it cleaved the monster in 2. The massive corpse collapsed heavily as Thi landed gracefully. Outside the lab, a researcher began showering her with praise. Truly brilliant. As expected of our leader, her movement speed just shattered her previous records. And her striking power equals a head-on collision with a 250 km/h train. The clicking of high heels approached as a sweet voice spoke. Leader Thi remained silent, slowly turning her head. Seeing Swan Sin enter, Thi asked about the situation. The woman looked pensive and answered with clear dissatisfaction. We plan to exile Tuang Fong to City L, a zone crawling with beast gods. But our application was rejected. Hearing this, she frowned, her expression turning dark. Was it Viung? She demanded. Xuan Sin nodded. Indeed. Tuang Fong is a fixed member of the War God Hall in Jiangtrung City. Without Viung's consent, we cannot touch him yet. Thi smirked confidently, crossing her arms. Just as I expected, Tuang Fong is with the Xuanwu Guild, protecting Giang Khai's family. He definitely has powerful backing behind him. She hesitated and asked, Leader, should we continue the plan? Her lilac eyes flashed with a mysterious light. No rush. To deal with Giang Khai, a better opportunity has just arrived. 2 days later, Giang Khai's team returned to the villa. Honyan stretched tiredly, groaning about wanting her bed. Wen Nu could only think of food, claiming she was hungry enough to eat a whole cow before letting them rest. Giang Khai stopped them to make an announcement. I know you are all exhausted, but in 2 days we return to the Milak realm for treasure. Rest well until then. They cheered for their captain. Suddenly, the system flashed with a message. Honyan stopped, Her curiosity piqued by the sudden alert. Is someone new joining the guild? She asked. But instead of a recruit, it was an urgent emergency combat directive. A map boss battle is about to begin. Pressure on the southeast defense line is spiking. Your Lord Guild lacks the 100-member minimum, so you are assigned to Light Guild. You have 1 hour to confirm and accept these detailed deployment instructions. Giang Khai read the notice carefully. We are being folded into the Light Guild for this battle. Honan frowned in confusion. Wait. Where did this Light Guild even come from? If they were a major guild, we should have heard their name by now. Right, Winnu nodded. Exactly, I do not remember them at all from the last guild challenge competition. Tham Ing explained seriously. I noticed them during my research. They formed only 2 weeks ago, but are growing explosively. Their leader, Jan Xuan Xing, is a 2-star war god from the Jiang Trung War God Hall. She gasped in shock upon hearing the prestigious title. The War God Hall ranks members by power and merit, from 1 star to the legendary 3-star status. To think the leader of the Radiant Guild is actually a 2-star elite from the Temple of War. Wenningu rested his chin in thought, realizing why their recruitment was so effective. With over 100 members joining in no time, he lowered his voice to continue about Xuan Xin. Furthermore, Tran Xuan Xin hides another identity. He is the former branch president of the Black Tortoise Guild. The other 3 gasped in pure shock. What Giang Kai's expression darkened as he sank into deep thought. Did you say the Radiant Guild was founded just 2 weeks ago? The timing of this is quite interesting. Just as the new leader of Black Tortoise took office, Xuan Xin conveniently left to form his own guild. Cold killing intent flickered in his eyes. And by some coincidence, he's been appointed to command our Lord God Guild for this upcoming operation. Honan, still struggling to connect the dots, asked. Captain Kai, what exactly are you implying? Giang Khai let out a cold smirk and muttered. They say the new leader, Ha Thi, is quite the schemer. There's no way she'd let a 2-star powerhouse leave so easily. It seems she's truly desperate to get rid of me. Suddenly, the villa's gates were kicked open with a loud crash. Lu Hian marched in with an insufferable, arrogant stride, leading a group of goons. Radiant Guild here, Lu Hian is in the building. Are the Lord God weaklings present? Kai spun around and barked. Who goes there? Disgusted by the intrusion, Ho Nyan shouted. Where did these stray dogs come from? Barking and trespassing on Lord God territory. Tham Ing stepped forward and added sharply, Get the hell out of here. The man arched an eyebrow and laughed with pure disdain. A guild, compared to my Radiant Guild. You bunch of nobodies dare call yourselves a guild, don't make me laugh. Giang Khai remained composed but firm, trespassing on private property and acting like a common thug. Is this how the Radiant Guild treats its partners? Lu Hian replied with a patronizing tone. Oh. Isn't this the famous Giang Khai who's been making waves lately? Listen up, kid. I'm the commander of the 3rd Brigade for the Radiant Guild's upcoming boss raid. You lot better follow my orders to the letter. Just then, the system interface began to flash rapidly. It immediately generated a battlefield simulation and announced, Behold your mission for the upcoming defense battle. Failure to complete this task will result in the Lord God Guild bearing the full weight of the losses. The Lord God Squad must provide at least 4 members to form a suicide squad. Their mission lure the King-class boss away from the defensive line. Ho Nyan exploded in rage. Is this a joke? Our average level isn't even level 40. What kind of guild sends a sub-level 40 team to bait a King-class boss? Nguyen Gu couldn't hold back either. An ordinary level 40 squad can barely handle a commander class. And you want us to face a king? This is insanity. Are you out of your mind? Lu Hian watched from the sidelines, his voice dripping with malice. Normally, it's impossible. But the Lord God Guild is special, the global champions. After all, what does that prove? It proves you're the strongest level 40 squad around. Led by a very capable captain, Giang Khai stepped forward, staring him down directly. Lu Hian's eyes filled with smug satisfaction as he mocked them. For a team this powerful, fighting a king-class boss should be a walk in the park. Right, wouldn't you agree? Guild leader. This bastard is clearly trying to send us to our deaths, Lu Hian chuckled, continuing his taunt. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Look how generous the Radiant Guild is, giving you such a vital role. It shows just how much we value your presence. Having satisfied his ego, he turned to his men to leave. All right. My message is delivered. I'll be looking forward to your spectacular performance. Let's see how long that pride of yours lasts. Ho Nyan cursed under her breath in frustration. Damn it, but Giang Khai only offered a faint smile. Honan, it's getting quite hot today. Don't you think? She caught his drift instantly and replied with a mischievous grin. Understood, Captain. Despite the clear sky, dark clouds and lightning suddenly gathered directly over Lu Hian's head. Within seconds, a torrential downpour slammed into his group. The goons began to wail. What kind of crazy weather is this? It's pouring out of nowhere, damn it. My clothes are soaked. Lu Hian turned back and barked in irritation. Stop whining and get back to the guild headquarters. Yet, no matter where they ran, the storm followed them like a shadow. Honyan watched their retreating figures with a satisfied smirk. Hey! Big shots from the Radiant Guild. Don't run too fast. Watch your step in the rain, she teased. She turned to Kai, laughing. Captain, look at them scurrying like wet rats. They tried to act so tough, and now they look pathetic. Nguyen Nu laughed heartily. Let's see if they dare show their faces here again. Only Tham Ing remained anxious about the mission. He asked, Guild leader, when the boss battle starts, are we really going to be used as bait for a king-class monster? I'm worried. Giang Khai rested his chin on his hand, his expression turning serious. Our mission is to lure it, not kill it. There must be a way to flip the board. After carefully weighing the options, he issued his orders. Honan. Nguyen Ngu. Spend the next 2 days resting. At dawn the day after tomorrow, follow me to the land of Maitreya. Shan Yi. While we're away. The guild's future is in your hands, he replied with unwavering resolve. Consider it done. Guild leader Giang Khai offered a satisfied smile before continuing. We still have a little time before the world boss battle commences. Once we return with the treasures, I'll lead everyone through the next class advancement. The guild members erupted in a roar of excitement. Understood. The following day, at the teleportation gates of the land of Meluo, Giang Khai stared in disbelief at the figure standing before him. Yuan Zhu's eyes widened as he asked, Gai, is it true? Brother Lu said the Creator Guild is joining the boss raid under the Light Guild's banner. Is that for real? Nguyen Yuan chimed in. Her curiosity piqued. Word is that Chen Xuansheng, the leader of the Light Guild, originally came from the Xuanwu Guild. Won't that put you in serious danger? Giang Khai remained composed. Indeed. But don't worry. I've already set a plan in motion. Lu Jun spoke with a heavy expression. Commander Wei has been tied down with other matters lately. By the time he heard the news, it was too late to intervene. Kai flashed a confident grin. I understand. Brother Lu. Some trials must be faced alone. A smirk played on Giang Kai's lips. If conflict was unavoidable, he might as well test his strength against a king-class boss. His mind raced, calculating his next move. This was the perfect chance to test his newly acquired Light God order. Lu Jun clapped Kai's shoulder, brimming with pride. He truly was the courageous warrior they knew. Kai's tone turned serious. Brother Lu, there's one more thing I need your assistance with. Lu Jun wasn't surprised by the request. About your brother and sister? Right. Rest easy. I've already assigned guards to protect them. Relieved. Giang Khai bowed slightly. Thank you. Brother Lu. The teleportation array hummed to life. Time is short. Kai declared, leading his team forward. Let's move out. Within the heart of the land of Miluo, Giang Khai and Hu Yan were the first to manifest, scanning the area. Kai spotted Alice's group nearby. On the opposite side, the duo of Willis and Grimm flickered into existence. Nguyengu looked baffled. Exploring the land of Meluo usually required a full squad's cooperation. Why did the fishing squad only bring 2 members? Hu Yan explained. During the finals, I thought their teammates had been eliminated, but it seems this team only ever consisted of 2 people. To enter a competition with just 2 members, their confidence in their own power must be absolute. The 2 approached Kai's group slowly. Yuan Zhu whispered a warning. Kai. That guy is coming over. Kai narrowed his eyes, sizing up the newcomer. Willis spoke first. Greetings. Giang Khai. We meet again. Kai's voice dropped to a cold whisper. What exactly was written in that letter you gave me? Willis let out a sharp laugh. That letter wasn't from me. My class is simply the postman. I only deliver the message. Kai frowned. If not you, then who is the sender? Willis's gaze turned icy as he sneered. The sender's identity is irrelevant. In fact, he might not even be human. Regardless, congratulations on defeating Visa and earning this spot. Kai's mind swirled with questions. Then, how do I open it? And what do you mean by not human? Willis stroked his chin cryptically. I haven't the slightest idea. All I can say is this, if you can't open it, you simply aren't worthy of reading it yet. Yuan Zhu exploded in anger. You don't know anything, why act so mysterious? I bet this is all just a load of lies. Willis shrugged dismissively. Think what you want. Kai remained silent, lost in thought. No. His instincts told him Willis wasn't lying. Unfortunately, extracting any more information from him would be impossible. Suddenly, a system screen flickered to life. Welcome back to the Championship Tournament Combat Zone. This area contains 500 lost ruins. A single key grants entry into one ruin for exploration. Each ruin holds 100 treasure chests. Every chest contains one item. There are 4 distinct chest ranks, from lowest to highest bronze, silver, gold, and hidden purple. There is a rare chance for glowing chests to appear. No beasts dwell within, but beware of lethal traps hidden in the shadows. Death results in immediate disconnection. Once opened, the ruin seals until the exploration is complete. Exploration time is limited to 1 hour. Afterward, all members will be forcibly teleported back. No live stream will be available, but the rewards of the top 3 teams will be made public. Beams of light converged in the sky, weaving together into massive teleportation arrays. Clutching her key, Alice stepped into the array, casting a mocking glance back. Everyone only has 1 hour to scavenge. It seems even if you're number 1, your luck ends here. She vanished with her team. Kai looked at his friends. Let's move. Willis and Green followed them inside. What surprises await them? The anticipation was palpable. Then, I wish you the best of luck, my dearest friend. Noan said with a serious expression. Kai? Since we took first place, we must maximize our gains. He nodded in agreement. Exactly my thoughts. Giang Khai replied as he revealed his strategy. There are no beasts in these lost ruins, so it's relatively safe. We'll split into 3 squads to explore simultaneously. Trurtu and Nuan. You're together. He then produced another key. Ho Nhan. Win Ngữ. You two form the second team. He cautioned them to stay alert for traps. Even if you find treasure, do not let your guard down for a second. Gazing at her magic stone, she spoke up. Captain Khai, my divination suggests something unexpected awaits us to the northeast. Giang Khai nodded and barked the order. Good, no more delays. Move out, everyone responded with a resounding yes. Sir. Deep within the lost ruins, beneath a massive ancient tree in the exile forest, a teleportation array flickered into existence. He stepped out and scanned the area. A system notification pinged. You have entered the exile forest ruins. The exploration countdown officially began. Giang Khai observed his surroundings, thinking that a place called Exile Forest didn't sound very welcoming. He wondered if Ho Nan's divination was accurate. Suddenly, his blue eyes surged with light as he spotted something strange. A solitary chest sat tucked beneath the roots of the giant tree. It was a bronze treasure chest. Giang Khai instantly went on high alert, unleashing a preemptive strike. Was it this easy, or was a deadly trap waiting? A massive explosion rocked the bronze chest's location. As the blast faded, the white smoke slowly began to clear. The bronze chest popped open, and the system display flickered to life. High-grade Sky Star ore, 15 kilograms. It could be refined into Sky Star Jade, capable of directly upgrading Rank A equipment. He was absolutely stunned. He rushed forward, unable to believe he found materials to upgrade Rank A gear. Giang Khai grinned, imagining the power of his refined set. Most high-level gear couldn't be upgraded simply because players lacked the necessary materials. Because of this, strengthening materials were actually rarer than the legendary equipment itself. He swiftly swept both the chest and the Skystar ore into his inventory space. Giang Khai admired his loot. Even a low-tier bronze chest yielded high-grade ore. Incredible. Time to keep moving. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble violently. He tensed up instantly. Could there be a monster lurking nearby? That wasn't right. The rules explicitly stated no monsters appeared in these ruins. Giang Khai's eyes widened as he looked down. Wait, glowing red magma was erupting from below, cracking the ground into jagged plates of boiling lava. He realized with horror did opening that chest trigger the entire forest to collapse into an underground sea of fire. Damn it, no wonder they call it the Exile Forest. It's a forest you have to escape from. Giang Khai turned and bolted for his life, cursing inwardly. Ho Nhan, your prediction is going to be the death of me. Elsewhere in the ruins, at the Desert of Origin, Ho Nan suddenly sneezed. She looked at her divination orb, puzzled. That's odd. Why did I just sneeze? Nguyen shouted with excitement. Ho Nhan. Look, there really is a treasure chest here. And it's a silver one. Ho Nhan hurried over. What incredible luck. This is already the 8th silver treasure chest we've discovered. Wing Ngu? Open it up. He nodded and let the tip of his blade touch the silver lid. The chest creaked open, and the system interface displayed the loot information, the Red Flame Lord's heart containing pure fire essence. It can be forged into weapons, granting them permanent firepower. He held the glowing crystal excitedly. This fire attribute stone could be used to enchant weapons with absolute destruction. Honyan's eyes twinkled with delight. As expected of a silver chest, the contents never failed to impress. She scanned the horizon with a smirk on her face. And here I thought the desert of origin would be terrifying. It's just shifting sands and some crumbling ruins. Her mood brightened as her eyes lit up. At this rate, they would finish exploring the entire area in no time. She raised her weapon and charged forward with gusto. Let's finish this. Weir followed close behind. Meanwhile, in the flower maze, Noan checked her device. Found it, she exclaimed. The bronze chest swung open, and the system's explanation flashed before her eyes. Congratulations, you found the level 120 job advancement formula. Vien Tru cheered. What a stroke of luck, we actually found it. While the two were distracted by their prize, thick vines began to slither silently through the shadows. Seizing the perfect moment, the vine suddenly lunged forward in a deadly ambush. Sensing a surge of murderous intent, his eyes sharpened in warning. Yuan Tzu swung his blade, severing the suicidal vines. Yet one managed to coil tightly around his ankle. Ignoring his own safety, he asked her anxiously, No one. Are you hurt? She stepped back, replying, I am fine. Thanks to your lightning-fast reflexes. Yuan Zhu lifted his leg to examine the vine. It seemed these twisted monstrosities ambushed them every single time a treasure chest was unearthed. They were incredibly difficult to anticipate. While not lethal, their touch left a numbing itch. He cursed, wishing he could just incinerate them all. Noan knelt, observing the vines closely. We might not need to resort to fire to make these things disappear, she noted calmly. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Zhu's gaze shifted to the mysterious spray bottle held in her hand. Noan began coating the vines in a fine mist, explaining, This is a specialized spray designed to mask our scent and mimic their own kind. Theoretically, the plants would mistake them for decaying, dangerous kin, causing the vegetation to recoil rather than launch an unprovoked attack. Instantly, the vines uncoiled, releasing Yuan Zhu's leg. Seeing the enemy retreat, he cheered in triumph. It actually worked. We did it. Yuan Zhu turned toward Noan, his eyes brimming with newfound confidence. At this rate, clearing the entire area within the time limit was actually possible. She simply offered a small smile and a nod of silent agreement. 40 minutes later, the massive screen flashed the 40-minute mark out of an hour. The Fire God Squad's stats appeared. Gold chests, Yuan Zhu and Nonan have 5, while Honyan and Winnu have 3. That made 8 silver chests for Yuan Zhu and Noan, while Honyan and Winnu secured $10, totaling 19 tere. As for the bronze chests, Giang Khai had only 2. Yuan Zhu and Noan had 18, and the others had 20, totaling 41. Shen Feng froze. What was Giang Khai doing? 40 minutes had already vanished. How could a warrior of his caliber have only managed to secure 2 measly bronze chests? Lakai was equally baffled. How is this possible? Isn't Giang Kai's raw power supposed to be top tier? Noxam reported tensely while typing furiously. Emergency report, a purple chest, has just appeared in the loot lists for both the fishing squad and the season squad. Mao Pham gasped in utter disbelief. A purple chest. Does that mean? Could it contain materials for the legendary level 120 class that has never been seen before? Lakai bolted upright. Is it finally time? If that is true, won't Country M and Country J become the absolute center of attention for the entire blue planet? Thien then analyzed the grim situation. Time was slipping away, and it appeared Country M and Country J were poised to claim ultimate victory. Giang Kai's performance is completely irrational. Could he have fallen into some sort of deadly trap or specialized confinement? Vuong nodded in grim agreement. Lost ruins vary wildly. Some are low risk, but others harbor anomalies that are nothing short of a death sentence. Meanwhile, back in the heart of the battlefield, 15 minutes later in the Forest of Exile, Giang Khai was sprinting for his life to escape a surging tide of molten lava. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he realized the speed of the forest collapse was accelerating far beyond his initial calculations. A massive boulder, carrying an entire uprooted tree, hurtled toward him. Giang Khai leaped high into the air, narrowly escaping the devastating impact zone. Suddenly, his eyes widened with excitement as a brilliant radiance erupted ahead. The golden light was so intense it nearly blinded him. Giang Khai lunged, desperate for the golden chest. His hand brushed the surface, and it vanished instantly into his personal storage space. The magma churned violently as the ground beneath him began to disintegrate. His expression turned deadly serious. This was bad. The entire sector was on the verge of a total and absolute structural collapse, unleashing a burst of explosive speed. He navigated the shrinking islands of solid ground, He skidded against a rock to break, sending up clouds of white smoke. Suddenly, lava geysers erupted directly beneath his feet. He recoiled instantly, the searing heat singing the air around him. Behind him, the world was being devoured by an endless sea of fire. Giang Khai pushed forward. Faster, I have to go even faster. He managed a frustrated growl through gritted teeth. Damn it. The collapse is too fast. I can't shake this heat. If he slowed down for even a second, he would be consumed by the fire. The lava was now nipping at his very heels. Suddenly, a multicolored shimmer illuminated the chaotic space. He glanced back, his eyes filled with sudden doubt and wonder at the light. Was it possible? A legendary glowing chest appearing from within the very heart of these crumbling ruins, back at the military academy? The countdown timer on the screen ticked down to 58 minutes and 30 seconds out of the allotted hour. Suddenly, the Fire God Squad's updated results flashed on screen for Noen Known and Yuan Zhu purple chest. Total 1. It's a purple chest, no gok. Sam screamed with joy. Yuan Zhu and Noen had actually found one. And Shen Feng's eyes lit up with hope. Incredible. Holy Light has finally secured a purple chest of their own. The notification chime echoed as the global rankings updated. Fire God Squad, 1 purple, 14 gold, 33 silver, and 67 bronze chests. Fishing Squad, 2 purple, 16 gold, and 30 silver chests. The gap was closing, but the tension was higher than ever. 60 bronze chests. Then for the Chi Ji Squad, 1 purple, 12 gold, 25 silver, and 55 bronze chests. He slammed the table and stood up in total shock. What the fishing squad actually managed to secure 2 purple treasure chests. Lichi nodded as he reported the findings. The true value of a purple chest was second to none. Though the Fire God's total count ranked first, their number of purple chests was still lagging behind. He looked at Giang Khai with visible disappointment. What a waste. Everyone expected the Fire God captain to bring a miracle. But his results were actually the worst of all. Currently, you have 1 gold, 1 silver, and 2 bronze chests. Another person chimed in. That's right. It's quite pathetic. Wei Ying frowned, his eyes fixed on the screen with a complex gaze. Giang Khai, what kind of trouble are you in? Meanwhile, at the Xuanwu Guild, Thi sat regally, swirling a glass of red wine. Behind her stood 4 beautiful girls, known as the 4 Seasons. Dong Tuyet was the first to speak with a scoff. Only 4 chests. Wasn't everyone bragging that Giang Khai is the strongest under level 60 in the world? As it turns out, his performance doesn't even amount to a fraction of his teammates' results. Manhwa, another of the 4 Seasons, sneered. The military's judgment is getting pathetic. Trash like him isn't even fit to carry my shoes. Yet they treat him like a precious treasure. Hulan, the 3rd sister, he grew more furious the more she thought about it. Remembering how the royal hall lost to this failure felt like the ultimate stain on Xuanwu's reputation. If I face him in the arena, I'll beat him until he can't stand. Xuan Xin remained silent, merely nodding her head in cold agreement. Thi looked at Giang Khai's stats with pure disdain. The champion of the global competition. That medal is just a ghost of the past now. The screen showed exploration time 59 minutes and 30 seconds. 1 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze. Look at him now. Failing. A simple ruin exploration is more than just a disgrace, it's a pathetic downfall. She narrowed her eyes in contempt. It seems your true value ends here. Giang Khai, Dong Tuyet added with a sigh of boredom. How dull. We even went through the trouble of arranging for the Light Guild to crush him. But he's turned out to be so weak. Ha Ho rested her hands on her hips. Isn't that a good thing? Or did you actually want to waste your own strength on a nobody like him? Xuan Xin's face suddenly turned grave as she stared at her phone. Her eyes widened in absolute shock. Wait. What? Her scream drew everyone's attention. Thi asked, what's wrong? But then, her own eyes bulged as she witnessed the impossible. Thi shrieked in a fit of rage. How can this be? The system flashed a final update. Exploration time 59 minutes and 57 seconds. 1 radiant treasure chest. Rewind 30 seconds earlier. Deep within the forest of flight, Giang Khai was filled with doubt. How could a legendary tier radiant treasure chest appear in the middle of these mountains? Scorching lava erupted from the earth, surging right behind his heels. Giang Khai's strides lengthened as the ground vanished. With no path left to retreat, he leaped toward the chest. It's all or nothing, moving like a blur. He breached the massive circle of light. He reached out his hand, desperate to claim the glowing prize. Hope flared in his eyes. Now's my chance. He pulled the chest into his arms and shouted with joy. I got it. As Giang Khai flipped the lid, a blinding radiance exploded. illuminating the entire forest. He froze as the ground beneath him shattered. Giang Khai and the radiant chest fell into the boiling magma. He desperately kicked off a falling rock to survive. Below him, the lava continued to geyser upward. Giang Khai fell helplessly, still clutching the radiant chest to his chest. Damn it. I've reached my limit. A smirk touched his lips as he thought. Hun Han. You certainly picked a hell of a place. Just meters away from the molten fire. His body began to shimmer and fade. The system announced exploration time has ended. 1 hour sharp, Giang Khai was extracted just before the lava swallowed him whole. A second later, the entire area exploded, leaving no solid ground left. Back at the base, Thien Than slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into pieces. He roared with excitement. Amazing. This kid Giang Khai is a god. He stays quiet until the last second, then shakes the whole world. Li Qi stared at the screen, stunned, obtaining a radiant treasure chest in the final seconds. Just how on earth did he pull that off? Mao Pham stood up, his mind racing. A radiant chest. Doesn't that mean he'll receive level 140 professional materials? Nok Sam replied with certainty. Even if it's not level 140, it's guaranteed to be the highest tier material currently in existence. Wei Ying let out a long breath of relief. He had almost been fooled by Giang Kai's slow start. This haul from the Dai Lak ruins was about to shift the entire balance of power for Saint Glory on the international stage. Elsewhere, a heavy thud echoed as something hit the ground. Giang Khai winced in pain, his brows furrowing tightly. He slowly forced his eyes open. Looking up at the blue sky, he whispered, Im74, still alive. Hun Yan and Wen Nu came running toward him, crying out. Captain Kai, Nuan and Yuan Zhu rushed after him. Kai. What was that? Talk about a grand entrance, he asked in awe. Is everyone all right? Giang Khai quickly scanned the area, noting that the molten lava had finally vanished into thin air. This was the land of Maitreya. Recalling the system alert, he slowly rose as the expedition timer hit 0. 01000000. It was time. What's gotten into Captain Kai? He whispered under his breath. He looked strange, stroking her chin. She wondered if the poor loot from the ruins had driven their captain mad. Seeing Giang Kai's dazed expression, Yuan Zhu frantically waved a hand in front of his face to wake him. Kai. Snap out of it. Don't scare me. Just take what treasures you can find. Don't lose your mind over a hunt. Otherwise, we're in big trouble. But Giang Khai just smiled, his hand suddenly erupting in a brilliant golden light. A glowing chest appeared. Hu Yan gasped, her voice trembling in pure shock. Is this? Could it actually be? Heavens, the chest radiated a blinding aura. Could this be the legendary treasure spoken of in the ancient myths? The radiant chest. Giang Khai announced proudly. It's ours. The team stood frozen, eyes wide at the prize in his hands. Yuan Zhu lunged toward him with joy. You brat, this wasn't just an expedition. You've pulled off a straight-up miracle. Hu Yan and Yuan Nu rushed over to embrace him. Gai. Nuan exclaimed. You are seriously the coolest. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the celebration from behind. So, it really is a radiant chest. Alice and her battered squad emerged from the shadow. You lot actually managed to unlock a legendary glowing chest. Impossible. Yuan Zhu stepped forward, shielding his team. What's so impossible about it? Jealous of our luck? Stop looking down on us. Don't forget who tasted defeat at our hands on the stage. Hu Yan teased playfully. Exactly. Now you see the massive gap between first place and third place. Even in the same ruins, Alice ground her teeth in silent fury. Her teammate, however, couldn't contain his rage and let out a frustrated scream. What did you say? Alice barked at him. Haven't you embarrassed us enough? Fall back. Now they limped away. Yuan Zhu roared with laughter. Guy. Look at their faces. That was so satisfying. A smirk played on Giang Kai's lips. True strength is the ultimate answer to every doubt. Nuan nodded, fully in agreement with his philosophy. As they vanished into the woods, two figures watched from the trees. Not going to greet your old friend? Rim asked. Willis narrowed his eyes with a mysterious smile. No need. I have a feeling our paths will cross again soon. Watching him laugh with his friends, he thought, Giang Khai. I am Qin Wu, head of the military commission. 3 minutes later, the squad stepped out of the teleportation gate and back into the real world. Qin Wu, chairman of the military commission, stepped forward. Squad Vulcan. Congratulations on your legendary achievement in these ruins. And you are Kai? Asked. Qin Wu offered a hand. Giang Khai. I'm Qin Wu, head of the military commission. I've been eager to meet the legendary Vulcan squad. I missed you last time, but I'm glad I caught you now. Greetings. Commande Chin. Kai replied. Hu Yan whispered to Nuan. Wait. What exactly is this commission? Think of them as the supreme authority over every military branch in the entire nation. Nuan explained quietly. Even high commanders answered to them. Giang Kai's face turned serious. Commande. Are you here about the loot distribution? I've already discussed the percentage splits with Mr. Liu previously. Is there a new issue? He shrugged calmly. No rush. Based on the reports, your team is easily the top harvester this time around. You've worked hard today. Let's discuss the specifics at headquarters tomorrow. What do you say? Chapter 186. Nuan rubbed her chin. I didn't expect Commander Chin to be so approachable. Kai agreed readily. Suddenly, Havu rushed over. Commander Chin. She leaned in and whispered urgently into his ear. It was news about Jiang Fang's transfer to City L. Kai's eyes widened. What, did I hear that right? Is Jiang Fang being moved to City L? The team froze in shock as Yuan Zhu broke into a cold sweat. City L, isn't that the danger zone crawling with god-tier beasts? Qin Wu nodded gravely. That's the one. Wait. Do you know him? Kai's expression turned deadly serious. This matter had suddenly become very personal. He's my friend. Commande. What's the meaning of this? Qin Wu explained. Jiang Fang is under the Xuan Wu Guild. For some reason, Xuan Wu wants him out immediately. However, he's also tied to the Jiangzhong War God Hall. Commander Wei refuses to let him go. So the entire situation has reached a complete standstill. Hu Yan spat in anger. Those bastards from the Xuan Wu Guild again, they're always up to no good. It was obvious that Tung was targeting Captain Kai out of spite. And Vian Tru knew it. Exactly. He's just using his position for a petty personal vendetta. This is going too far. Weirn Inger added in a fit of rage. Giang Khai remained silent, but his fists were clenched so tight they trembled. The scene shifts to night, where a brilliant full moon hangs high in the obsidian sky. Leaning against a tree with arms crossed, Khai stared silently at the heavens until familiar footsteps and a voice broke the silence. Can't sleep out here playing the brooding protagonist. Are we Giang? Khai looked up, surprised to see Tru holding 2 beers. Tru offered one without leaving room for a refusal. Have a drink with me. Kai smiled and accepted the bottle. Easy there. 2. Just don't start drunkenly shouting about being the world's greatest war god and disturbing the neighbors later. Vian Tru smirked at his comrade. I saw a moon-watching stone from afar and figured you were stressing over Tuong and the loot distribution. Kai gripped his bottle tightly and gave a heavy, solemn nod. Tru spoke plainly to him. Look, I can't do much about Tuong's schemes. But as for the loot, the team already reached a unanimous decision on the way back. It's all in your hands. Whatever you negotiate with the military tomorrow, we're behind you. Hearing this, Kai felt a wave of guilt. But you guys risked your lives for these rewards. It's your future. Tru cut him off with a firm, frustrated slap to the shoulder. Don't be an idiot. Kai, you're a great leader. But you overthink until you're stuck in circles. What are we? We're brothers. We're a team. Do you really think the people who bled with you are counting pennies over some materials? Kai tried to protest. Still feeling unsettled, Tru stared directly into his eyes with raw sincerity. Kai, are items really more important than our bond or the guild's future? The Fire God squad went from being called trash to winning the national championship through sheer blood and sweat. Do you think we did that because of some loot? He looked back on the memories of every life and death struggle they shared. We did it through absolute trust, knowing someone always had our back. Even with one breath left, we forged a path through despair. That's the trust that keeps us standing. Even if our bones are crushed, Vian Tru poked Kai's chest firmly. This right here is worth more than any legendary material. Stop confusing your priorities. A sudden realization hit Kai, and a spark of clarity returned to his eyes. So stop letting useless worries become a burden. Vian Tru reassured him. You're our captain and the backbone of the Fire God squad. We support your every decision unconditionally. Deeply moved, Kai let out a long, relieved breath and patted Tru's hand. The old, confident Giang Khai had returned. I was wrong to doubt. With you guys by my side, I'll move forward without hesitation. The next morning, a sentry greeted Kai's group at the facility. Please, come inside. He led the team into the room, where the military commission members were already seated, waiting for the 5 of them. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kai said politely. Tun Vor stood and gestured to the seats. We just arrived ourselves. Please, sit. Before sitting, Kai gave Nguyen a small signal. She nodded, and a mote of light drifted from her palm, The treasure cards they had painstakingly collected from the ruins materialized on the table before her. Tunvor's eyes gleamed with excitement at the haul. Is this everything from the ruins, Brother Khai? What exactly is inside the purple and glowing chests? And have you decided on the distribution? Khai looked him in the eye. The purple chest contains 10 sets of vital class advancement materials for level 120 swordsman. Khai then pointed to the glowing treasure card, his gaze turning sharp as he scanned the military commission members. We are only keeping this one card. Everything else goes to the military. Shock washed over Tunvor's face as he stared at Khai in pure disbelief. You're only keeping the reward from the glowing chest. Correct. Khai replied. The initial deal with Mr. Lur was a 60-40 split. But these rewards are hard to value in cash and impossible to split physically. This is the only way to be fair. Tunvor nodded slowly in agreement. You're right. But honestly, you're taking far too little. After a brief pause, he continued. However, as you know, the glowing chest is what the military prizes most. It could perhaps change everything. At that, Vientru leaned back in his chair, resting one arm on the headrest while facing Tunvor calmly. Commandant. You should have more confidence. You can lose the word perhaps. Confused. Tunvor asked what he meant. Giang Khai offered a faint smile. Holding a card that shimmered with the radiant glow of a rainbow-colored treasure chest, his voice carried absolute conviction. Inside this card were 3 complete sets of level 140 martial artist advancement materials. Qin Wu couldn't believe his ears. His brow furrowed and his eyes went wide as he stared at Giang Khai in pure shock. Lu Wu slammed his hand onto the table, trembling with excitement. 3 sets. You have 3 full sets of level 140 materials. This meant St. Glory could potentially birth 3 peak-tier powerhouses at once. With that kind of strength, clearing the Devil Stars or facing the Beast Gods would no longer be a desperate struggle. Qin Wu fell into a heavy, contemplative silence. The boy had finished his proposal but wasn't leaving yet, clearly leaving the door open for a counteroffer. Meanwhile, Giang Khai looked as if he didn't have a care in the world. He calmly reached for his glass, taking a slow, deliberate sip with his eyes closed. Qin Wu finally looked up, his gaze steady. Brother Giang Khai, let's be blunt. If the military wants this card, what is the price? Showing a flash of white teeth. He replied, Good. Since Commander Qin is being direct, I have 4 conditions. He set his glass down firmly. First, I need a complete set of level 40 advancement materials for a martial artist, a doctor, a feng shui master, a purple ghost, and an ascetic. Additionally, I want 2 sets of destiny materials. Qin Wu clarified. Destiny, you mean the defective materials? Giang Khai gave a slight nod. Precisely. Qin Wu let out a breath of relief, his expression turning generous. Those requests are simple. I'll have someone pull them from the warehouse immediately. Now, what are your other conditions? Giang Khai crossed his arms, his gaze dropping slightly. Second, I've done my homework. Jiang Fang has wanted to leave the Black Tortoise Guild for a long time, but they've held him hostage under the guise of training debts. The leisure on his face vanished instantly. His eyes turned sharp as steel. I want the military to clear that debt and bring him under your protection. Qin Wu seemed to have anticipated this and remained perfectly composed. Your loyalty to your friends is impressive, willing to trade a winning hand just for his safety. Fine. I agree. Seeing the approval, Giang Khai moved to his 3rd point. For the next 5 years, Commander Wei Ying must not be transferred out of Jiangzong City. Qin Wu's brow knitted together in confusion. Brother Giang Khai, what is the motivation behind such a specific request? Nuan watched him from the side, thinking to herself, asterisk, is he worried the Black Tortoise Guild will keep targeting Commander Wei asterisk? After all, Wei had protected the Yinglu Guild many times, but he was a lone wolf with no one to watch his back. For a man who had always been a silent guardian to everyone, Giang Khai was now using his own influence to return that protection. Giang Kai's expression turned cold, offering no explanation. Commandant Qin, it's a complex matter. Just consider if you can meet the demand. Qin Wu pondered for a moment. I don't quite understand your intent, but I can grant this request. Now, tell me, what is your final condition? A slight smirk played on Giang Kai's lips. I want. He paused, his face becoming deathly serious as he weighed every word. The Black Tortoise Guild to be disbanded immediately. Qin Wu's eyes snapped open in sheer amazement. What beside him? A man with a buzz cut stood up abruptly, slamming the table. Giang Khai, what kind of joke is this? The Black Tortoise Guild is one of the 10 pillars of St. Glory. They are the backbone of our frontier forces. Without them, our exploration progress will be crippled. Havu added his own warning. Behind them is the Black Tortoise military industry. They are vital to St. Glory's strength, both in the system and the real world. Demanding their dissolution, I'm afraid you vastly overestimated our power to interfere. Without a word, Giang Khai stood up, his resolve unshakable. If that's the case, then consider this conversation over. I'll take my leave. Another officer stood up, shouting after him. Giang Khai, what use do those level 140 materials have for you anyway? You're not even a martial artist, you'll just sell them eventually. Name your price in gold, and we'll pay it. Giang Khai paused and glanced back, his eyes chillingly cold. How much money is a nation-changing treasure worth to you, no matter the price? I am not selling. Qin Wu watched him intently. It was clear the boy was determined to wipe out the Black Tortoise Guild. He rested his chin on his hand, sinking into deep thought. The guild was important, but even if it dissolved, its members and resources would simply be absorbed by others. The nation's actual combat power wouldn't drop. Giang Khai turned to his companions. Let's go. Ruan Yu gave a soft nod and followed. Suddenly, Qin Wu stood up. Wait, brother Giang Khai. Please stay. Giang Khai slowed his steps, though he did not turn back. Qin Wu approached him. To be honest, this is quite embarrassing. I have no idea what kind of bad blood exists between you and Black Tortoise to reach this point. But honestly, dissolving them entirely is a massive task. However, I have a compromise you might consider. A subtle smirk played on Giang Kai's lips as if his plan was unfolding perfectly. He turned and said calmly, Please, commandez Qin. Go ahead. Qin Wu continued. Dissolving a major branch of the Black Tortoise Guild is the absolute maximum concession we can offer. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, Shishi stood frozen, her face pale with terror as she listened to the voice on her phone. In total disbelief, she screamed, What, you're dissolving the Black Tortoise branch in S City? How could Giang Khai even dare to demand this? Hearing Shishi's outburst, Xuansheng and Xiahua were equally stunned. Havu was the one on the other end of the line. She continued coldly. Guild Master, the committee is already in session. The official notice is only a matter of time. Shishi broke into a cold sweat. Is the worth of Black Tortoise really less than some job advancement materials? We've contributed so much to the Divine Radiance materials, yet this is how we're treated. Havu sighed. Don't be reckless. The core issue is that Giang Khai holds level 140 martial artist materials. This alone could skyrocket our international standing. Refusing to back down, Shishi hissed. Haven't we already sent scouts to the new maps? We might gather those materials ourselves soon. The voice on the phone countered sharply. That might isn't good enough. Havu's voice remained firm. You know the pressure from the beast god is mounting. We can't gamble on your possibilities when you're only losing one branch anyway. Shishi tried to argue, but was immediately cut off. Guildmaster, You really shouldn't have provoked Giang Khai. Her eyes widened in shock as her hand went limp, the phone slipping and crashing onto the table. She's legs gave out, her body trembling violently as she struggled to catch her breath. Xuansheng added grimly. The only reason we stayed in the top 5 was because of that S-City branch. At least half our main force came from there. Dissolving it wipes out 40% of our total combat power. Shishi's face twisted into a mask of pure hatred. All those years of preparation, everything was perfectly set, only for him to flip the entire board. Damn it, if he hadn't found that glowing treasure chest, he'd be a dead man. Not looking down on me. Suddenly, her screen lit up. A cold voice announced, The resolution is passed. Guildmaster dissolve the S-City branch by 3 p.m. tomorrow. She stood there paralyzed, her mind a chaotic void before she violently swiped the phone off the desk. Xuansheng and Xiahua called out in concern. But Guildmaster Shishi was on the brink of madness, whispering, Giang Khai, I will definitely kill you. The next day, the S-City branch base looked like a besieged fortress. A notice hung at the gate of Zone A, sparking an immediate uproar. What's happening? Why are we being dissolved? This has to be a mistake. Black Tortoise is a top 10 guild. They can't just shut us down like this without a proper explanation. An official stepped forward, trying to maintain order. Everyone, please calm down. This is a direct order from headquarters. But the crowd wouldn't listen, shouting, Where is Shishi? How dare she dissolve our branch the moment she takes power? Tell her to get down here and face us. We demand answers right now. Outside the chaos, Giang Khai and his team were watching the entire scene unfold on a monitor. Hu Yan praised with a grin. The military's efficiency is legendary. Just one day, and they've already delivered on their promise. Yuan Zhu laughed heartily. Man, I'd pay to see the look on Shishi's twisted face right now. Giang Khai walked through the gate and greeted them. Is everyone gathered here? Wennu smiled. Captain Kai is back. Yuan Zhu threw an arm around his shoulder. Kai? Where have you been? Come watch the show. You don't want to miss this. Hu Yan nodded. Exactly. The Black Tortoise branch is currently in total shambles. Giang Khai noted calmly. Brother Lu told me the deadline for their total removal is 3 p.m. today. He then looked at the group. Furthermore, this incident has caused a massive internal rift within their guild. They've withdrawn from the upcoming boss battle, and the Demon Slayers will take their place to ensure our firepower remains steady. Hu Yan blinked. What about the Radiant Guild? Giang Khai explained. Radiant was backed by them, but they're independent. They're actually using this chance to poach Black Tortoise's top talent. Hearing that, Hun Yan pouted and crossed her arms, grumbling. So we're still stuck taking orders from that annoying Lu Hian. The image of a shifty, low-life coward flashed in their minds. Giang Khai calmly replied, Perfect. I want to see what tricks they're hiding. Elsewhere, a massive skyscraper loomed, and a face emerged from the shadows. A white-haired man gasped for air. Nearby, Antu checked her watch and cheered. Great job, 3 minutes and 20 seconds, 5 seconds faster than last time. The big brother was completely out of breath, leaning on his knees, too exhausted to even respond. Antu stepped closer, her voice full of concern. Hurry and wipe your sweat. Big brother, or you'll catch a cold in this breeze. He took the towel, saying, I can do it. I'm not as weak as I used to be. He wiped his brow as he spoke. At this rate, he hoped to recover enough to support Kai soon. Antu warned sternly. Be careful. Don't go acting tough and reckless like your second brother. Their happy conversation was suddenly interrupted by the sound of someone sneezing. It's Giang Khai. He appeared carrying 2 bags. Grinning. No wonder I've been sneezing lately. Someone's been talking behind my back. Seeing him appear out of nowhere, they cried out in joy. Brother Kai, you're back. Inside, Big Brother set down a fruit platter. Giang Khai, I saw your performance in the tournament. I never imagined you'd become this powerful. Antu sat beside them, nodding eagerly. Exactly, second brother. You were absolutely incredible. She teased him, but added, Still, you should have warned us. I was so terrified for you that I almost fainted. Luckily, the military sent word that you were safe. Giang Khai patted her head gently. It was an emergency, and I was in a rush. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry everyone. She finally calmed down and gave him a look. As long as you know, don't scare us like that again. He then pulled out 2 glowing vials. Big brother. Let's set my story aside. I came to show you I'm safe, but also to give you both these 2 class advancement materials. Both of them stared at the items, their mouths hanging open in pure shock. Giang Khai introduced them solemnly. These are heavenly destiny materials. My own extreme marksman class came from something just like this. I've analyzed them. These special materials adapt to the user's unique traits to grant them the perfect matching class. Antu gasped in awe. That is truly miraculous. He handed her a vial with a warning. Antu, you're still young. Focus on school first. Then decide your path. I'll keep this safe for you. He gave the other to Big Brother. In the Ghost Star, the road ahead is far more brutal than you can imagine. Think carefully. Big Brother accepted the gift from his younger brother. His resolve firm. I've already made up my mind. Still feeling guilty. He recalled his time in the hospital. Back then, I hated being stuck in bed, unable to recover. I wanted to risk it all at Ghost Star, but my body failed me. Antu looked on worriedly. Big Brother, we know you pushed yourself for us. He continued speaking. But I've heard that Ghost Star explorers usually undergo years of intense training. I have no experience and my body is weak. I might not even survive the beginner trials, but I'll train until I break. Kai reassured him. Big brother, don't stress over the beginner trials. I have a plan. As for the road that follows, I believe you'll conquer it. I have faith in you. Once you reach the transcendent rank, you can even manifest your attributes on Earth. Then, you can slay beast gods and avenge our family. Just like Brother Tuong. Antu put on her apron and announced, Big Brother has been cooking lately, and I'm not used to being idle. You two stay here and talk. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Big Brother immediately agreed with a smile. All right. He turned back to Kai. Brother Tuong mentioned your guild will be responsible for luring the king-class boss in the upcoming battle. You haven't told Antu yet. I didn't want to worry her. Giang Khai, tell me the truth. Can you make it back in one piece? Kai promised. Don't worry. Big brother, I'll be careful. But his brother still worried. That's a king-class boss. Kai, I'm terrified for you, Kai explained. This isn't just about expanding our map at Ghost Star. It's about the survival of humanity against the beast gods. Generations have bled to create this opportunity. This fight means everything to our future. Giang Kai's voice hardened with iron resolve. No matter how dangerous luring that boss is, someone has to step up. I won't back down now. Seeing his brother's dark expression, he asked softly, "Are you angry with me?" Big brother smiled. "You fool. I'm happy. Seeing you grow into such a legendary man makes me prouder than words can say. How could I ever hold you back?" He didn't forget to offer a final word of caution, reminding him to protect himself above all else and to return home whenever he grew weary. Never forget. Your big brother and brother Zai will always have your back with unconditional support, he added, finally putting Giang Kai's mind at ease. Understood. Big brother, he replied. A few days later, deep within a dungeon, Hunyan excitedly announced her latest breakthrough. Captain Kai. I've finally become a spiritualist. Her status window shimmered into view. Adventurer Hunyan. Class level 41 spiritualist. Wengu jumped for joy beside her. I did it too. I've successfully transitioned into a drunken berserker. Status adventurer Nguyen-Nu. Class level 41 drunken berserker. Giang Khai asked with genuine interest. What kind of talents did you both awaken? Hunyan reported. My talent is ghostly wail and wolf howl. It allows me to communicate with spirits and even command them to strike my targets. He looked quite surprised by the revelation. Oh, is the offensive power of those spirits significant? She gave a sheepish smile. Not quite yet. It's mostly for harassment, though it has a certain probability of inflicting a spirit break effect on the enemy. Giang Khai nodded in understanding, even if her raw damage was lacking for now. Their team's crowd control was becoming incredibly formidable. Between his Wind Thunder staff and her ghostly wail talent, they possessed two massive control abilities. Killing them wouldn't be an easy task for anyone. Blushing slightly at the praise, she whispered, Yeah, I think so too. Meanwhile, Nguyen-Nu was bursting with excitement to share his own news. Captain Kai as a drunken berserker. My brand new talent is the Mad Song of the Fallen. Giang Khai compared the names in his head. It certainly sounded far more potent than his previous talent. Hunan urged him on. Come on. Tell us how mad this song really is. He revealed that this talent could push his physical instincts to the absolute limit, with a chance of triggering a legendary true self state. The revelation of such a power left both of them completely stunned. A true self state. Wengu brandished his sword, thrusting it forward as he spoke. Exactly. I don't fully understand it yet, but it's an incredibly unique talent. The specific effects of the true self state change based on the environment and my own emotions at that very moment. Hunan nodded in awe. That's amazing. I've never heard of anything like it. Giang Khai rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The path from a drunkard to a drunken berserker is exceedingly rare, he noted calmly. With personal talents being so varied, it's natural we haven't heard of it. To me, the rarer it is, the more limitless the potential. Nguyen-Nu flushed with pride, letting out a soft hum of satisfaction at the recognition. Suddenly, the watch on Giang Kai's wrist began to vibrate. A holographic screen shimmered into existence. Giang Khai beamed with delight. It's from the master. He says both he and Known have successfully changed their classes as well. Hunan cheered. Fantastic. Our combined strength will be on another level now. Giang Khai continued. Plus, with Tham Ing completing his transition 2 days ago, everyone is ready for the next step. With your new classes, your base stats have doubled. As for me, I've finally hit level 40. Once I find the necessary transition materials, I can proceed with my own evolution. Hunyan asked. So? Captain Kai, are we grinding for experience again today? Giang Kai's expression suddenly hardened as he glanced out the window. Standing by the frame, he spoke with cold resolve. The map boss battle begins the day after tomorrow. Call Tham Ing. We're heading to the isolation zone to prepare for war immediately. Hunan and Nguyen-Nu shouted their assent with fire in their eyes. The next day, at Horn Ridge, a breathtaking view of mountains piercing the sky like giant horns unfolded. Below, a military encampment bustled with activity, filled with tanks, tents, and towering observation decks. Figures moved in the distance, keeping a vigilant watch as they scouted the perimeter for any signs of trouble. A man pointed toward the horizon and addressed Giang Kai's group. You four understand the instructions clearly. Right. He gestured toward the distant forest. The main God Guild's mission is to lure the king-class boss in that direction. Do not make any mistakes. Giang Khai replied with unwavering confidence. Don't worry. Vivont. Tran Nat smirked, his eyes cold. Just remember that. Do your job and try not to die." Without another word, he turned his back and walked away, leaving the group behind without a second glance. "Damn it. Winwuspat." His temper flaring. "Did you see his face? He's clearly sending us out there to be sacrifices." Hunan nodded, her irritation clear. Giang Khai, however, remained calm. "Just follow my lead when the time comes. We'll handle whatever they throw at us." The four of them retreated into the woods, spending hours meticulously planning their strategy for the impending clash. Elsewhere, Jan Sun Singh, the leader of the Light Guild, looked at his subordinate with a sinister glint in his eye. "Ensure Giang Khai's guild goes exactly where we want them. Also, are the hidden attackers ready? We cannot use our own men for this." Internal fighting was strictly forbidden by the military during the Beast Tide. Lu Hian flashed a treacherous smile. "Rest assured, guild leader, I've spent a fortune hiring secret experts to finish the job. There will be no traces leading back to us." A dark, malevolent shadow crossed his face as he continued his report. "I'll be watching from the shadows myself to ensure everything goes exactly as planned." Transin's thoughts were filled with nothing but pure malice. "Giang Khai, you were once the pride of the Black Tortoise. Yet you failed against him time and again. This time, I'll ensure you have no place to be buried." As the sun dipped below the horizon, a sea of stars and celestial bodies emerged, painting the sky in a mystical, otherworldly glow. Below, a deathly silence reigned, as if the world had fallen into a deep slumber. Suddenly, a strange light began to crest the mountain peaks, but it wasn't the sun. The earth suddenly shuddered with violent tremors, shattering stone and soil alike. Thousands of grotesque monsters erupted from the shadows, charging forward in a massive cloud of suffocating dust. High above, a horned man with veins bulging across his forehead looked down. With a cold, commanding gesture, he signaled the advance. The army immediately mobilized, taking their positions to repel the horde. A deafening roar of cannons and gunfire erupted, raining destruction directly upon the beasts. Amidst the sea of flames, fanatical war cries echoed through the chaos as the slaughter truly began. Taejang screamed for everyone to hold the line until the 5 great guilds could slay the boss. Squad 7. Link up on the left flank now. Suddenly, the ground beneath them detonated. Debris exploded into the air as 3 monstrous creatures breached the surface. With crocodile-like bodies and backs covered in razor-sharp spines, they lunged into the fray. A soldier bellowed, "Squad 3. Surround those golden-horned croc dragons. Do not let them breach our defensive line at any cost." Squad 4. Increase firepower now, but the concentrated fire hitting the monsters' heads was like a mere itch, failing to leave even a single scratch on their armored hides. Like a living projectile, the beast tore through the ranks, sending soldiers flying like ragdolls. Cries of agony filled the air as the formation crumbled, slumped on the bloodied ground. A wounded Taejong gasped into his radio. "We need reinforcements. These croc dragons are on another level. We can't stop them." No sooner had he spoken than a massive croc dragon loomed behind him. It unhinged its jagged jaws, ready to crush his skull in a single bite. The terrified scream was cut short as blood sprayed violently from the beast's maw, painting the ground in crimson. Nearby, Giang Khai watched in grim silence as the shockwaves from the explosions caused massive fissures to race toward the survivors. Sweat beaded on Hunan's face as she cursed in fear. "Damn it, is their hide made of freaking diamond?" Giang Khai remained silent, his gaze sharp and cold as he scanned the battlefield. Shen Yi spat through gritted teeth, his expression darkening with gravity. "A commander-tier golden-horned croc dragon is a nightmare enough. I can't even fathom the horror of a king-tier monster." Nguyen Nu offered no reply, only a grim nod of agreement. "Panicking won't save us," Giang Khai commanded. "Whatever happens, we must be ready to strike at a moment's notice." A relentless tide of monsters continued to pour in various shapes, sizes, and horrors, each one more bloodthirsty than the last. The crowd's eyes widened in sheer terror as a scream tore through the air. "No, it can't be. A king tier monster has arrived." The system interface flickered to life. King tier monster sharp, fanged saber, toothed tiger. Level 120. With a single swipe, the saber-toothed tiger sent the surrounding hunters flying. It pinned a victim beneath its razor claws, leaving the poor soul to scream for a mercy that wouldn't come. A gruesome carpet of bloodied corpses lay at its feet, witnessing the carnage. Even Giang Khai's battle-hardened group felt a chill of pure dread. William roared, "Listen up, disciples of the great god. You have 3 minutes to lure that king-tier tiger into the forest. Stall it until reinforcements arrive. Fail this, and your guild is finished." The others bristled at the demand. 3 minutes. Are you insane? You've got to be joking. There was no mention of a time limit before. And besides, Who the hell do you think you are to order us around? By what right do you threaten us with disbandment? William sneered back. Look around you, the monster tide is here. Don't you understand the stakes of the big picture? If this beast tears through our defenses, do you think pieces of trash like you could possibly handle the consequences? William turned to leave, tossing one last insult. Go. Instead of wasting breath arguing with me, you'd better figure out how to stay alive. The guild members turned to Giang Khai, awaiting his command. Guild leader. What should we do? Are we really going to follow his suicidal orders? This is a blatant trap, another cried. Captain Khai. We'll follow your lead. Suddenly, the tiger's roar drowned out their voices, followed by screams of agony. My arm, my arm. The front lines collapsed in a panic. Fall back, we can't stop this monster. It's too strong. Giang Kai's mind raced. In a flash of decision, he kicked off the ground, vaulting into the air as his voice rang out over the comms. Flame God Squad. Engage. A rain of blazing fire projectiles cascaded down, turning the saber-toothed tiger into a glowing target as the hits connected. Infuriated, the beast let out a bone-chilling roar that shook the very air. Its murderous gaze locked onto the pests who dared to wound it. The Flame God Squad beat a hasty retreat, but the tiger lunged forward with terrifying speed, its massive frame hurtling toward a lagging teammate. Wien Nu. Look out, Giang Khai shouted. A barrage of fire slammed into the beast, but as the flames spread, the tiger's rage only intensified as it charged through the heat. Giang Khai lunged, grabbing his ally just as the tiger's claws whistled through the empty air. He felt a cold sweat. Its speed was beyond anything he'd imagined. Too fast, Hunyan screamed, leaping down with her staff raised high. Step aside, let this lady show you how it's done. Invincible storm barrier, her skill slammed into the beast, momentarily halting its momentum. Seizing the opening, Giang Khai pulled Winnu into a desperate sprint. The tiger's heavy footsteps thundered behind them, shaking the earth. Bit by bit, the duo managed to put some distance between themselves and the predator. Leading the squad, he pointed toward the thick tree line. Keep moving into the woods, refusing to let its prey escape. The tiger unleashed a devastating sonic howl. The boss activated its ultimate skill, Death's Howl. The sheer force of the sound wave slammed into them, sending the entire team flying helplessly through the air. Stay sharp. Everyone, this wind is insane. Damn it, Honan is struggling. Is this the beast's skill in that split second? The saber tiger lunged toward Giang Kai's back. Gritting his teeth, he whipped around, unleashing a torrent of flames at the beast with his fiery doppelganger technique. The blast collided with the saber tiger's flank. Its deafening roar sent a paralyzing shockwave through the doppelganger's form. The beast's fangs crushed the decoy, but a blinding light erupted from within. Using the distraction, he shouted a warning to Honyan. Captain Khai. The forest is just ahead. Furious that its prey had escaped, the saber tiger let out a mountain-shaking roar. The gale uprooted trees as the predator prowled through the dense woods, desperately searching for its hidden targets. Perched high on a branch, Giang Khai held his breath. His mind flashed back to the night before this boss raid. He had warned the team that the final battle was looming. Their target, a terrifying king-class monster. I'll say it again, focus on the mission and avoid a direct confrontation at all costs. Nguyen Nu. Your brew boosts power, but the loss of control is lethal. Against such an overwhelming foe, reckless rage is a death sentence. Not a single drop tomorrow. Understood. He nodded. Acknowledging the grim order, Giang Khai continued his briefing. Honyan, your abilities aren't suited for a direct clash with a king-class beast. However, your support is our greatest asset. If any of us get targeted, you must provide cover immediately. Shen Yi. Your defensive skills are the most reliable fortress our team possesses. When the time comes, we'll stabilize the front lines together. They patted their chests confidently. Leave it to us. Guild leader, our best bet is to avoid a direct brawl. Lure it into the woods and complete the objective while it's distracted. Given the lethality of this mission, I must prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. If we're backed into a corner, we'll have no choice but to go all out against that monster. Everyone, prepare yourselves for the storm. Shen Yi Sai. If I hadn't joined the Vulcan squad and survived that hellish battle in the Divine Realm, I'd still be a reckless lone wolf. This synergy, trusting others with my life and fighting as one, is something I never thought I'd experience. Guild leader. There's no one I'd rather face death with than this team. It's an honor. We feel the same, Win Nu added. Seeing their unwavering resolve, Giang Khai reached out his hand. They stacked their hands, united in spirit. For victory, the Vulcan squad will fight as one until the very end. Back in the present, he prayed this dense forest would serve as their ultimate natural shield. He hoped to buy them just a little more time. But as he looked down, his blood ran cold. Damn it, the beast's body erupted in golden light. System alert, King Class Saber Tiger has activated Blood Essence Pursuit. Targets locked. Giang Khai's heart hammered. We've been spotted. Nothing escapes those crimson eyes. An explosion of energy tore through the branches, blasting Giang Khai straight out of the tree. Captain Kai Honan and Wen Nu screamed in terror. Even the stoic Shen Yi panicked. Guild leader. Giang Khai unleashed his soul-forged fire card. Flames hammered the beast, drawing the first drops of blood as the team hit the ground. Did we break its defense? Honan gasped. Move, Nguyen Nu shouted. We need to run while it's reeling. Our backup should be close. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He glanced back, sensing a terrifying presence. The saber tiger was regenerating. Its wounds vanished in seconds as blinding energy began swirling within its gaping maw. A violent gale dragged them backward. Honyan screamed as the suction overpowered her. She was being pulled into the beast's jaws. Damn it, he cursed. The power gap between us is just too vast. Is this the end for us? These 3 minutes felt like an eternity. Shen Yi activated his unbreakable Vajra form and was swallowed whole. Shen Yi, they screamed in horror. Inside the beast's throat, he fought with everything he had to stay alive, searching for a way out. Giang Khai watched as Shen Yi struggled. He unleashed a desperate barrage of hellfire at the monster. Hang on. Shen Yi flames engulfed the saber tiger. But as the smoke cleared, Giang Khai froze. It didn't take any damage. What? At this rate, we'll all be slaughtered once our energy runs dry. I have to do something. Giang Kai's mind raced as he made a grim decision. Honan. Wennu. I'm counting on you to finish the mission. Terror gripped their hearts. No. Shen Yi. You aren't planning to go out like this, are you? It's a shame. Shen Yi whispered. I really wanted to fight by your side until the very end. No, Giang Khai screamed as the beast's jaws snapped shut. Blood sprayed everywhere. His final words echoed. Run. The massive shockwave threw them to the dirt. Giang Kai's face darkened at the sight. He roared. Death card, death card. Wrath of the gods. A card streaked toward the saber tiger. Honyan grabbed his arm. Captain Kai. Run. Don't let the Am-Ing sacrifice be for nothing. The unscathed saber tiger lunged toward them with terrifying speed. Nguyen Nu raised his shield, but the impact sent all three spiraling into the air as dark mists billowed from the beast's maw. Shock filled Giang Khai as a divine power descended, scorching a massive crater into the tiger's back. The sudden intervention left them stunned. A new group arrived, mocking them. Did Tran Swan Sin really send kids to bait a king-class boss? Are you insane? They sneered. Sorry for the delay. Our intel on the location was flawed. Find cover now. We'll take it from here. They charged toward the howling saber tiger, covered in grime. Honan gasped. Reinforcements. It's the superhuman squad. Nguyen Ngu shouted. Captain. Honan. Look, the tiger is being overwhelmed by a whole army. Giang Khai noted. That coordination? They must be the elites of the 10 great guilds, backed by top-tier superhumans. That beast won't escape today, even if it grows wings. Our mission is done. Let's find a place to treat our wounds immediately. Night fell by the silent river. Amidst scattered potions, they thanked no one known for her foresight in preparing medicine. These wounds are healing fast, but the pain of losing Thaming remains. Ho non-spat. The Light Guild is vile. They only told us to stall a king-class boss for 3 minutes at the last second. Nguyen Ngu fumid, wondering why the military would ever approve such a suicidal plan. Watching his reflection, Giang Khai realized those 3 minutes weren't part of the mission. The military likely didn't even know. His friends gasped. Captain Kai. You mean? Giang Khai knew the truth. This was a death trap orchestrated solely by the Light Guild. He traced a chilling line into the dirt with a fallen branch. In a classic ambush, units must be pre-positioned and tightly linked to ensure success without any errors. But this time, they knew it was a king-class beast, yet ordered us to hold it for 3 minutes. Were those 3 minutes really meant for an ambush team already in position? Or were they stalling? As they listened, he noted the military had spent months planning this. Supplies were abundant, and reinforcements emerged from deep within the forest. They were already there. That leads to my final, devastating point. Do you remember the excuse those superhumans gave when they finally appeared? They claimed they were late due to a location error and told us to hide. Honyan nodded. I remember. They blamed a location error. Jiang Kai questioned with a sharp glare. With the entire military's might focused on victory, how could such a fatal blunder happen? Only if it was planned. Rats in the shadows must have falsified reports to intentionally delay our rescue. As the truth dawned on them, Honyan exploded in rage. Those bastards were fighting for holy glory, yet they're plotting our demise behind our backs. Thaming's death won't be in vain. I'll make the Light Guild pay for this betrayal. Wen Nu agreed. But a sudden laugh cut them off. Looking for an explanation, here it is. They spun around to see Lu Hian. If any of you survive tonight, that is… Giang Khai narrowed his eyes. Lu Hian removed his mask. Sharp eyes for a brat. I didn't want to get my hands dirty. But once you're dead, I'll just rewrite the final report. Once finished, the military will just see you as mad dogs. Your vileness knows no bounds. Giang Khai spot. Lu Hian countered. I've hated your face for a long time. Wen Nu roared. You coward. Everyone is risking their lives. Yet you dare spark an internal feud. The snake sneered. Feud no. You were simply victims of a king-class boss. 4 of you. Dead from incurable wounds. That will be the official story. Lightning crackled around Honan's staff. Enough lies today? I'll deliver heaven's judgment. I'm coming for your head. Lu Hian deployed his men, boasting without a shred of shame. What are you idiots just standing there for? Kill them, end this quickly. They charged with a deafening roar. Giang Khai unleashed a fire arrow. You think you're enough to stop me? They raised their shields to intercept his fire arrows, closing in with a relentless charge. You've got some nerve for a brat. But facing us only leads to death. Corrosive poison, shadow, swordsman. Move out. The leader unleashed his bone-crushing strike, but he held firm with his shield. Nguyen Nagu? Bow to no one. Finally, some fine wine and a real fight. The shockwave sent the mob flying. Giang Khai cheered him on while raining down more fire arrows. Great work. Wen Nu, the fire arrows hit their mark, turning the sky into a brilliant explosion of flames. Lu Hian ordered the shield bearers forward to block the projectiles. Hu Yan stepped out, her staff raised high. Wailing ghost lightning. Descend. Terror gripped them instantly. What on earth is that? Monsters erupted from the earth. A shield warrior tried to hold them back, but was blasted by a surge of power from behind. A demonic spirit tore through his soul. His shield clattered to the ground as his entire body shook in pure horror. What? At that moment, other monsters swarmed in, decapitating the enemy with nothing but their brutal, bare fists. The others tore into their prey, indulging in a gruesome, bloody feast. It was all a terrifying illusion inside the soldier's mind. He clutched his head, screaming in agony. No, get away. Lu Hian realized it was a fear-inducing attack. Curse it, stay away from those shadows. The dark silhouettes flickered through the ranks, and not a single soul could escape their spectral reach. Giang Khai declared this nightmare would be their grave. Taking advantage of their confusion, he finished them all off cleanly. A massive explosion erupted behind him, incinerating everything. Wen Ngu gasped for air. What day is it? Did the goddesses descend to earth? Hey beauties, come play with me. The enemies charged in a blind rage. Kill that shameless fat bastard right now. Wen Nu's cheeks flushed bright red. He swung his blade with divine grace and power, sending the entire mob flying backward. From the clouds, fire arrows rained down like a torrential storm. The enemies were consumed by the raging golden inferno. Wen Nu challenged them. Who's next to play with this King? Giang Khai realized that was sword intent. He remembered the legend. Once you enter that state, your true self awakens unique abilities. It seems that sword aura is one of them. A pillar of light suddenly pierced the sky. The distant onlookers watched in absolute shock. What is that now? It was Hu Yan's doing. Summoning the heavenly tribulation. They trembled in fear. How can she command the lightning of the heavens with such overwhelming pressure? Could she be a hidden powerhouse? Liu Hian panicked. This can't be happening. Hu Yan looked down on them with disdain. If I can kill a king-class monster, you nobodies are nothing. Now, pay with your lives. Lu Hian barked in order to capture them, promising a 50% bonus to anyone who succeeded. Faced with the descending thunder, no one cared about the money. Forget the bonus, run for your lives. This woman is a monster, lightning, spirits, and area control, and that drunk freak, fight if you want. But I'm done. They're insane. The Vulcan squad is full of lunatics. Seeing his men desert him, it fell into a total panic. Damn it, get back here. Watching even his closest allies flee, Lu Hian realized he was in deep trouble. Bolts of lightning slammed into him. As the thick smoke cleared, Lu Hian's face was covered in soot and grime. He realized his clothes were scorched and his body felt numb. But he was still alive. He looked around at the empty battlefield. Hu Yan mocked him. You really are cowards, aren't you? My lightning tribulation was just a little trick. Did it really scare you? His rage boiled over. You dared to mock me. He charged forward desperately. I'll cut you into pieces. Giang Khai dashed forward to protect her. Captain Kai, he swung his blade. You're my prey now. Liu Hian. He tried to flee, but Liu Hian roared that not one of them would escape his reach today. Giang Khai silently analyzed the situation. Liu Hian raised his spear for a crushing strike, but Giang Khai leaped away just in time. The pursuit continued relentlessly as Giang Khai focused on perfectly dodging every strike. Hu Yan scoffed at Liu Hian's arrogance. This guy just won't give Captain Kai a moment to breathe. Wen Nu nodded. Normally, agility for classes under level 60 struggles to break 1000, even with specialized stat enhancements. But this guy just passed level 60, and his agility is firmly over 1000. Is this the power of class advancement? He thrust his spear toward Giang Khai with lethal intent. No one under level 60 has ever survived my spear. Die meteor strike. Giang Khai dodged with incredible grace. A clever diversion. But still too slow. Liu Hian gasped in disbelief. What Giang Khai had already appeared behind him. Honyan shouted. Look, Captain Kai is finally about to unleash his ultimate skill. The enemy's spear slammed into the earth as Liu Hian activated military order like mountains, just to show off his overwhelming power. What does it mean to be a true soldier king? Giang Khai watched in shock as a surge of raw energy exploded toward him. Giang Khai felt an immense pressure crashing down, making it impossible for him to focus on his own energy, activating his death card. He crossed his arms to block the impact while his teammates screamed for him to retreat. They obeyed Giang Kai's command as Liu Hian sneered. Smart move. But under my military order, your body and soul will be crushed. Those two trash teammates of yours will not be able to do a thing, even if they try to attack me. Forget saving you. They cannot even protect themselves. Your luck has finally run out right here. He leveled his spear at the captain. Now, die for me. The team could only watch in terror as the spear lunged forward. Giang Khai activated his holy glow aura to parry the strike, stopping the spear tip from piercing any deeper. Suddenly, glowing rings bound Liu Hian's arms. Damn it, what is this? He cursed as his entire body froze in place. Honyan realized that the enemy's hands were completely paralyzed by the mysterious light. Wen Nu cheered with joy. It is Captain Kai's holy glow aura. Liu Hian pulled out his hidden trump card. Do not think you are the only one with an artifact. His godly might gem began to glow. Honyan panicked. This is bad. The captain's aura has not been refined by God's tears. It cannot withstand that level of power. Captain Kai stood firm, while Liu Hian radiated an even more terrifying presence than before. He declared, Witness the absolute power of a level 60 soldier king. You will certainly meet your end by my hand. The spear drew blood as it grazed him. His teammates rushed forward in a panic. But Honyan suddenly froze. She realized it was only a decoy afterimage. Giang Khai appeared behind his foe. Is this all a level 60 can do? How disappointing. He summoned his death card, Wrath of the Gods, and sent it flying toward his target. The card slammed into Liu Hian's back, shredding his heavy outer armor instantly. Giang Khai was surprised to see no blood, landing softly. He noted, that armor has an automatic defense system. Liu Hian spot. Curse you, my precious armor. I remember this card, you used it to kill that fool Vi. Did you not? Ignoring the insult, Giang Khai watched as Liu Hian lunged again. I have already neutralized your last remaining ace. You are at a dead end. Giang Khai kneel and wait for death. Kai fired a rocket. You think you can stop me? Do you really think you can decide my fate? Liu Hian flared his gem's power, doubling the pressure of the military order. The villain dodged easily. You think these pathetic darts can turn the tide of this battle? This next strike will bury you. His teammates cried out in warning as Giang Khai waited for the perfect moment. Just then, a hidden card shot out from within the flames, flying straight toward the arrogant commander. It struck Liu Hian's back, spraying blood everywhere. His spear stopped inches from Kai's chest. Impossible. How? How did you have a second death card? Kai grabbed the spear blade. The game ends here. A blast of fire tore through Liu Hian, who screamed in agony. As his watch fell, Giang Khai caught it midair. He landed amidst the swirling dust and smoke as the battlefield finally went quiet. His teammates ran over in a frenzy. Captain Kai collapsed and remained unconscious for an hour before finally waking up. Wen Nu rejoiced. Thank goodness the captain is awake. Honhan finished bandaging him. That spear nearly pierced your heart. Thankfully, no one gave us high-grade medicine. I have already performed emergency treatment on your wounds. Giang Khai sat up and thanked them. Wait. Where is the watch I retrieved during the fight? Do not worry. We knew it was vital, so we kept it safe for you. They replied. Kai asked if they checked the contents. Wen Nu explained. There are records here. Liu Hian and Tran Xuan Xin hired assassins to plan 3 separate ambushes. Our mission was successful, but that midway attack was part of their calculated scheme to eliminate us. What were the other 2 plans? Kai asked. Honyan's voice rose in anger as she explained the treachery. If we had failed the mission, they were going to stage a scene to make it look like our fault. They would claim our incompetence caused heavy casualties and throw us under the bus to take all the blame. And if we succeeded, but you died, They would ruin your reputation to ensure the military stopped protecting you. Giang Khai narrowed his eyes. It seems they will not stop until they see my dead body. With the evidence now in my possession, let's see who'll be the one laughing when the dust finally settles. They're convinced that handing this over to the military will uproot the Light Guild forever. Exactly. Giang Khai smirked. But there's no rush. Stunned, they couldn't fathom his intent. Giang Khai urged them on. Back to the camp. We need to assess the battlefield first. They obeyed instantly. Meanwhile, in another sector, a brutal and bloody conflict was reaching its peak. Chaos erupted at the heart of the fray. 4th Squad, this is a priority. We have a new influx of casualties incoming, requesting backup. Immediately, I repeat. We need support now. A soldier screamed during treatment. My leg healer. Please. Do something. Watching from a high cliff. They surveyed the carnage. This defense against the monster tide was a total nightmare. Despite the military's reinforced defenses, the casualties were staggering. They say expanding into the flower zone is becoming a suicidal mission. I didn't truly grasp the danger before. But seeing this, it's all too real. Giang Khai admitted solemnly. Indeed, over decades, St. Radiance expanded across 98,000 square kilometers. Every inch soaked in the blood of our predecessors. The extraction of these spirit crystals is vital for Blue Star's ultimate survival. Now, as resources dwindle and the beast god's threat grows, we are rapidly running out of time. Giang Khai fell silent, a shadow of melancholy over him. Bidam. He was back in his tent, stoically bandaging his wounds. Hu Yan burst in, beaming with excitement. We won victory for St. Radiance. The reports just came in. The military and the top 10 guilds took down the regional boss. Giang Kai's expression finally brightened. That's incredible news. What about Nuan and Zhu Zi? I knew you'd ask. She replied, I've already checked on them. Their squads are safe. And thanks to their heroic performance, they're set to receive an official military commendation. Captain Kai, don't you think it's finally time we start planning a victory celebration? Great work. Giang Khai praised. Since Shen Yi secured a green path slot, I expect he'll be reuniting with us very soon. Ruan Yu hesitated. However, given the high death toll, the quarantine zone remains under strict lockdown to prevent further monster raids. Straightening his uniform, he nodded. You're right. We can't return to the main God Guild just yet. I understand. The military is prioritizing everyone's safety for now. Hu Yan suddenly remembered. Captain, now that the boss is dead, when are we turning in Lu Xuan's gear, or do you have another plan? A voice boomed from outside. Giang Khai. Get out here. Ruan Yu stepped out to see who it was. It was Chen Xuansheng, backed by a small army. Hu Yan he sit? That coward Xuansheng actually has the nerve to show his face here. I'll settle the score with him. Giang Khai held her back. Don't be reckless. I was actually looking forward to meeting him. They moved to a secluded clearing. Guildmaster Chen. Kai began smoothly. To what do I owe the pleasure of this massive gathering? Cut the crap. Chen Barge. Hand it over. Giang Khai crossed his arms. Playing dumb. Hand over what? Exactly. Xuansheng's temper flared. Stop playing games with me. Hand over Lu Xuan's watch right now. Why ask me for Commander Lu's watch instead of him? It seems you knew all about their little ambush in the woods. Didn't you? Quit the act. Giang Khai, you didn't turn in that watch immediately because you're looking for a deal. Aren't you? But don't think I'm that easily intimidated. Hand it over while I'm being nice. You might have backers. But what about your subordinates? Are their lives just as protected? Touch my people and see what happens. Kai challenged. Chen sneered. And what if I do? Give me the watch. And I'll walk away. A cold smirk played on Giang Kai's lips. What's so funny? Chen demanded. You ambushed me during the monster tide. And now you offer silence like it's some sort of gift. Shan Xuansheng. I've met some shameless bastards. But you truly take the crown? Keep threatening me. Once I hand this watch to the military, your God of War title is history. Stunned that Kai had seen through everything, Xuansheng was left speechless. Damn it. Chen cursed internally. This kid is tougher than I thought. A stalemate here hurts us both. Meanwhile, Kai smirked inwardly. He had done his research. While Chen Xuansheng was cunning and ruthless, he had one fatal flaw. For a man like him, losing the glory of the God of War title was a fate worse than death. You want me to help you take down the Black Tortoise Guild? Don't you? Chen asked. Sharp as ever. Guildmaster. Kai praised. Kai knew the real enemy was the Black Tortoise. The Light Guild was merely a pawn following orders, even if the watch punished the pawns. Without concrete proof, Hishishi and the Black Tortoise would remain untouchable. Giang Khai spoke up. I wonder if President Tran's terms truly match the prestige of a war god's seat. If he agrees, I will resign and lead my men away, leaving the Light Guild to a neutral party. Furthermore, I will grant you a unique chance to crush Xuan Wu once and for all. Startled, Giang Khai listened as Xuan Xin explained Xuan Wu's fall from grace after the city's defeat. With elites deserting, the guild must now prove its absolute authority to stabilize their crumbling ranks. Thus, the high elders of Xuan Wu have issued a final, desperate command. They must dominate the top 10 guilds betting tournament. Giang Kai's eyes sharpened. That tournament? Correct. It is a high-stakes point scramble between the Elite 10 and all other rising guilds. Each of the legendary top 10 will deploy 100 of their most seasoned warriors. Every participating team starts the battle with exactly 100 points. In this trial, challengers win the stake if they remain standing within the time limit. Meanwhile, the top 10 must wager their own guild points to match every incoming challenge. Ultimately, all points gathered during this phase belong to the victorious top 10 guild. Rankings are decided by the final point tally, subtracting the initial stakes from the total winnings. The guild that finishes dead last will face a crushing penalty of 10,000 points. Essentially, the Titans act as the house, accepting challenges while fighting for the top rank. Giang Khai realized that survival in the ring was the key to harvesting points. What if I defeat a top 10 member? Swanson laughed. Defeat them, you? Those monsters are at least level 70, though. I admire your reckless confidence. Succeed, and you will earn triple points. Giang Khai smiled. It was the perfect double strike. This was the golden opportunity he had been waiting for. But how do I qualify for such a high-level event? Xuanxin produced a shimmering card. This is the official invitation. With it, your Great God Guild can finally enter the fray. Now, the watch. Giang Khai. No more games. Giang Khai waved him off. Patience. I won't give it to the military, but I want more intel on Xuan Wu first. A spy Xuanxing gasped. Giang Khai shrugged. Let's call it a strategic partnership. He hesitated. Why should I trust you? Giang Kai's gaze turned cold and piercing. Because you have no other choice. Defeated by logic. Xuanxin slammed the card down. You better deliver. Giang Khai took the card with a smirk. A pleasure doing business. He returned to the tents where Honyan and Wen Nu were waiting anxiously. We were about to call Lu for a rescue. Giang Khai laughed. I'm fine. Look at this. Their eyes widened. The invitation for the top 10 guilds grand betting tournament. It was a massive stage where points were gambled and the elite acted as the house. Any expert from any guild could step up to challenge the reigning titans. Xuan Wu was obsessed with winning this to reclaim their lost prestige and elite members. Honyan leaned in, eyes sparkling. Captain, are you actually planning to enter? Yes. We've been on the defensive for too long. From king-tier bosses to Lu Hian's schemes, if Xuan Wu won't stop, we'll settle this honorably on the battlefield. The team cheered. Finally, it's time to show Ha Thi Thi exactly what our captain is capable of. When does the storm begin? In 1 month, Giang Khai replied, eyes burning with resolve. As night fell, the flickering campfire cast long shadows over their humble tents. To win, Giang Khai knew he had to complete his job advancement within 30 days. But for his unique class, he needed rare destiny materials for the level 40 transition. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the forest silence. Help me, someone. Please. Despite the lockdown due to monster attacks, someone was trapped within the quarantine zone. A cry for help. Giang Khai rushes forward. Has a monster breached the perimeter under the cover of night? He sprints toward the noise. To his shock, instead of a beast, a half-eaten apple sits where his mana arrows landed. Giang Khai can't believe his eyes. What on earth? A figure emerges from the forest. Just a little greeting for an old friend I haven't seen in ages. Was such a grand entrance necessary? Giang Khai narrows his eyes. Since when were we ever friends? It's the fox demon from Red Moon Forest. How did she bypass the military's tight defenses without making a sound? Dong Lai teases. The fact you remember me proves I'm still in your heart. Doesn't it? Giang Khai remains silent, his every nerve on edge as he watches her. She sneers. Those brats were useless. Getting wiped out by your lot. Would tonight be more fun if I joined the fray? Giang Khai braces himself. What are you planning? Dong Lai strikes. He counters with his death card and light command. His heart races. Can he actually stop her? Damit? It's all or nothing. Dong Lai's overwhelming power slams into Giang Kai's shimmering shield. Suddenly, pillars of light descend from the heavens. He looks up, stunned. What is this? The beams spiral toward the center. Dong Lai scoffs. I thought our last fight was just a dull human victory. But it seems you've finally become worth watching. Consider this a reward for piquing my curiosity. Take what you need, it's inside. Don't disappoint me. Remember my name, Dong Lai. With a playful wave, She vanishes. Until next time. Giang Khai catches his falling card. He frowns. Puzzled by her intent, the forest returns to silence. In her room, Honyan is fast asleep when something enters. She bolts upright with a shout, "Dong Lai." Watching from the bedside, looks genuinely startled. Turns out, Honyan was dreaming. Trying to cross the great heroine. You've met your match. Scared. Now. Are you? She mumbles before nodding off. Dong Lai sighs. Leaning in to study her sleeping face, her eyes glow with a crimson aura. Through Dong Lai's gaze, she sees Honyan blissfully drooling in her sleep. She shifts back to her human form, even in sleep. You're a handful. She notices Honyan whimpering in discomfort. Dong Li's interest is piqued. A nightmare, poor little bunny. For such a fragile human, you sure are a mess. Why am I so curious? Is this restless dream the weakness you hide so deeply? Fina. I'll make an exception tonight. Pink energy wraps around the bed before Dong Lai vanishes. Sweet dreams. Little bunny. 3 days later, the trio arrives at the foot of Black Ape Mountain. Wen Nu asks curiously, Captain Kai, are you sure your class advancement materials are hidden here? This place looks so ordinary. Giang Khai wonders if Dong Li's tip was a guide or just another prank. She's a trickster. But she showed no malice. Could this lead to the materials for the Heavenly Fate class? It's a gamble worth taking. He explains. This is a hidden map, not some common secret realm. Normal realms have mana fluctuations. But hidden maps are stable spaces layered upon our own reality. They look mundane until the specific activation requirements are met. That's when the true entrance appears. Honyan asks, So, Captain, what do we do now? Giang Khai pulls out a card. It's reacting. It really is the key. He flings the card forward. It erupts in light and soars toward the mountainside. It's opening, they cry. The hidden entrance reveals itself deep within the mountain's heart. Giang Khai steps onto the bridge of light. This path won't last forever. Move. Now? Understood. The two follow closely as they reach the end of the glowing trail. Giang Khai takes the lead and leaps. The three of them dive into the dark void below, sucked into a vortex of energy. They follow the light until they vanish, then land with a thunderous impact. Wen Nu rubs his head. Captain, are we alive? Honyan gasps at the breathtaking view. Could this be? Giang Khai smiles. We found it. The system just confirmed it. Hidden map discovered. Fairy Trace Valley. Nguyen Nu peers into the dense woods. What kind of monsters are lurking in there? Honyan tenses up, sensing something. Look, something's moving over there. Following her gaze, they spotted a beast lunging from the brush, stunned. Nguyen Nu screamed. Captain Kai fire, the Life Seeker. A blazing rocket detonated right in the beast's path, but its ferocious roar unleashed a sonic wave that extinguished the flames. Shocked, Giang Khai gasped. What? It's standing its ground. The team was reeling. This was impossible. Did it just use origin force? No way. That's completely broken. He wondered what rank of monster was this to possess the power of origin force. His watch flashed error as the beast let out a world-shaking howl. Venting its power, Kai leaped into the air, raining rockets from above. Every projectile was deflected by that sonic barrier. Kai hit the ground fast, eyes locked onto his prey with deadly focus. 3 rockets streaked toward the beast as Kai signaled Honyan. She stepped up, swinging her staff with a smirk. My turn to shine. Howling ghost souls, specters erupted from the earth, surrounding the monster with a vengeful aura. Honyan reported, Captain Kai, this black leopard can't resist mental strikes. It's hit. Excellent, he praised. Its origin shield blocks physical piercing, and Lifeseeker can't break it alone. But if we concentrate all our power on a single point using Ghost Eye Focus, we can shatter its defense. Kai unleashed Lifeseeker once more. Break. The rocket slammed into the beast's spine. Honan cheered in triumph. Armor shattered. It was time for the finishing blow. Perish. As the strike landed, the system pinged. Congratulations. You have slain a level 65 Shadow Mist Black Leopard. Loot 1 standard leopard corpse. Received 1 leopard spirit essence basic. Warning your experience. Points are at maximum capacity. Cannot gain more XP. Please undergo job advancement. The energy condensed into a sphere in his hand. Honyan inspected it curiously. I've seen plenty of corpse cards, but a rare spirit stone dropping from a black leopard. That's incredible. Wen Nu pointed. Look inside, it's glowing. Kai was stunned. A level 65 Shadow Mist Leopard. This hidden map is bizarre. Monsters dropping essences. He turned to Honan. Got an appraisal card. She tapped the card against the sphere. A radiant light revealed the stats. Basic Leopard Spirit Essence. Contains the energy of a Shadow Mist Black Leopard. Direct use grants 5,000 experience points. Fusing 2 essences creates a higher purity version. granting even more XP. Basic essences are unstable and cannot be stored or integrated into the body. Lower purity means faster energy evaporation. Use immediately. They both stared in disbelief. So it's not just for XP, fusing them lets us level up the essence itself. Exactly, I've never heard of an item this miraculous before. Honyan stroked her chin. But what does cannot integrate into the body mean? Does the high-grade version allow it? And if it does, what's the benefit? Wennu was equally baffled. Kai thought to himself, we haven't found the destiny advancement materials yet. But this spirit essence might be the key to something else. He reminded them, it's on a timer. So consume it now. As for our questions, let's go find the answers ourselves. Kai led them deeper into the forest. Searching for a pack, to maximize efficiency, they needed a mass cull. They soon spotted a pride of shadow mist leopards on patrol and took cover in the thick brush. Nguyen whispered, shadow mist leopards. There are 5 of them. Kai analyzed the situation. Their defense relied on origin shields. Though their energy wasn't peak level, they still needed concentrated fire on a single point to break the armor. He issued orders Honyan. Use howling ghost souls to lock them down and create an opening for me, Wennu. You're on guard duty, protect Honyan. They nodded firmly. Understood. Kai braced himself, his eyes sharp. All right. Let the battle begin. Honan lunged forward first. The heroine is here. Howling ghost soul specters surged, passing through the beasts. I've got them CC'd. But the leopards let out a deafening roar. Her heart sank. Oh no. The fear effect failed. Kai's rockets fired. But the leopards nimbly evaded. Stay focused, he shouted. Increase the pressure, Win-Win. Protect her. Sonic waves once again acted as a wall, intercepting his fire. Nguyen Enju struck out with a grin. Didn't expect such a wild, sexy beast. Come on. Dance with this king, a leopard bit into his shield. Honyan raised her staff high. Appetizers are over. Now, tremble howling ghost souls. The ghost tore through the pack's chests. With his ghost eye focus active, Kai gave the final command. The hunt starts now. The gambler's skill was unleashed. As the Shadow Panthers were struck, system alerts flooded the screen. Alert Shadow Panthers level 65, 68, 70, and 72 slain. The team rushed to Captain Kai and his 5 glowing orbs. Appraisal confirmed the truth. These essences could be fused together to reach a legendary new tier, but they lacked a proper fusion device. Suddenly, Wennu spoke up. Maybe we can try this. I picked up a fusion kit while buying brewing supplies. Let's try fusing 2 of them first. Kai was stunned. The system didn't limit the quantity of energy as long as the source was the same. Time for a massive gamble, all in crimson. Energy surged, erupting into a colossal pillar that shattered the sky. Success. The team cheered as Kai retrieved a single, shimmering high-grade essence from the aftermath. The item description left him speechless. Notification: high-grade Panther Soul Essence successfully acquired. This fused masterpiece would grant a staggering 240,000 experience points upon direct use. It could also be absorbed, granting 10 points to flame intensity, boosting both heat and total damage. Defenses would melt against its searing penetration. Honyan touched her card to it and gasped. What? The experience points gained from this soul essence were several times higher than anything they had seen. Wennu added, and don't forget the 10-point boost to your attack's flame intensity upon fusion. She suddenly remembered. Right. Captain Kai, don't your arsonist gloves already deal massive fire damage? They do. He replied. But the base fire damage was always quite low until now. I mostly relied on critical buffs. But 10 flame intensity, let's see what it can do. He swallowed it whole. Instantly, Kai's heart began to race like a war drum. Something was changing inside him. A searing wave of power surged through his veins. His eyes ignited with literal flames. This was the feeling. Flames erupted from his palms as he unleashed Death Chase. The inferno roared toward a nearby tree. In a heartbeat, the massive tree disintegrated into a cloud of charred splinters and ash. The shockwave forced them back. A smoking crater remained, wreathed in hungry, flickering flames. Incredible, Honan cheered. The heat and destruction are on a whole different level. Kai grinned, satisfied. She reminded him, this is only the power of one high-grade essence. Captain, imagine having more. If we find more, your strength will surely reach heights we never imagined possible. She was right. This hidden map was a goldmine. Kai signaled the team, let's move out, continue the hunt. The hunt was just beginning. 30 minutes later, the silence of the deep forest became deafening. A chilling stillness settled over them, the kind of silence that makes your skin crawl with fear. Invisible eyes watched them from the dark. Keep up. Wennu, get lost here. And you're on your own. He scrambled after them, panting. Wait, I'm coming, don't leave me behind. You guys. Crack Win Nu's foot sent a skull tumbling. Suddenly, dozens of crimson eyes ignited in the shadows. What a tide of beasts erupted from the darkness, charging straight for the terrified group. Incoming. It's a lion pride. Khai unleashed Death Chase, shattering their shields with overwhelming fire. Alert level 70 golden main lions slain. Alert 4 more level 70 golden main lions defeated. They cheered as the buffed Death Chase tore through the monster's mana shields like wet paper. Incredible work. Captain Khai felt his confidence soar. Stay focused. Maintain the offensive. But the next wave used a blood mist to block him. What Death Chase isn't dealing damage? Let me assist you. Honan invoked Ghost Cry Wolf's Wail. Spectral red spirits swarmed the pride. Suddenly, energy began to swirl within the lion's maws, condensing into a lethal, glowing sphere. A blast of energy vaporized her specters instantly. No way, can they actually corrode my spirits? Khai gritted his teeth. That blood aura wasn't just a shield, it was a corrosive force of destruction. He sensed he was missing something. Activating Ghost Eye Focused Insight. Khai scanned the chaos. Wait, that one in the back is pulling the strings. It's channeling the endless blood mist. The Lion General. It lunged at Honyan, but she dove aside. Get back, Khai roared, firing flames. The flames scorched the beast's claws as Winnu charged in, shield raised and singing. Hey, gorgeous. Your fur is so thick and luscious. I love it. Suddenly, the entire pride of lions charged straight at Giang Khai. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. Damn it. There are too many of them. If this drag-out fight continued, his stamina would eventually hit zero, and that would mean certain death for everyone. Giang Khai barked out an order. Huyan, can you hold them off? I will pin the one in the back. But I need you to ramp up your offense and support the strike. Huyan caught his drift instantly. Understood. Giang Khai kicked off the ground, leaping high into the air, activating Gambler's Time. He aimed for the leader first. His Fate Chaser strike blazed toward the lion monster, causing cracks to spiderweb across its shield. Giang Kai's eyes lit up. It was working. He signaled for Huyan to make her move. She chanted her summon. All of you. Turn to ash. Thunder roared as ghostly wails filled the air. The spirits tore through the lion pack, trapping them in a mindless nightmare. Giang Khai saw that the fear-inducing skill had taken hold. However, the stronger the foe, the weaker the crowd control. To take them down in a single blow, relying on Fate Chaser alone was not efficient enough. He raised his hand, condensing the divine order of light. Fire refinement. A massive torrent of flames rained down, striking 206 times. Every single lion was caught in the crossfire, as searing flames pierced through their bodies. Huyan gasped in awe. So powerful. The lion beast was being hammered by a barrage of critical hits. Its agonized roars echoed throughout the entire forest. System, congratulations, you have successfully slain the level 724 golden main lion beast. She touched down on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. We did it. The fire-refined divine light had shattered the lion's origin force shields instantly. But before they could celebrate, Huyan's eyes widened in pure terror. Captain Khai, get out of there, watch out. The dying beast lunged at him with everything it had left. Giang Khai realized the monster intended to take him down with it. As the massive claws swung down, he activated ethereal form, watching from the side. When Nu's interest was piqued, impressive. Such spirit. I like it. He brought his blade down on the beast, the steel radiating a bone-chilling frost. Huyan spotted the opening. The sword chi resonated with the flames, shredding the lion's remaining origin shield. There, he thought. The blade was finally piercing through the monster's defenses. At that exact moment, Giang Khai charged from the opposite side. He unleashed his flames with everything he had. You idiot. Your show ends right here. A second holy light divine order descended from above. The monster's shield crumbled, and the strike pierced straight through its heart. System, congratulations. You have slain the level 85 golden main lion beast. Rewards Lion Pride Corpse card times 14. Lion Soul Essence times 14. Dead lions now littered the battlefield. Huyan stood there, stunned. En instant kill. Unbelievable. A dazed Winnu stumbled forward. No. My precious beauty. 30 minutes later, he collapsed flat on the ground. Once he sobered up, memories of him passionately kissing a lion flooded back. His teammates had to literally pry him off. Huyan teased him. Who knew you were such a romantic? Neither Captain Khai nor I could stop you. She suddenly fell silent as a brilliant golden essence floated up. Giang Khai announced, it's finished. The refinement was a success. He held the glowing orb in his palm. So this is the fusion of general and elite lion soul essences. I wonder how much power it holds. Is everyone recovered and ready? Perfect timing. Huyen, help me appraise this newly synthesized Lion Soul Essence card. She nodded excitedly. On it, the status window popped up. Exquisite Lion Soul Essence contains golden mane lion energy created through artificial fusion. Usage direct consumption grants 135,000 experience points. Effect can be integrated into the body to increase origin force by 10 points. She gasped. Origin force for a martial disciple. Wen Nu interjected. Origin force is the signature skill of the martial disciple class. It is the reason they rank among the top 10 global classes. Their origin attacks are legendary. It's a shame Pillar isn't here. This exquisite essence would have been perfect for him. Hu Yan urged them on. We do not know how long this essence will remain stable. Captain Kai, you should take it. Your class is so unconventional. It might trigger an incredible awakening. Giang Khai rubbed his chin. Lost in thought, his previous bursts of origin force were triggered by the Wheel of Destiny, but that was just pure luck. In short, with his current skill set, he fundamentally lacked the ability to launch a proper origin force attack. His eyes suddenly widened in realization. Seeing him freeze, the other two nudged him. Captain, why aren't you consuming it? This is top-tier stuff. It would be a tragedy to let it go to waste. Exactly, what is wrong? Captain Giang Khai replied. I won't waste this exquisite essence. But I am not the one who should use it. Hu Yan looked confused. If not you, then who? He glanced toward his choice, Wen Nguyen. The boy pointed at himself in disbelief. Me, Giang Khai explained. I noticed something earlier about your sword chi. Aside from amplifying my divine light flames to weaken the lion's origin shield, it seemed to trigger a subtle energy resonance with the shield itself. While sword chi isn't as condensed as primal power, energy resonance usually only happens between forces sharing the same origin. Therefore, I suspect that at a certain level, sword chi is actually a form of primal power. Hearing this, both of them were stunned into silence. Hunyan spoke with pure admiration. Wen Enwu, if Captain Kai is right about this, your sword chi is destined for a qualitative evolution. This drunkard class might actually be a legendary, overpowered path, he replied with sheer joy. Is that so? Jiang Kai placed the item in his hand, suggesting he test it out immediately to see the truth. As Wing Nu held it carefully, Hunyan pointed toward the distance. Captain Kai, is that a light over there? Go ahead and check it out. It turned out to be the glow from a treasure chest. They realized it was the hidden hoard guarded by the lion pack. As the chest creaked open, a brilliant radiance burst forth. It revealed the indomitable guardian's holy emblem, providing a powerful layer of energy defense. This defense is highly effective against physical strikes, granting resistance and immunity to critical hits and armor penetration. The shield has its own durability. Once exhausted, the defense fades, but its maximum capacity scales up alongside the user's level. He exclaimed excitedly. My innate skills lean heavily toward agility and spirit. This holy emblem perfectly compensates for my lack of physical constitution and defensive strength. Wen Nu was genuinely thrilled for his teammate. This is amazing. Hunan's voice suddenly drew their attention. What was happening now? Before her appeared a series of mysterious volumes, a set of 9 incomplete books that could be synthesized into a complete, high-tier skill. She was shocked to find a skill that required assembly before use. Wen Nu noted this was a rare skill type they hadn't encountered before. We've only found the first volume. If we want to unlock the full power of this skill, it looks like we'll have to track down the remaining 8 books. He quickly snatched up the page. Jiang Kai pondered. The monsters in Ethereal Valley use primal shields. For a skill to require 9 parts, its power must be absolutely broken. He realized the monsters here weren't just threats. They were a golden treasury of essence, waiting to be harvested. If we don't take it all now, we'll sweep the whole place clean before we leave. Nguyen nodded in firm agreement. Time flew by. Beneath the clear blue sky, the deceptive peace was shattered as a pack of ferocious bears charged toward them. 2 members lured the bears back to Captain Kai. Giang Kai calmly stabilized his aura as the badge on his shoulder began to glow. As the bears lunged at him, a massive golden barrier erupted, followed by a torrent of flames that incinerated the beasts instantly. He retracted his cards, muttering, "Too weak?" A system notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, you have successfully slain 3 level 80 mountain armored bears. They fought until the moon rose, facing yet another wave of beasts. As the monsters closed in, wailing spirits tore through the ground from beneath their feet. The spirits shredded the beasts' bodies. Hunyan stepped back to let her teammate finish the job, releasing Wen Nu into the fray. He took a deep breath, humming a soft tune. As Wen Nu drew his blade, his sword intent was visibly more powerful than ever. He sang a playful, self-made lyric. Sorry, but tonight, you all belong to me. His sword intent manifested into a massive frost lion. Not a single beast escaped the Reaper's claws as they were slaughtered in a single sweep. Hunyan watched the spectacular display. It seemed the true potential of the drunkard class was finally being fully awakened by Nguyen Nu. Then came Giang Khai's turn to reap the rewards. It was gambler's harvest time, as shaped flames roared toward the enemies in a massive explosion. Over the next half-month, the Fire God Squad, consisting of a gambler, a drunkard, and a fortune-teller, marched through Ethereal Valley, purging everything. From Hunan's terrifying spirits to Nguyen Nu's arrogant sword chi, crimson flames replaced the old laws of the wild. The elite monsters of Ethereal Valley, and even the general-tier beasts, learned the true meaning of despair. The Fire God Squad had become the new law of this land. They hammered the beasts so relentlessly that the survivors could do nothing but turn and flee for their lives. 2 weeks later, silence finally returned to the forest. In Giang Khai's hand sat a shimmering essence, the high-grade tiger spirit essence. It contained the sealed energy of the frostbone white tiger, obtained through artificial fusion. Using it directly grants 200,000 experience points. Or it can be fused to increase wind strength by 15 points. Hunan was ecstatic that it could boost wind strength. He handed it over. Hunhan, this one is yours. She was beaming with excitement. Finally, it's my turn to power up. Giang Khai reflected that the various beasts here yielded different experience, values, and soul attributes. His fire damage had reached 40 points. Nguyen Nu's sword chi was at 30, and Hunyan's wind strength had also climbed to 30. Best of all, 8 of the 9 volumes for that mysterious skill had finally been collected. Once the 9th volume is recovered, the mysterious divine skill can finally be synthesized. Furthermore, our experience points are fully capped. We are just waiting to gather the advancement materials to trigger the next class change. Giang Khai's gaze locked onto a specific spot. Suspicion clouding his eyes as a fleeting silhouette vanished into thin air. Was it just an illusion? Days passed as campfire smoke drifted skyward. And as night fell, he rested his weary back against a gnarled tree. The silent night was filled with Nguyen Nu's soft snoring until Honan stirred. Captain Khai, have I been sleeping for too long? You should get some rest. Captain, I will take over the watch for the midnight shift. Giang Khai reassured her. It is fine. Keep sleeping. I am not tired yet, but I will wake you if I hit my limit. She let out a long yawn. Then you must promise to wake me up. He gave a quiet nod. But suddenly the shadow returned. Giang Khai bolted upright. It was that mysterious entity again. He rushed over to shake her. Honam, wake up. The shadow is back. Quickly. Wake. Nguyen Nu Honyan mumbled in a daze. The shadow. She snapped awake. Realizing it was the moonlight specter the captain had warned them about before, Giang Khai had already sprinted into the distance. I am going after it. Stay alert, Honan shouted back. Be careful. Captain Khai, as he accelerated his pursuit. Stop right there, Giang Khai roared. I absolutely will not let you escape my sight this time. 15 minutes later, he reached the mountain peak. Activating his ghost eye focus, he sought the truth. Yet the ground before him was empty. He gasped in disbelief. It was gone. Damit. Did I really let it get away again? His eyes scanned the area intensely until they locked onto a single point. There, thrust into the earth, stood a solitary sword, approaching with suspicion. He wondered. A sword, his hand gripped the hilt. Why would a weapon like this suddenly appear in the heart of Immortal Trace Valley? With a burst of strength, he heaved. Show yourself. The blade finally gave way. But his excitement turned to disappointment. The sword was broken. What is the origin of this blade? The system interface flickered. Holy Arbiter, a unique divine tool, currently in a state of severe degradation. Warning, due to catastrophic damage to its physical form, all base attributes and most special effects have been rendered null. However, if the user's power reaches the level of the previous master, owner recognition will trigger, preserving the first special effect. Special Effect 1 Past Life Memories. Having fought alongside its master for ages, the blade retains fragmented memories even in its shattered state. Special Effect 2 Lingering Grudge. The Holy Arbiter harbors an unyielding hatred toward all monsters. When facing an enemy no lower than a king-tier boss, its memories will awaken, triggering an autonomous assault against the foe. The strength of the strike is determined by the current owner's power. Giang Khai was stunned. A unique divine tool that attacks on its own, and the minimum requirement to trigger it is a king-tier boss. That is even higher than a standard boss. Only map bosses and guardians qualify. Just how powerful was your previous master? Suddenly, the blade in his hand began to tremble violently. He looked on in shock. What is happening? The sword shot from his hand, embedding itself back into the earth as a dark mist swirled. The shadow reappeared. You again? So, this shadow is actually the physical manifestation of the Holy Arbiter. The specter leveled the blade. Giang Khai wondered, what do you want? Stay sharp. Do not make a reckless move. The sword in the ground vibrated as the figure beckoned him forward. Giang Khai's eyes widened. "You want to duel me?" The figure gave a slow, solemn nod. He was caught completely off guard. All this effort to lure him here, just for a trial of strength. A duel was fine. But the opponent's power was a mystery. If he lost, the death penalty would trigger. The consequences were unthinkable. Before he could decide, the shadow lunged. Giang Khai's heart raced. Not good. It is already moving. He leaped back, realizing he had to seize the initiative. I will bet it all. He drew his death cards, the divine command, and activated Ghost Eye Focus. Raging flames erupted, hurtling toward the mysterious figure with devastating force. The specter's body dissipated as the attack tore through, only to reappear instantly before Giang Khai. He could not believe such blinding speed. Damn it, Giang Khai triggered his ethereal form, vanishing and retreating to a safe distance. He watched his opponent's every move, his eyes filled with pure terror. How? The cold edge of a blade was already at his throat. Giang Khai knew it then. He had lost. Too fast. I could not even react. The mysterious figure gazed at him silently before vanishing into the ether. He stood frozen, gone. A single scrap of paper fluttered down. Wait. Information is appearing. It was an unidentified fragment. System, congratulations. You have collected fragments 1 through 9. Synthesis of the complete skill is now possible. Giang Khai's face lit up with joy. It was the final piece of the mystery. Was that entire duel just a test of his potential? To think the final fragment of the unknown skill would come from the Holy Arbiter itself, unless the synthesis skill and this blade share a hidden link. There is only one way to find out. Manifest your true legacy. Golden scrolls spiraled through the air before erupting into a blinding celestial flash. Such overwhelming power. He had unlocked the legendary, Under the Moon Immortal Sword, a divine art spanning 9 tiers. The requirement, a staggering 1500 agility. Even then, it demanded a 3-second focus to ignite. A single strike that pierces all, bypassing the enemy's very origin force defense. Speed, critical rate, and critical damage all skyrocket by 100%, crushing the target with a devastating stun effect, lasting only 3 seconds. It amplifies damage and crowd control against monsters by an additional 10%. With a 10-hour cooldown, his heart raced. Against a martial artist class, even a non-critical hit would shatter their momentum. One blow was enough to rewrite the entire flow of the battlefield. As for that bonus damage, it creates the perfect window for a lethal follow-up combo. 3 seconds may be brief, but on a battlefield where 0.1 seconds dictate survival, it's an eternity. Of everyone in the party, Nguyen and Gu would be the most natural fit for this sword art, but with a 1500 agility floor and that 3-second delay, it is simply beyond his reach for now. Decision made. Giang Khai gripped the hilt and drew the ultimate blade as the skill card hovered before him. He thrust the blade through the card, declaring, I will master you. System, you have learned, the Under the Moon Immortal Sword. As the first light of dawn pierced the canopy, he emerged from the deep woods. Captain Kai was finally back. They had been on edge all night. Captain Kai, you are safe. What took you so long? They were just about to search for him. Giang Khai gave the order Honan. Wengu. Pack up. We move now. She wondered had he found a new elite monster. Or perhaps a general class nest. Giang Kai's voice was cold. This time, we hunt a king class boss. They froze. Cold sweat pouring down. A king class. They reached a lake littered with ancient, bleached skeletons, remnants of creatures long forgotten beneath the depths. Watching from the shore, they gasped. All these bones. What kind of titan eats monsters like snacks? Sensing a lethal presence, Giang Khai signaled his team to fall back immediately. The water churned as 2 glowing eyes broke the surface. Then, a massive great dragon erupted from the abyss. Honyan stumbled back, trembling. Those eyes were haunting, and its scales looked like an impenetrable suit of divine armor. It was gargantuan, standing in its shadow. The 3 of them felt like insects. Her face turned pale with dread. I can't even breathe. Win Nu's confidence shattered. Captain, are we really fighting this thing? The great dragon lunged, a tidal wave of destruction, heading straight for them. Giang Khai barked, Nguyen-nagu. Protect Honyan. He blinked behind the beast, but the shockwave sent his teammates crashing down, fighting to keep his footing. Giang Khai gritted his teeth. That pressure. No mistake. This is a king-class boss. I have to take the initiative and find a crack in its absolute defense. He vaulted forward, shouting, Both of you stay back and stay alive. Leave this to me. Flames swirled in Giang Kai's palm as the legendary sword materialized. The teammates could only watch in awe. What? Is the captain really charging it head-on? The dragon unleashed a blast of pure frost, aiming right for him. He glanced down just as jagged ice pillars tore through the earth. This frost is an area of effect strike. It is not just attacking, it is turning the battlefield into a frozen hellscape. It has completely sealed off my movement. Impressive tactics. So this is the power of a king-class monster. The dragon roared, closing the distance in an instant. Captain, watch out. Honyan's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. He actually dodged that, she gasped. He is so fast. The captain's evasion and movement speed seem to have doubled since their last battle. Now, can this strike truly pierce through its origin force defense? The system surged. Activating skill, under the moon immortal sword, Giang Khai hurled the blade with lethal intent. The beast raised a barrier, the sword slamming into the dragon's shield with a gale force impact. Cracks spider-webbed across the shield before it shattered. The blade flew true, burying itself deep into the dragon's eye. Giang Khai touched down, exhaling sharply. A direct hit. He raised his hand, and the blade tore itself free. Giang Khai retrieved his blade, gazing at the blood-stained steel as Hu Yan cried out. Incredible. Wait. Is this the captain's new hidden trump card? To think a mere broken sword could actually pierce right through the mana shield of a king-tier boss. Nguyen Nu chimed in. Good heavens. It all makes sense now. No wonder the captain had the guts to bring us here to challenge a king-class monster. So he possessed a divine weapon of that caliber. Despite losing an eye, the great dragon remained formidable, unleashing a relentless barrage of lethal attack. Every single strike was aimed directly at Giang Khai, leaving the team to scream in terror. Captain, watch out. Suddenly,